Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 AHMED is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
Pardon me. Welcome, dear friends. So that one name that ends that phase when that song ends abruptly, it means siblings or brothers and sisters. So I've gone to do the learning. So that's a bit of Igbo lesson for you. So welcome one and all. I'm feeling especially pleased with myself. You know when you are proven wrong, not when you are proven wrong, you know when you are proven right on something that you theorized. And I'm glad that Dan Lekoko is here. you know when you're proven right on something that you theorized, but not a lot of people buy into. But then events immediately then confirms what you were saying. So that's happened today. So I'm somewhat pleased with that. But we'll get to that in a moment. So welcome, dear friends. We go again. So the session comments your company required, gathered as we always do. Hopefully another blockbuster, almost certainly will be because it always has been. So surrender yourself to the space. But before you surrender yourself to this space, the usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And then if you want to come join us on the screen, you know, all the voices that you hear on this space every single day, they've done nothing other than to click on that link that is showing on the screen there. That's all they did. And then they appear on the screen to share their thoughts with you. So if you want to be one of those voices, all you have to simply do, and the link is in the comment section, by the way, all you have to simply do is to click on that link that says StreamYard. It brings you into that studio space, and then I'll let you onto the screen, and then you have your say. So come join us on the screen if you want to share your thoughts. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us on the screen. And then, of course, the invitation to donate towards the platform, because, of course, the platform continuously needs sustenance. So if you want to be part of the people sustaining the platform, then click on that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, and then go there and endlessly buy cups of coffee just to keep your host lubricated. So to keep your host lubricated, go there, click on the link that says buy your host cups of coffee, and go keep your host lubricated. So there it is. So the talking points, there's only really one news that lands very, very with a thundering sound at the heart of the news cycle. I was wondering where I was going with that metaphor. So there's only one news that lands with a thunder today, and it's coming out of the Tinubu space. Igbos overcrowding Lagos because Obi refused to develop Anambra. So this is Tinubu making that assertion then. So, and you've been hearing this coming for a while now, because in this electoral cycle, as it is with politics, people often try to run down what their competitors have done and highlight what they have done. So that is still fair play within the court and thrust of politics. So that's still fair play within the court and thrust of politics. It's a bit like jousting, isn't it? The court and then the thrust. So that's fair play within the court and thrust of politics. But what a lot of people are objecting to is that when people are running down places like Lagos State, which has been the shining light of the Nigerian space for a very long time, the only really place that portends to hint at anything like being a civilized place to live, and everybody lives there. So a lot of people have been recoiling from that. And the competition, of course, are Atiku, Peter Obi, and Tinubu, but the fight really in the south between Peter Obi and Tinubu. So a lot of acerbic remarks being thrown in the direction of Tinubu. And those remarks being thrown in the direction of Tinubu has to necessarily sweep up the Lagos State space, because that is where he's bringing his CV out of. So to criticize Tinubu, then you have to necessarily somewhat criticize Lagos State as well. And a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people, they don't like that. So that is where that thing is coming from. So Tinubu leverages that space, because the counterbalance is, if Lagos is so bad, then why is the whole of Nigeria clambering over dead bodies to get to Lagos, as though it was some Narnia land of golden lights, including the Southeasterners and everybody in between. So if it was so bad, why are you beating a pathway to it? That's the argument. And then the counter argument is, if your man is so good, why has he not developed his space sufficient enough, to attract the attraction that Lagos has? So that's where their argument is. And Tinubu then leverages that space. Igbo overcrowding Lagos because Obi refused to develop Anambra, and that is Tinubu making that headline. So it'd be interesting to see what people are making of that. Interesting to see what people, pardon me. Interesting to see what people are making of this as well. Eze insists Northern presidential candidate best for Igbos. So this is Arthur Eze doubling down on a position that he adopted a few days ago, re-insisting, reaffirming, and insisting still that the best pathway to the southeastern presidency is via a northern route, and that there's a lot of veracity to that. There's a lot of veracity to that, and the veracity to that it wraps within what I am. What has Alexander Gomez said that somebody is saying, noted Baba Gomez. Look at that. There's been no comment. Sorry, this just caught my eye. Olaniyi Oyedeji says, noted Baba Gomez. And Alexander Gomez is not here. So I'm wondering why he would be saying that. I'm not sure. All right. Oh, okay. Oh, all right, sorry. I mean, sorry, that caught me off guard somewhat. So where was I? So where was I? Hold on. Pardon me. Sorry, I'm flummoxed now. Okay. No, I think Alexander Gomez has now been a member of the platform for 18 months. And that's today. So, and he was the first member. So then that tells us now just how long we have been going. So well done, Alexander Gomez. It was really the backbone of the platform, Alexander Gomez. Thank you. So let me get back to where I was. Arthur Eze, he redoubles down on that position that the best pathway to an Igbo presidency is via a northern presidency in this cycle. And that is really, if you crunch all the numbers and you remove all the fripperies and emotions, that is really the pathway to an Igbo presidency. So the pathway, the only way that we'll have an Igbo presidency anywhere south of the next 16 years is via a northern presidency in this cycle. And we'll get into that when we get into the body of the story. But that's the pathway. So the pathway is not Peter Obi, of course. Who I said, and we'll get to this. Ajale Koko, don't go anywhere because I brought this up and you guys dismissed me just 2 days ago. It's not via Peter Obi, who I said was nothing more than an Obasanjo pet project. And then people dismissed me. But then somebody now, the candidate of the SDP party, he has now come to say the exact same words that I said 2 days ago. So we get to that bit in a moment. So that excites me because when I proposed it as a theory, people just say, don't be stupid, but then there it is, So there it is. So sorry, that's just got me really, really pumped. So let me get back to the headlines. Arthur Eze insists Northern presidential candidate best for Indigo. So of course, I mean, that makes infinite sense. You don't even need a brain to understand that. So there it is. Let's go on to the next. So it's still the same headline. So this one now, Atiku will sell your birthright. Peter Obi will keep your Atiku will sell your birthright. Peter Obi will keep saving your money till you go hungry. APC presidential candidate TINUBU seeks to convince Nigerians. So the gloves are off now and the politics gets dirty. And that seems really the territory that TINUBU functions in the best, In dirty politics, the territory that TINUBU functions in the best. Atiku will sell your birthright. Peter Obi will keep saving your money till you go hungry. APC presidential candidate TINUBU seeks to convince Nigerians. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So on to the next and onto this. You have to be jobless to attend campaign rallies. Pastor Adeboye says accuses political parties of renting crowds for their rallies. So now the sort of people that go to this rally is really what this is seeking to speak to. But I'm noticing that the Reverend himself, he's been more and more vocal in matters political, and more spiky in his commentaries. Because, of course, his calculation was that Yemi Osinbajo was going to get that ticket, and he would then have a wing in the Aso Rock Villa. But alas, the Lord had other plans. Just to use his own metaphor, the Lord had other plans. So there it is. I'm not sure if this is sour grapes or him just alarming or alerting to the space. You have to be jobless to attend campaign rallies. Pastor Adeboye says, accuses political parties of renting crowds for their rallies. So every single political party, including the Labour Party, the SDP, and everybody in between, they rent crowds for their rallies. Sorry if that's the breaking news to you, but if that is breaking news to you, and I'm including the party that you support, by the way, your party, every party. So I'm sorry if that's breaking news to you, but every single political party, they rent crowds for their rallies. So there it is. So there it is right there. And then we seek to land on this. Obasanjo committed a big blunder endorsing Peter Obi. So it is Sule Lamido making the headline in this instance. So we find out why. So a lot of commentaries around that Obasanjo endorsement, you think it has run its course, but a lot of senior names still having their say on that space about what does Sule Lamido has to say. He, of course, in political purgatory, he been farmed out to the graveyards, but he speaks from the graves. Sule Lamido. Obasanjo committed big blunder endorsing Peter Obi. So Sule Lamido making the headline there. So there it is. And then, of course, I'll show you little clips of those spaces that I was speaking of. My commentary to suggest Peter Obi is a pet project of Tinubu. I keep saying Tinubu when I mean to say Obasanjo. Peter Obi is a pet project of Obasanjo. I'll show you a snippet of when I said that. And then I'll show you a snippet just now today of the SDP candidate confirming those exact same words. So we get to enjoy that. So plenty to go through. So just relax into it. Surrender yourself to the space. Come join me on the screen if you want to share thoughts. Click on the like button, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join me on that screen, and click on buy coffees to lubricate your host. So as we set about that, let me take a little musical break and then we come straight into it. But first, the kega.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come home. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Latif keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mudóde ojàre o. Erukulele Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agbeshe, a powerful, potent prayer by the Kegites. That means may death have nothing to do with us. So I say amen to that on behalf of myself and all of you, my friends. So Ikuku Niru Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Igbos overcrowding Lagos because Obi refused to develop Anambra. Tinubu making the headline as it continues to pelt at his political opponents. The All Progressive Congress presidential candidate Bola Tinubu says Igbos were migrating to Lagos because the Labour Party presidential flag bearer Peter Obi failed as governor to develop Anambra State. You will have to be laboring under a terrible delusion if you think he will do a better job for this nation than he did for Anambra State. What is there to be proud of after Peter Obi left? Obi has nothing to be proud of. Instead, Obi left Anambra crying. He moved to Lagos, Mr. Tinubu said at a presidential rally in Ondo State on Saturday. Sorry, there was one other headline that I saw, which was a Sanwo-Olu one. I think Sanwo-Olu was at that rally throwing bricks at Peter Obi as well. So let me just quickly grab. I thought I'd line that up. That should be. Hold on. I just wait right there. Wait right there. Don't move a muscle though. If you try to escape, I will give you Ifase. Do you know what Ifase is? Is swiping your feet off Sanwo-Olu blast. Obi Ondo. Okay, so they should give me it. Just give me 1 quick second. Usually pops up immediately. 1 second. This is what happens sometimes. You know, this is all right. Because I advertised that, so I must be able to. Okay, let me remove that word. All right. All right. Let's leave that. I'll come across it in a moment. And if anybody can find it in the comment section, just pop it in there. Pop it in the comment section. Then I'll pick it up from there and read it out on the screen. All Progressive Congress presidential candidate Bola Tinubu says Igbos were migrating to Lagos because the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi failed as a governor to develop Anambra State. You will have to be laboring under a terrible delusion if you think he will do a better job for this nation than he did for Anambra State. What is there to be proud of after Peter Obi left? Obi has nothing to be proud of. Instead, Obi left Anambra crying. He moved to Lagos, Mr. Tinubu said at a presidential rally in Ondo on Saturday. The former Lagos State governor added, I am indeed very sorry. Buyers beware. A salesman selling fake merchandise. Beware of people like Obi. The truth of the difference between my leadership and that of Mr. Obi lies in one observation. Although Lagos is crowded because of the space left when they migrated to Lagos from Anambra State. That's an incomplete statement. Is that another one, another bulabalu? The truth of the difference between my leadership and that of Mr. Obi lies in one observation. Although Lagos is crowded because of the space left when they migrated to Lagos from Anambra, Mr. Tinubu said. Speaking further, Mr. Tinubu said, it is a wicked parent like Obi given the opportunity to feed the children, but hoards money in his hands when the children starve and go hungry to bed. That is Obi's wickedness. It is true that the heartless governor will hoard money when there are hungry school children, roads and clinics in disrepair. Popular for being a frugal administrator, Mr. Obi anchors his campaign on transforming Nigeria from a consumption to a production nation. Last year, Mr. Obi said some Nigerians were urging Mr. Tinubu to contest the presidency despite his apparent ailment because he doles out money. In a few weeks' time, the former Anambra governor will contest the presidency against APC's BOLA TINUBU, PDP's Atiku Abubakar, and a host of other candidates. So if you fall within the categories of a host of other candidates, then know that they've called you a no-hoper. That is essentially the media space calling you a no-hoper. He will contest against Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and a host of other candidates. So, and a bunch of also runs. So, a bunch of also runs. So, let's go on to the next as I put the link to the StreamYard again. So, new voices we're looking to hear from. If you've not been here before, then we'll certainly like to hear from you. So, if you've not been here before, we'd certainly like to hear from you. Arthur Eze insists Northern presidential candidate best for Indigo. And let me read it out first, actually, then we'll see what we're making of it. Foremost oil magnate Prince Arthur Eze has insisted that a Northern presidential candidate is the best for Indigo. Eze said support for a Northern candidate by Indigo will help them form the needed alliance that will help the people of the region attain power in the near future. The famous philanthropist had 2 weeks ago jolted many when he announced that he will not support the Labour Party presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, adding that Obi was not capable of winning the election and he, Eze, had told him so during a private visit. Eze, who paid a courtesy call to the Director General of the Atiku Okowa Presidential Campaign Council in Anambra State, Professor Obiara Okonkwo, at the weekend in his country home in Ogidi, called for support for the presidential candidate of the PDP, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. He stated that his Atiku's administration would liberate Nigeria and benefit the Southeast more than any other region in the country. I urge the people of the Southeast to continue the strategic relationship by supporting Atiku Abubakar in the February elections. The long-standing alliance between the North and Southeast has always produced many political benefits to the region. I have known Atiku Abubakar to be an honest man, liberal, and a pan-Nigerian who aspires best for the nation, and he is committed to the renaissance of the Indigos. He has demonstrated his huge love and concern for us, Indigos, by continuously choosing an Igbo man to be his running mate since 2007, when he picked Senator Ben Ndi Obi, again in 2019, when he picked Peter Obi, and now Ifeanyi Okowa, an Igbo man from Delta State. So they're still, you see, that's a side bet in the controversial statements from this guy. So Ifeanyi Okowa has lately become an Igbo man. No, he was not previously an Igbo man for the entirety of his life until a few months ago when he was picked as Atiku's running mate, and for the expediency of it to politic to the Southeast, he has now lately become an Igbo man. And people sympathetic to Atiku's candidature, they've taken the adoption to solidify him and legitimize him as an Igbo man. So if when Okowa now becomes an Igbo man, he has demonstrated his huge love and concern for us in Igbo by continuously choosing an Igbo man to be his running mate since 2007, when he picked Senator Ben Ndi Obi, and again in 2019 when he picked Peter Obi, and now Ifeanyi Okowa, an Igbo man from Delta State. He was willing to scale back his ambition if the ticket was micro-zoned to the Southeast. Only Atiku Abubakar agreed to such terms, he said. So a lot embedded in that. So a lot embedded in that. And the best way for the nation to have an Igbo president in any time within our lifetimes, at least within our, energized lifespan, will be with the Northern president this year. That's the only pathway Because, of course, Peter Obi is not going to be president. So I think people have already surrendered to that. Even the diehards, they've put their hands up. So Peter Obi is not going to be president, no. So if Tinubu becomes president, then the chances of an Igbo person becoming the president anytime south of the next 16 years is between slim and none, and slim is not in town. So there's no chance of it. So for the Igbos to become president anytime soon, then it has to be the pathway of an Atiku presidency. And I'll tell you why. If Atiku becomes president, then the pressure will mount even with more fervor for power to come back to the South. And if Atiku finishes his 8-year tenure or even a 4-year tenure, Atiku has a liking for the Southeast. He has a strong relationship with the Southeast. And more to it, he has made a public promise to the Southeast that let me be your forerunner and I'll come back to you. So if Atiku runs an 8-year tenure, the good chance of when the power comes back to the South, or when the power eventually comes, it's not coming back. Or if Tinubu doesn't get it now, we can't use the phrase power come back to the South anymore. But if Atiku wins the presidency, the chances of a Southeastern president is that much more enhanced. Because after his tenure, given his relationship with the Southeast, and given now that the political space, the Nigerian landscape has been sensitized to the possibility of a Southeastern president because of the hard work of Peter Obi. So before Peter Obi, the whole of the Nigerian nation could not even countenance the idea of a Southeastern president. They begin to quickly throw words like Biafra and everything. But because of all that Peter Obi has done, the country has been sensitized and has been romanticized into the idea of a prospective Southeastern president. So that's what Obi has brought to the table. So if you have an 8-year tenure of Atiku Abubakar, the country is already receptive to the idea of a Southeastern president. So when power comes to the South, and the Southeast has already prepped the space with the equity narrative that wraps around the Peter Obi narrative at the moment, a very good chance after an Atiku tenure that the next president will be an Igbo man. Very good chance. But if Tinubu becomes president, then the Southeast, we might never have a Southeasterner again. Because if Tinubu becomes president and he does a decent job, and then a northerner takes over from him, if power is coming back, the Southwest will come for it again. So the one window of us ever having a Southeastern president in Nigeria ever is via the pathway of an Atiku presidency. And I think that is what Eze is saying. That is my understanding of what he's saying. There is some veracity to it, although I'm not surrendering myself totally to that narrative. But what are you making of it? Click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join me on the screen and agree or disagree. So that's how we're doing it. I've posited you the positions. You come and disagree or agree. So there it is right there. So that's Eze throwing more fire into the wood. Throwing more fire into the wood. Let's go on to this one. So Tinubu still straddling the whatever it is, the podium in Ondo State and throwing bricks at his opponents. Atiku will sell your birthright. Peter Obi will keep saving your money till you go hungry. APC presidential candidate Tinubu seeks to convince Nigerians. So let's see what he has to say this time around. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, has warned Nigerians that the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, will sell the nation's assets to the highest bidder if voted as Nigerian president. The former governor also noted that his Labour Party counterpart, Peter Obi, would rather save money and allow people to go hungry. Tinubu made this known while speaking on Saturday at the Democracy Park in Akure, the Ondo State capital, during the APC rally adding that neither city dwellers nor farmers prospered while Obi was the governor of Anambra State. Tinubu said the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar cared less that his policies and actions would impoverish the people. He said, on the 25th, I know you will be a champion of progressive politics again. That date represents for the nation and for each and every one of us an appointment with destiny. We not only must have that appointment, we must emerge from that appointment fully dedicated to creating a more prosperous, safer, tolerant, and dynamic society. But these things do not come by accident. These things are but some of the fruits that only progressive and democratic good governance can harvest. And that progressive governance can only be brought to you by someone who has governed in a progressive manner before. So this is high functioning language politics. So it's a high functioning language politics that Tinubu is presenting to the field there. Anyway, let me not get because for his lack of lucidity in moments that he has expression, you just get an insight into what purports to be a brilliant mind, what presents to be a brilliant mind. So where was I? Yes. So yes. Let me just give you that paragraph again. So impressive was it. We not only must make that appointment. Oh, sorry. Let me actually take it from a paragraph up. Apologies, but let me just allow me. He said, on February the 25th, I know you will be a champion of progressive politics again. That date represents for the nation and for each and every one of us an appointment with destiny. We not only must make that appointment, we must emerge from the appointment fully dedicated to creating a more prosperous, safer, tolerant, and dynamic society. But these things do not come by accident. These things are but some of the fruits that only progressive and democratic good governance can harvest. And that progressive governance can only be brought to you by someone who has governed in a progressive manner before. Atiku does not want to do the brave and hard work required to build a better nation. Instead, he would rather sell your birthrights to the highest bidders and run off with the proceeds. He cares little that his policies and actions will impoverish you and leave you with nothing. The former Lagos State governor stressed that Obi had a chance to show how progressive he could be when he was governor of Anambra State. Tinubu noted that Nigerians cannot entrust their future in the hands of Atiku, who is ready to sell the nation's assets, or Obi, who is known for being stingy. So there it is right there. So for all of that, all that people will pick out will be the Agbado and the Bulabalus. The Agbados and the Bulabalus. So for all of that eulogy and well-crafted snippets, all people will pick out are the Bulabalus. But there it is. And everywhere I straddle, everywhere I go to, because I go to one or two platforms just to interact with the space. Everywhere I do go to, I always invite them that it's a bit of it's counterintuitive, the strategy of hanging on to the Bulabalu narrative and looking for any Tinubu misspeak and then doing skits around it. So that's not politics. That's nothing to do with what's going on. Because Tinubu is making those sort of statements that I've just read to you now, which are inspired, but then people are still doing Bulabalus and what did they say, Anagbado. So it's a counterintuitive strategy, somewhat of a lazy strategy as well, but there it is. There it is. Let me go two more and then we come into the room. You have to be jobless to attend campaign rallies, Pastor Adeboye says, accuses political parties of renting crowds for their rallies. The general overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, has accused political parties of hiring crowds to attend their rallies. He stated this while speaking at the RCCG January Holy Ghost service on Friday, January the 6th. He also said that those who attend these rallies are young and jobless. So here, let's hear what he has to say. Or let's read rather what he has to say. So in his words, I watch it on the news. If the human being promotes you, I watch it on the news. If the human beings promote you, I don't know whether I should say this. I am sure you have been watching the campaign rallies. I watch it on the news. I don't know if you have noticed that the two different people's. Let me just take it all over again. It's convoluted because they are quoting him word for word. Or maybe I should just play the clip. I have the clip here. No, let me read it out. I watched it on the news. If the human being promotes you, I don't know whether I should say this. I am sure you have been watching the campaign rallies. I watch it on the news. I don't know if you have noticed the two different people don't hold their campaigns simultaneously in a town. Have you noticed that? You don't know why? Because majority of the crowd, majority are rented. So that is the thing now. Do you get what he's suggesting there? So he's suggesting then that, but he's narrowed it to two, by the way. So by his consideration, this is Pastor Enoch Adeboye, the leader of the Redeemed Church. By his consideration, there are only really two players in this electoral cycle. I watch it on the news. I don't know if you've noticed the two different people don't know that two different people, so it's not narrowed it. I don't know if you've noticed that two different people don't hold their rallies simultaneously in a town. Have you noticed that? You don't know why? Because majority of the crowd, majority are rented. So I come, I pay, you gather. After I have gone, another man comes, he pays, you gather. Daddy, you keep on saying that you haven't heard from God about who will win or who will, and then that tails off into an uncompleted sentence. Maybe because there are several things occupying my mind, and one of it is when I see the crowd gathering, and if you look at the crowd, majority of the crowd are young. When I see the hundreds of thousands of youth, you have to be jobless to be attending all these rallies. What is going to happen when the campaign is over? So that's somewhat of a warning. And by the way, it's quite funny actually. Just from that readout, something just popped to mind. We've not really seen that usual plethora of prophecies that usually trail a campaign cycle. You know, because usually by this time, all manners of prophet and evangelists, they are all over the news telling you that the Lord has told them. I don't know, is it the demise of TB Joshua that's led to this? Because by this time, it's usually crowded with our prophecies. But where are the prophecies? Is it? Where is the love, as they say in whatever? So let's go on to the last readout, and then we come into the room, see what's going on there. Obasanjo committed big blunder and endorsing Peter Obi. So this is Sule Lamido. Former Jigawa Governor Sule Lamido on Friday said Peter Obi's endorsement by former President Olusegun Obasanjo was a big mistake. The former president on New Year's Day publicly endorsed Mr. Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, for next month. So this will be this must be out of date. Next month. Next month, of course. The former president on New Year's Day publicly endorsed Mr. Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, for next month's general election. His decision has since drawn criticism from his former party PDP, upon which platform he served between 1999 and 2007. Mr. Lamido, who served as a foreign affairs minister under Mr. Obasanjo's administration, made the remark whilst answering questions from reporters at Bamiana, his country home, near Benin Kubu local government area of Jigawa State. Obasanjo is my boss. I believe in him, but he is also a human being. He can make mistakes. So he made a mistake. It is a big mistake for him to endorse a candidate outside his own party, which gave him the relevance, the importance, the image globally to become what he is. You don't do that because of the younger generation. Whatever he said, whether power rotation or power shift, whatever it is, people are being a little bit dishonest, Mr. Lemido said. The former governor said that people failed to understand that when a party honored them, dignified them, and made them who they were expected to respect the party. So to me, Obasanjo or anybody else, Obasanjo, he was talking because he was former Nigerian president. If he wasn't, would he talk like this? Whatever he is saying now is because he is a Nigerian former president from PDP. So PDP invented and dignified him. So a leader is supposed to be inspiring, motivating, and should be able to charter a new course for Nigeria so that his disciples will be able to carry on with that, he said. So there it is. So party loyalty seems to be the blunder that Sule Lamido is identifying in what Obasanjo has to say. So here they are as they trickle in. So Solly will say you, the Mighty Ajale Koko will say you, Midwest will say you, Charles Annex joins us after a period away. Man of prestige makes an appearance. So good to have you on board, gentlemen. Good to see you all. I hope you cannot hear me. Can everyone hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, brilliant. Oh, okay, so let's come to you then, Solly, since you piped up. So let's come to you, Solly. Then you were with us yesterday, but we couldn't get to hear from you. So let's come to you. So what are you then making then of TINUBU'S assertions, Igbos overcrowding Lagos because Obi refused to develop Anambra? So this is the clap back then of all of the criticisms against this. What's going on? What's all that feedback, man?
It was my volume. Let me use my headphone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I come back to you?
No, I'm listening.
All right. There's still some whooshing noise, but so what are you making then of the criticism? What are you making of TINUBU'S commentary? You flummoxed me somewhat there, but what are you making of TINUBU'S commentary then? Let me give it to you again. Igbos overcrowding Lagos because Obi refused to develop Anambra. So what are you making of that?
It's just a jab. At one point, I believe that from what Tinubu was saying, because he was making a lot of internet talk, some people were just telling him some things that people are saying online, and you just regurgitate it. So some of the things he usually says against the other candidates always sounds like something that people have said online. This kind of reply, I've seen it a lot on Twitter, you know. So he gets the most trending conversation, looks for the replies there. The best replies that he can apply to his was his candidacy, not this candidacy, this thing that you're doing. When
his campaign.
Yes, his campaign. Anything that can fit into his campaign, and he adds it into it. Even if you notice, he was never doing this Buga dance. He seems very uninterested with it, but that Buga dance seems to work very well. You know, I see it like that.
What Buga dance? Did you see him dancing? Have you seen the clip?
Yes, he's now doing more and more videos. You know, it seems to work very well with politicians because, you know, a lot of people would have noticed from that Adeleke election that dancing actually works in Nigerian election. You know, whether you like it or not, it actually works. So a lot of politicians are applying it, and they are using that same dance and every. You know, these people are not good, but once you see them dancing and you hear the Buga sound and you see them raise their hand up, it somewhat changes their perspective, your perspective of them just for a little bit. It's just all mind games. So he's using the internet, the things that they are all his campaign team is using the things that they see on the internet and they're applying it in real life. If it works online, then it will work in real life too.
Oh,
So
oh,
that's
oh,
just what I see from
oh,
it.
all
But
right. Go on.
it's somewhat of a jab with somewhat of realism, So you can be angry at it, but you cannot disagree with it. That's the mind game there.
All right. Let me actually play a 20-second clip of what you were referencing, and then I'll come back to you. I've seen some ridiculous things in my life. That probably one of the
Okay,
most
you go for sure. Edo home,
uh,
now Edo home. Now he dance buga well.
At least that has removed hand they shake, leg they shake now. That is about to die. It doesn't look like it's about to die to me. So you can abandon that one now.
And that's the funny thing. It will work. It would have been better if you had a video with the crowd, because it's the crowd's reaction that you have to see when all these politicians are doing that dance. So this is Nigeria. When I keep telling people this now, that's American politics, this is Nigerian politics, this is how you play it. It may sound crazy, but it works, and you go with what works. At the end of the day.
They call it Twitter politics, where you only get 20 characters to express yourself. So it's like a snapshot of a presentation, isn't it? Someone like Twitter.
Yes. So they are doing what they did the last time to get Buhari in. They are using the internet to play politics. They are letting the internet do all the work, and they will just apply the results. Plain and simple. Like when I keep on saying this thing over and over again. This other politician is like they're not trying. Seriously, it's like they're not trying because they need to go harder than this guy, but they are just slagging behind. In my own opinion, we haven't even heard anything from Atiku. No dance, no nothing.
No, Atiku is never going to dance for you. Never.
And that's the problem. Ego, too proud. Go give you that presidential.
Proud. It's not contesting to be Baba Salah now. It's contesting to be your president.
Yes, but you do what works at the end of the day. If he's going to do that, he won't win. Even if he did that, just for his people, let's say he just it for other people to see it. All I've been hearing is tribal war. Oh, don't vote for this tribe because this. Don't vote for this. That's what he has been doing since the beginning of his campaign. Nothing new. And fighting Wiki. That's been his own campaign. It's just too easy. Too easy.
All right. To Otto Eze. Otto Eze insists Northern presidential candidate best for Indigo. Do you follow with the logic that he presents that the best pathway for us to have a president of a southeastern extraction is via the Atiku route? Do you say what is there some veracity to that?
Where is the person that said this from?
From the southeast.
Is he Igbo?
He is.
This when you I don't want to sound tribal, I'll just try to make it as easy as possible. In the Yoruba tribe, there are always two opposing sides. We have that set of people that go with their passion and belief, much like the Southeast, and then we have people that are very staunch and go with logic. Fortunately for us, it's about 50% of our tribe. But in the Southeast, majority go with passion. And you once in a while, you get someone that is really speaking with the facts at hand and logic. I understand in the Southeast, they may not want to say something bad because they may believe this thing that if you say something bad will happen, but sometimes you have to be factual and logical. And what he's saying is factual and logical. And, I don't. I hope most of them don't start saying all these things, because before you know it, they will vote for Atiku, and Atiku will win the election. But it's true, if more of the Southeast were going with logic and facts like this kind of thing, Atiku would have won this election very easily. These are the kind of things that they should have been spreading months ago, since. But now they are spreading it now. It's too late. What he's saying is true, but it's kind of too late. And see, if Tinubu becomes president, I'm telling you, that thing may not go back to north. It may not go back to north. I'm telling you. You see, how many years has this guy had Lagos? You think this guy's going to give it back to the north?
No, it will go back to the north, but
I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening.
It will, because it not going back to the weight of it not going back to the north. I'm not sure the country can carry it yet, but Tinubu will get to pick that northerner. Is more likely the thing.
Man, I've seen this guy's politics. He always finds a way. He always finds a way where majority of the people.
You don't know the landscape. Okay, hold on. Let me just
because one man.
Hold on, stay there. Let me roll it round. But it's just a 2-3 sentence response. And then I'll come back to you. Let me take it from yes. Ajande Koko, I hope you're ready to go. Oh right. It's certainly gotten exciting. So certainly gotten exciting. But Ajande Koko is very short snapshot response to this. What Solly is suggesting, which I don't align myself with at all, is that if Tinubu wins the presidency, the power might not necessarily go back to the north. After his tenure, he will hold it in the southwest and continue to roll out surrogates similarly as he did with Lagos State. Is that possible? Just a quick one on that. I'll roll it to everybody and then come back to you, Solly.
Well, how old is Tinubu now?
It's 89 according to
Tinubu is 70 years. So if he wins and he have to spend, let's say, 8 years, maximum of 8 years, he'll be 78. And after them, his vice president would like to be president. So after his vice president, that one will be, Tinubu will be 86. Will he still be functioning politically with, so that, no, what Solly is,
yeah, but Obasanjo is still functioning. He's well into his 80s.
Well, you can see the way health-wise it looks fragile, but who knows? But I don't think that because Tinubu is. I don't think that will be possible because we have so many power, so many interests in that party called APC. So there's the northern interests and people that are driving that interest. Buhari and his group in the north will like to snatch power after he finishes his 2 terms of office. And otherwise, if he doesn't concede, because that is the biggest bloc in the north within the party, so you have to concede to them some kind of way. So if he doesn't, they can switch to another party and they make them lose. And it happened during the time of Jonathan, when Jonathan refused to give up power to the north within the party. We saw what Atiku and the rest of them did, move to APC, to form APC, to join others to form APC and snatch power from PDP. So that could repeat itself. So it's a give and take. Policy is about give and take. It's not, particularly when it comes to the national politics. It's not what you want to say, oh, I want to dominate everything. It doesn't work like that. It's not it's not Lagos State, a small, tiny place, or any other state in the country where you have your people that you can molest and
all right.
threaten. So you cannot bully the whole of Nigeria. They will fight back. So that can work, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajani Koko. So you're up next, Midwest. So Midwest, what Sunday was proposing that if Tinubu gets power in February, he will retain it in the manner that he had retained power in Lagos since 1999, and not allow a northern succession. Is that possible? Just a very, very short response, Midwest.
I don't think it's possible. I think that is exactly what Buhari intended to do. You can see, as a retired general, he was unable to do it. So nobody can do that in Nigeria. The people will fight back. I'm very sure. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So that same question to you. Let me come to you, Charles. Charles, we've not seen or heard from you for a while. Happy New Year, Charles. Look at Charles. What's going on, Charles? Charles Annex. All right, Charles temporarily away from his system. So let's take that question to Man of Prestige. So Man of Prestige has been proposed by Solly. If Tinubu wins the presidency, he might want to retain it as a retained power in Lagos and not allow himself be succeeded by a northerner. Is that possible? And what sort of consequences would there be to that?
Yeah, thank you. One more. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah, I think solid idea is gibberish. In my own opinion, that's totally nonsense because Lagos Abado is not in Nigeria. Okay, everybody in Nigeria doesn't eat Abado. Maybe they eat it in Lagos, not in Nigeria. So that's not possible. He can't do what he do in Lagos to Nigeria space. I don't even know what Solly suggesting. Does he know the political space in Nigeria? He's not going to have that kind of power. And how old is he right now? Okay, let's assume. Let's take his age. He's 70. I take his age. By the time he ruled 4 years, 4 more years, he's going to be 78. So I can't even pardon him having any kind of authority like Obasanjo right now. He's not Obasanjo. So I don't see that happening. And power is not coming to the South anytime soon. If anybody from the South, him or we win, he's going to take another 8 years, 16 years for power to come to the South. The North are very powerful. So let's not fool ourselves. There's no way they're going to let it Southerner, to succeed Tinubu or anybody from the South. So that's not happening. So
do you think there's a greater chance of the Northerners retaining power and not giving it to the South than for a Southerner to retain power and not give it to the North?
Oh, definitely. I mean, definitely on the two, because I can say that. Yeah, I mean, definitely. There's no doubt about it. Because of the way they did. I mean, handling the whole country, and they have the population per se. I don't think that's true anyway. But for now, they have the population. So, yeah, definitely.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on. Land your point.
Yeah. I'm just saying I can't see any Southern president, winning and try to come back, for them to retain it in the next, retain it like the Northerners have done. I think they have done it 16 years previously. Even the military rule, to my own recollection. If I'm wrong, let somebody, correct me on that. But anyway, that's not not in this political, dispensation we have. Well, let's think change, but right now that's not possible.
All right, brilliant. So you're up next, Femi. What's been proposed by Solomon? If Tinubu wins the presidency, he will retain it as a retained power in Lagos and not give it back to the North. Is that possible? And what will be the consequences if he tried it?
It is not possible because Lagos is not Nigeria. Mr. Prestige saying that Obasanjo is powerful. There's nothing powerful in Obasanjo in Nigeria today. If you are obedient, you can be supporting Obi, but saying Obasanjo is powerful is totally not. Is not what is happening in the country right now. And Tinubu does not have power. The power is rotated between the North and the and the southern region of the country. That is how it goes since 1999, and I expect it to happen 2023. But what I'm scared about is just that I'm doubting Igbos. Like Otto is the most richest man in Igbo land, and saying it, advising the Indigbo to support PDP.
No. Sorry. That's a different conversational space. But
Okay.
it was just on the what Solly was saying. Let's go to Uptown next. Especially delighted to see Uptown. So it looks as though matters will be settled today. But Uptown, good to see you. I think when you popped up, very quickly, enigmatic scurried in, onto the platform. So Uptown, good to see you. We kick it off then with what Solly is suggesting, that if Tinubu wins the presidency, he will keep power as he kept it in Lagos and never give it back to a northerner or even any non-Lagosian. How is that possible, Uptown?
Okay. First of all, I think this is the first time anybody in the platform will be hearing my voice this year. So I want to use the opportunity to say Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, I'm glad we all made it to the 2023. So yeah. Last time I tried to join like 2 days ago, but there was a full house. So now I'm glad to be here. 1 month on TINUBU'S space is two things, or rather, what Solly was trying to suggest, there is some basis to it, but then not, and I heard Jalikoko's argument as well. Tinubu's style of politics, as we all know, is something I call state capture. So he believes that when you get power, you must hold on to power if you intend to govern or whatever it is. So he does not believe in the whole idea of get power, serve the people, exit, and then allow someone else to serve. No, that's not his philosophy. His philosophy is state capture. So, and he has successfully done it so far in Lagos, and now he's going national. And that's one I have some fears. I have some fears about Tinubu, which I'm currently documenting on the book I'm writing. I'm actually writing a book on this 2023 election.
Oh, brilliant.
And
well done.
yeah, I'm writing a book. It's titled "Four Man, a Room, and World's Greatest Democratic Miracle." That's the name. So,
all right. I hope the content lives up to the title. But carry on. Yeah. Once you are done, please come here. We promote it here, as you know we will. But carry on.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a writer anyway. I have 3 books already. So.
Oh right. So, I never knew that.
Yeah. I wrote my first book when I was 17. So,
published. Sorry. Are they published?
Yeah, published book. I'm even looking at one in front of me right now. Okay, well, let me turn my camera. Where's my cam? Can I flip my camera? Is it possible?
If it's not possible, then try. If you can't, then fair enough. But
let me try.
Certainly, send me a copy. I want a copy of your books. Or where can we get them? Are they on Amazon?
No. I don't have online versions. That's the problem.
You are not selling your books on Amazon?
No,
I'm not talking about. Oh, look at this guy. What's going on? Are you all right? You've written a book and you're not selling it on Amazon?
Yeah, I have to. I mean, there's a whole lot. You know, when you are in school and then there's just a whole lot and all that.
Just upload it, and monetize it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Now is that? My goodness me.
I'm definitely gonna. Let me see what I can do. All right. So, look at this.
No, that's the back.
Oh, this is the back. So I'm just.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the front.
What's the title?
Where There Is a Will. That's my first book.
Where There Is a Will. And how many pages are there?
It's 132.
And who is it published by?
What you say?
Who is it published by? Who published it?
Aye.
Okay, and what's the content? What does it tell us? What is it seeking to tell us? The book.
Okay, so this is my first book. I wrote it when I was in the SS2. This is the very first one. My very first published book actually. So it's a literature, yeah, but it's fiction. So it's sort of a novel. Sort of. This one is a novel actually. So it's fiction.
Right. What does it tell us? What's the storyline?
Okay. I mean, it's a storyline of a young boy, like the guy actually in front of the book, the avatar. So he gets into school and then he has some sort of backgrounds, and then so it's basically this guy that struggled his way. He got a scholarship through school, and then
So is it a rag to riches story? Rag to riches story.
yeah, sort of. I mean, I was in SS2. I was right because I wrote my way from SS2. So I was in SS2, and I was a science student, a core science student. I was doing organic chemistry and all of that stuff. So, and I wasn't an art student, so I had to. Before then, I was a storyteller. You get what I'm saying? So, I started from my JS1 college here. I used to tell stories in exchange for money, but usually because I started off in a boarding school, most of my colleagues don't have money all the time. So when the money is done, they go into their provision. So they used to give me provision as a way of paying me. So they book me.
My God.
Oh my God.
So you've been a con man for a long time. You've been a con man. Look at this guy. You were
No.
formerly in them in
Actually,
school.
funny enough, they they actually pay. They don't know that even if they don't pay me, I would have still done that because I was having fun. And so
No, I was only
everybody.
joking. By the way, that's entrepreneurship. Yeah, well
Yeah,
done.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I started that from my JS1. I get hired and booked by different houses in our hostel, corner by corner. They book me for the night to tell them story for the night. You get what I'm saying? So usually what I do is that I have my original stories, and then because I grew up in a house where we weren't really allowed a lot to go out, so we watched a lot of movies growing up. So I tell movies, both home movies and foreign movies, but then I don't tell it the way they are. I add my own slant to it, so I make up for the things the directors are not able to add to the movies. So it got so much that even towards my JS3, it got into the students in the school, especially in the boys' hostel, so much that when we are done for the term, they shortlist movies I should go home to watch and then come back and tell them. And for them, they don't want to go home and watch the movies again because going home to watch the movies was like a spoiler to them. Because the last guy that went home to watch a movie, I told them, he came back and said that he couldn't believe that was the same movie because the movie was actually boring. But what I told him was not boring. So he was like, he's not going to watch movie again. That yeah, as you can watch it and come and tell them my own version of it.
It seems to
So
me that's your natural talent. So all this
yeah,
data, whatever it is that you're doing, it looks to me like you're a natural writer. But
yeah, I'm a writer.
I'll ask you about the rest of your book in a moment because I am interested. But
Sure.
thank you. Let me take that question round and then we get back to Solly. There is one particular thing that I wanted to discuss with you about. Let's go on to life is
But
good.
I'm not done with. Let me just let me just round off my response there.
All right, carry on. Yeah.
All right. So I agree with Soli partly, but not in full. I agree with him that state capture is one of the things I am scared of about Tinubu, and I don't like the style of politics like I've expressed in this platform earlier before now. But Ajaliko was saying that that's not possible because the North and the South. I don't think Tinubu's state capture is going to be such that he's going to retain power in the South. It's practically impossible to do that in Nigeria. But what he's going to do is not to retain power in the South or in the Southwest. What he's going to do is to retain power within the Tinubu hegemony. So within his cycle, within his cycle is both northerners there and both majorly southwesterners there. So what he's going to do is going to retain power within his cycle, like what he's doing in Lagos. He's not retaining power among Muslim Lagosians. Yeah, he's flipping it between Muslims and Christians, but then within his circle. So he's maintaining a Tinubu hegemony. I think that's what he's going to do in the presidency. He's going to make sure he's probably going to turn Nigeria to a one-party system, one man. He has the capacity, he has the inclination to do that, and I think he's going to do that. He's going to try to convert the National Assembly to, if not, probably even 80% APC, and then convert the federal government to his private property, and then start moving into the states to start capturing as much states as possible, and make sure that APC has Nigeria for at least as long as he breathes, even when he's out of power. So I think that's what he's trying to. He's not going to try to limit it to the south. So I think that's what's going to
yes, I think I align more with what you're saying than what Solly suggested. But Enigmatic, you're up next. So Solly's idea, you have to know that Solly somewhat not fully enmeshed in the Nigerian politics. But let's hear from you, Enigmatic. All right, we don't appear to. Oh yeah, there he is.
Yeah, how are you doing, everyone? I hope you guys are good.
Yeah, good to have you.
Yeah. Uptown, that's a very impressive resume you have over there. Kudos. You're writing, I mean, I'm talking about your books.
Literary prowess.
Yeah, basically. And then I'll be maybe later in the year too, or by spring of next year, I should be launching some of my books too. I write some books too, but in different version. The books, one would be basically artificial intelligence and something that has to do with cybersecurity, and the other one will be the infusion of cyber law with information technology. That will be later in the year, and then around spring next year.
Are they written waiting to be published, or are you intending to write them?
Yes, it will be published, and then within the academic community and the professional community too. But I'll let
you know. Are they academic books, not novels?
They are two, both.
Okay.
Yes. So first, what Solly is saying is quite. I think I'll lean towards Solly. Of course, if you look at TINUBU'S politics, he has the tendency to do that, but in a different way. Like something like I don't see him converting Nigeria to a one-party system. That would not be possible. Nigeria is too sophisticated to take nonsense. After a while, they will take you out. It's not just like other countries like that. What will probably happen is in the federal, and there will be a new dimension. There will be a new dynamic system of choosing leaders, especially coming from the north. Because of course, after his 8 years or how many years, if he becomes president, he will definitely take it back to the north. But the process of selecting leaders from the north will be different, more or less like diversifying the power to intellect, or to the people, to the ones that are actually intelligent. We'll be hunting for people that has similar ideas, or probably intellectual mindset like him. That is what we'll be doing. So it won't just be like the normal rank day, power shift or power rotation in the north as it used to be. So it will be doing that within the capacity of his understanding of who he believes in. Like if he had to devolve power to Shetima, he'll be looking at somebody of Shetima's ilk in each of the states, down to the local governments in the north, and then that will balance the equation with other parts of the country. That will probably be what Tinubu will do. But it's not going to be a one-party system. It's probably still going to be multi-party system, but the opposition will basically be, toothless bulldog, the way he's probably going to curate everything. So that is by the side. And then frontal...
Enigmatic. Yeah. Billy, before you go further, are you saying that he's not going to hand over to Shetima?
He's more likely to hand over to El Rufai. El Rufai is who I say succeed, because El Rufai is 62. So he does.
No, one man. Let me answer Joel. I said if by the time it's done, he will be taking power back to the north, right? If he has to devolve power to hand over to Shetima, it's going to be somebody like Shetima, or if not Shetima, it's going to be somebody like Shetima, like quote unquote kind of
Okay, okay,
personality and
I got
status. It's not just going to be
like a progressive globalist sort of.
yeah, not just like a dodo board like Buhari and all those
Or a religious extremist
no,
like
not so, and
yeah.
it's gonna go through the whole of the north. Then the opposition will basically be a basic toothless bulldog. He will render the opposition more like what PDP is doing in Lagos now. So PDP, the best years of PDP was during this pharmacist. So what's his name again? The pharmacist that was their best year. The people you have there now, they are just clowns, the Jando and the Akindele. So that's what probably he will reduce the national political oppositions to when he becomes president.
All right, brilliant. So you're up next, man of prestige. So that question, your response. No
One
man
man,
of prestige.
before you proceed to man of prestige, let me just frontally, now that Uptown is here now, let me know what is happening Uptown. It's 2023. Happy New Year, and we are here. What's up, bro?
All right. So Uptown, I think what Enigmatic is talking about is the wager, the bet that you had, and I think yeah, is it still on first? Is it still on? And if it's not on, then we have to ask if Enigmatic wants to step it down. Uptown. Network problem, Abby.
Yeah, I'm here. One more.
Yeah. No, Enigmatic was asking if the wager, the bet that you put to him, is it still on, or if not, then we have to ask if Enigmatic wants to step it down.
Okay. Yeah. It's actually the singular reason why I joined. So I'll probably leave the platform anytime soon. I just joined just because of the So about the wager, yeah, I'm proposing to step it down. And for reasons, just a couple of reasons, and especially from where I'm supposed to get the funds from. I feel it's an irresponsible venture. It's a mark of irresponsibility. So I got some advice from even some people in this platform. So I'm just gonna step it up.
Yeah. Well, it's okay, and then at least, but I think I basically predicted. I think I told Roma that's the direction, but it's okay by me. And
you say you did what? Come again?
Huh?
Come again. I didn't hear you.
I said I predicted it's gonna go this route because you probably have some advice from people who can be realistic to see the handwriting on the wall. So
I
know Jewel. There's probably the coach and say, bro, what do you think? You do.
I don't say anything. No.
Okay.
I thought the bet was already was done. I didn't know.
We were supposed to do it before the festive period, I guess.
My mistake, which I blame myself for, was letting you go that day. We should have taken care of everything that very day. We could have been done and dusted. So if you want to go back to it, then we'll probably be charging you some deposit now. So, but it's okay. So next time, try to count your fingers before you come to the arena. So and then
all right, don't milk it.
No, final one. It's still very open. I think 49 days or 47 days to the election now, right?
To add to that, enigmatic. To add to that, yeah. So let me be unequivocal about it. Let me be straightforward about it. I'm stepping it down, not because I don't think that Obi will score anything less than second. I'm stepping it down because of, first of all, if my sources of funding are directly from me, I will go ahead with it, even if people think it's an irresponsible venture, because I know what I believe, I know what I'm talking about. But then a combination of for certain things, where you're gonna get the funds from, the people there don't think it's very, very responsible to go that route.
No,
And then also,
yeah, no,
I'm
no,
coming.
yeah,
Let me round off. And also, yeah, the peculiarity of the election being a four-horse race, could go into reruns and what have you. So I checked a lot of things, but then yeah, let's just step it down. But then Obi, I say again, just for the purpose of the bragging rights now, he can never, maybe I didn't say it like this before, he can never go below second. Never. It won't happen.
all right, brilliant. So there it is. So the bet is off, ladies and gentlemen. So the bet is off. So the bet is off. So let's go back to Solly. Solly, round up that space. I think Uptown says he wants to leave early, but I was hoping he'll hang around to speak on.
I'll be leaving to one man.
Yes,
So
I know you came in for him. So
yes,
thank you both of you. So thank you both of you. So back to you, Solly. Back to you, Solly. Back to where you were.
So yeah, Uptown seemed to have summarized it very well for how I wanted to say it. Because one thing I know that Tinubu follows is that for there to be progress, you have to continue to have the same people ruling. He may have it in his circle, he may have it, in the same south, but he's going to keep power one way or another. He's going to change a lot of things. He's going to change a lot of things. The way the military is set up is going to change it. A lot of things that give the North advantage is going to change it. That's one thing I know. It's going to balance everything, almost everything out. At least I can be sure of that. So that time is going to be a different Nigeria. You said the power has been going from the north to the south, south to the north. When did that start? It's not an official thing. It's not part of the constitution. It's just a mutual agreement, And at the end of the day, when it comes to that time, it will all be about selfish interest. It doesn't matter what you know has happened before, how you know the country is. I'm looking at all these politicians. I may not be fully immersed in the Nigerian political space, like you say, but I'm fully immersed in the Lagos political space. Lagos political space is far, in my opinion, superior than anything I've seen outside Lagos in terms of political space. I don't know much about Abuja, but from what I've seen, it's a different case. In Lagos, they changed Lagos. They changed the whole dynamic and Lagos is still changing. So if you are going to say that in the next 8 years, Nigeria is going to be the same just because Buhari made it the same, I don't agree. This guy will find, he may not do it like how he did it before, but he will find a way. That's just how he is. From day one, this guy is going to start changing things to his favor. So it's not going to do it the Buhari way. That Buhari protected himself with nepotism. That's just so archaic. He's going to find a way. He's going to use brain and logic to find a way to protect himself, and he's going to use multiple tribes and multiple religions to do it. It's going to be only about his circle. That's the way I see it, anyway.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So, gentlemen, I want to play you two clips. One from myself, and then another one. Let me play you the clips, and then you see. A couple of days ago, I was suggesting that Peter Obi was a pet project of Obasanjo, and here I am doing that. So watch this. So here I am doing that. Anything that you can hang your hat on. So there's that space as well. But the main one then is Obasanjo's endorsement. But what does this mean? The Obasanjo endorsement, anybody that is long in the Nigerian politics will tell you that it wasn't really an endorsement because Obasanjo, because Peter Obi rather has been Obasanjo's project all the way through. So the whole Peter Obi's phenomenon is essentially an Obasanjo project. So okay, so there I am saying that the whole phenomenon all the way through has essentially been Obasanjo's project. So I'm scrolling down for you to see when I said that. So you can see here, I'll highlight it. So that was 2 days ago that I said that. That was actually 3 days ago because this is a replay of that. So that was 3 days ago that I said that. So that was me saying that. So hold on to that. Then I want to play you now this clip that's just now happened today. Actually, Man of Prestige was witness to when this happened. So he was in that. Oh, where is it? I hope I haven't closed it off. Hold on. Oh, right. There it is. So I want you to listen to this now. The next guy you'll see on the screen is the candidate for the Social Democratic Party, which was the party that Abiola straddled to win that June 12 infamous election. So one of the foremost parties in Nigeria, their presidential candidate, Prince Adebayo, he's the next person you hear speaking now. He speaks to what I was proposing 2 days ago. But listen to this. Listen to this.
Because there are a lot of things that are put together there, and I won't take time on it. I won't do deep analysis. I'll just give you a conclusion. What is this? There is no Peter Obi philosophy that you can follow. Production to consumption, all these things, these are just slogans. Because even in economics, it's not valid. Because production without consumption is incomplete in economics. But I understand what he's trying to say. What he's trying to say is that Nigeria should not be a net taker of something. We need to add value so that other people can take from us, like China. And I don't want to criticize him personally because I've listened to Peter Obi. He has never criticized me before. And I need to give him that respect. Not that I'm perfect, but he doesn't criticize me. So I won't criticize him. But in reality, I haven't seen that he's a producer of anything. He's actually almost usually importing. He can change his mind. He imports chocolate, imports anything that can be imported. But you can say a businessman has to make money for his company. But a leader now can be different. That can be understood. But what you are getting is not even a Labour Party. Peter Obi is Obasanjo's faction of PDP. And Bukola Saraki used to be there. A few of them are there. So you will see that even when they are setting up their campaign council, whether take Duniyo Okupe, who lays Obasanjo's bed, or you take Oshintoku, who has Obasanjo to write letters, wants to abuse people. So it is you cannot say all you can tell me is go and work with Obasanjo, and the country will be a good country. I can say, okay, go and ask those who work with him before. So it's not that me I'm arrogant or anything. No, it is that you must know what you are getting into. I can tell you today that if Obasanjo tells Peter Obi, go and work with Atiku tomorrow, it's yes, sir. If he says go and campaign there, it's yes, sir. Hire this person, yes, sir. Their relationship is built around that and is working for them. And I'm not coming there to disturb it. If I join Peter Obi today, the whole thing will collapse. Peter Obi will not even be candidate again. If you just are holding a meeting and Obasanjo say that I entered the place, that the Obasanjo start looking for somebody else to support. Because maybe Peter Obi will change later when he gets there. But right now, it's a yes-sir system. Even the Labour Party people who are there, they can feel it. They know that they are outside. I've been related with the Labour Party for a long time. So if you look at my 50th birthday, Labour Party is one of the parties that.
Okay. So there is that. Let me just show you one more thing, just to re-emphasize. This is for your benefit, Uptown and also Ajale Koko, who was here when we were having that conversation. So here it is. Let me just let me claim my glory. Over the last few days, there's been just an avalanche of endorsements of Peter Obi. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Every single person we've even just read now a fake endorsement by Babangida, but certainly there's been a plethora of endorsements of Peter Obi. Samuel Otom has all but near endorsed Peter Obi. So we've had that. And then, of course, Pa Edwin Clark has endorsed Peter Obi. The Afenifere space, they endorsed Peter Obi a while ago. But then the main one, of course, Obasanjo, he endorsed Peter Obi. But what does this mean is the question. So let's focus. In fact, let's go through it one by one. The Afenifere space is somewhat convoluted because it has led to a divide in that organization, and there are different factions now with different endorsements, with Pa Adebanjo endorsing Peter Obi and Pa Fashonachi, as you know, endorsing Tinubu. So that's just led to a convoluted space. So there is that space, but then Pa Edwin Clark, I'm not sure that. So this new thought first now is not especially new or rich than Lekoko. All right. I couldn't quite find the spot that I was looking for, but you've heard me play it preceding that. But to that, Uptown, what I was suggesting about 2-3 days ago is that Peter B is essentially an Obasanjo pet project. And what Prince Adewale, the SDP candidate, has now it is not confirmed, but he's re-echoed what I said 3 days ago. He said that forget anything Peter Obi. Peter Obi is essentially Obasanjo's faction of the PDP. And he also went to say that all he says is he's just a yes man to Obasanjo, who is just like a puppet that is. So what are you making of that, Uptown?
Okay, one more. Prince Adewale is going to serve under our administration, so I'm not going to come too hard on him. But talking about a yes man to Obasanjo, Obasanjo. First of all, Obasanjo, when Obi was the serving governor, was one of the toughest. Obasanjo challenged a lot of governors. In fact, Obi and Tinubu was one of the toughest challengers Obasanjo ever had as governors under his administration. Because Tinubu was tough. He fought Tinubu. Tinubu challenged him. Also, the same thing Obi did in Anambra. He unleashed the Oba brothers on Obi's administration. Obi fought them to a standstill. The only difference is that Obi fought with through
No. We're not talking about how Obi functioned as I'm
laying the background. I'm laying the background. So saying that Obi is a yes man to an Obasanjo. Obasanjo of all people knows the strength of Obi's character, because that's why I'm laying that background, that he has tested the strength of Obi's character when Obi was governor and he was president. He saw how Obi defeated his boys in Anambra to a standstill and made them completely irrelevant. 20 years down the line, they are nowhere to be found in Anambra State. So Obasanjo of all people, when he's endorsing Obi, he knows the strength of the man's character. He knows the level of sagacity, the level of political will he has under his tiny voice. So he has tested it. He has had a taste of it. So when he's recommending him now, saying Obasanjo, so that defeats it. Saying Obi is a yes man and all that. He's just a humble guy that believes that you have to honor your elders.
Yes,
and all
but the wider point, point is that Obi is an Obasanjo project, and all of the indications I suggested 3 days ago. Prince Adewale is stated this as early as today, and this is what everybody knows.
Yeah, but what Prince Adewale is saying, he's not the one saying it. He's not just saying it. It's not novel, because ever since Obasanjo endorsed Obi, if you listen to the criteria of a lot of people that have criticized Obasanjo, a lot of them, I mean, BOLA made something like that as well, talking about Obasanjo is looking for someone he can control and all that. So what Prince Adewale is saying is not novel. You know what I'm saying? So, but
is the widely held belief though? And
no. There is a lot of one man. If you listen to everybody that criticized Obasanjo, both from the APC and PDP, regarding the endorsement of Obi, everybody has a lot of points. So this point we're talking about is one of the fleets of points. There are people that are saying that no, actually Obasanjo is supporting Tinubu. He just wants to get back at Atiku. There's people with that school of thought. There's people with the school of thought of what we're talking about now. There's people with the school of thought that there's a lot of school of thought. There are even people with school of thought saying this is a southern agenda. I heard an Hausa guy say that in AIT yesterday. There's a lot of school of thought to that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that this is one of the school of thoughts, and it's not novel. Adewale is not the first person saying it. But the point to be made is, if someone come out and tell me that Obi is Goodluck Jonathan's project, I think that person will be closer to the truth than to say it's Obasanjo's project. And this is why. Goodluck Jonathan single-handedly brought in Obi into PDP after making him his presidential advisor on finance and economy as a sitting governor of an opposition party in Anambra State. After that, immediately the man left the governorship position, Goodluck Jonathan brought him immediately into PDP, but sadly lost the election months after that. So, and if you follow the last 3 years or last 2 years of Obi's administration, and you follow the bromance between Goodluck Jonathan and Obi, you will know the reason why Obi joined PDP. So hopefully, Goodluck Jonathan already spotted this guy as a governor, as a potential presidential whatever after him. Maybe when he's done and the North is done, this guy should have it next. So they have the arrangements and all that. But the thing is that the people in the camp of Goodluck Jonathan in PDP, if you listen to Catch on Onuju, where he had a very lengthy conversation in AIT, where he tried to paint a picture for us, which I've said it before because I know of it, but then Catch said it more recently. In PDP has always had a faction within it, not necessarily factions that are fighting each other, but it's two sort of two ideologies or two families within the PDP, and that is people in the pro Atiku guys and the pro Goodluck Jonathan guys, which has some rootings and stems traced back to pro Obasanjo. So those guys, most of them came into the party through the influence of President Goodluck Jonathan when he was president, and Obi is one of them. So Obasanjo, I think what the greatest tie Obasanjo has with this project is the fact that Obasanjo has always believed, at least in the last 10 years, that the structure of the two Siemens twins, APC and PDP, cannot deliver what Nigeria needs. Hence, Obasanjo.
Are you there? All right. I think it's lost connection. So thank you, Uptown. So let's get back to the conversation. I just wanted to highlight that because I was excited when I heard Prince Adebayo, Prince Adewale Adebayo. I was excited when I heard him come on stream to describe almost verbatim everything I said. That look, if we boil it down to its core essence, the Peter Obi phenomenon is another attempt at a third term by Obasanjo, and that is what the prince said. So I felt vindicated when I heard him say that, because I've been laboring this all the way through, and people were just they were just calling me names, and but there it is. The prince has spoken, so there it is. But back to you, Solo.
Can I comment on that?
Can you hear
me? No, we lost you, Uptown. So let's
I think
go on.
Go on, Uptown. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know where you lost me anyway, but then I'm just gonna summarize real quick on that. So the point I was making is that the Jonatarians in the PDP are people that came into the PDP through the influence of Goodluck Jonathan. and Obi is one of them. In fact, Obi is leading that pack. So what I think that the greatest connection Obasanjo has with the Obi project is the fact that in the last decade, Obasanjo believing that the Siemens twins, APC stroke PDP, cannot, their structure they have cannot deliver the presidency, the type of governance we need at the federal level. Hence, Obasanjo ventured into that wilderness of hunting for a third force, and he has been on that in the last at least 10 years. We all know that anybody that has followed politics for a long time, at least in the last decade, we know that Obasanjo has been hunting for a viable third force opposition to the APC and PDP. So now, we all know how difficult it is to get a third force. Now, one of people that he has identified as potential leaders, people that he has identified as potential leaders, one of them being Obi, has succeeded in gaining, in endearing himself to the heart of many Nigerians. So I don't think Obi is the only mentee Obasanjo is looking up to as a capable president. There might be 2, 3, 4, or even 5 of them, and I believe Soludo is one of them. But then, at this point, out of those mentees waiting to be president, probably in the head of Obasanjo, one of them has succeeded in endearing himself to the hearts of Nigerians, therefore proving himself as the next in line in terms of the most viable option for a third force. So that viability that Obi showed aligned with Obasanjo's idea of a third force. Hence the collaboration. Hence joining force, be like, okay, this is already a viable thing. You have already endeared your heart to the hearts of and endeared yourself to the hearts of Nigerians, especially young Nigerians. Now, this is what in the political scene, this is the most viable. And we have also know somebody that has been working on the third force projects for at least the last decade, and that is Pat Utomi. Pat has been working on the third force project because he believes that the two structures of the APC and PDP can never deliver the presidency. And the two structures, even if they failed John the Baptist, or even if they failed the 12 disciples or the angels from heaven, that the structure will never allow them to deliver good governance to Nigerians, because they are going to get into Aso with 95% hangers ons, that even if with their goodwill, they can never deliver it. And these guys, people like Obasanjo's of this world, the Utomis of this world, and some elder statesmen that have seen this, they know the only way is we have to create an alternative structure from these two Siemens twins. And they have been working on the third force over time, but it's not easy. Now, God has provided an Obi who by himself is like a C. Ronaldo. It's almost like coaches that have an idea of producing the best footballer in the world, but then they have this niche idea, but then no human form has fit into it for the last 10 years. And all of a sudden, a human form that fits into that ideology comes on board. All of them, they're going to jump on ship. They're going to jump there because now their interests have converged. So we can't be surprised that Pat Utomi is on board now. We can't be surprised that OBJ is on board now. And some other people, if you listen to last two interviews of IBB, if I hear that IBB endorsed Obi tomorrow, I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised, because if you listen to his last two interviews, in fact, the very last interview he had where he was trying to describe who the next president of Nigeria is, he said the person cannot be anything higher than early 60s. He mentioned a lot of characters that you can tailor to Obi. So if he endorses Obi tomorrow, I won't be surprised, because even the characteristics of what he feels the next presidency of where Nigeria should go in terms of presidency, Obi fits into everything. So I won't be surprised if he comes on board tomorrow. Same way, I'm not surprised Obasanjo is on board. Obasanjo believes there should be a third force. Now, Obi has provided himself as a viable human being, and then being someone that Obasanjo has also been in a watch list sort of for Obasanjo as a mentee, somebody that could be. I'm sure Soludo is also on that watch list. I know a couple of people that are on that watch list as well. Also in Goodluck Jonathan's watch list as well. You know what I'm saying? So I think that is the link between it. Anybody, I think people like Goodluck Jonathan or Obasanjo, a lot of people that have engaged with Obi knows that Obi is the last person that you can control. Obi is the last, LAST in capital letters, last person anybody, no matter how influential, can control. Anybody that has tested Obi will know that he's one of the most stubborn human beings on earth. So Obasanjo is not naive. It's not that naive not to know who Obi is. He's not that naive. He knows. So I don't think what he's saying has no footing. So it's just a case of
Prince Adebayo is wrong. I am wrong.
Definitely.
And the fact that Okupe and Oshutokun, both Obasanjo boys are the managers of Peter Obi. That's just a coincidence.
Exactly, because Okupe was declared to run for presidency under PDP. So he was running. He has picked a form. He bought a form of 40 million. But what happened? Immediately Obi declared. Obi had fans inside PDP. Obi had fans. People like Osta Chidoka, people like Ben Bruce. They are all fans of Obi. Even Dino Melaye, they are all fans of Obi. Even Rino Omokre, they are all fans of Obi within PDP. That's why Obi went to Arewa House and said that all those that we are hailing him in PDP, all those that think is the next thing, is the next best thing after jollof rice, you know, they're now all calling him bad man. What? Because he has now chosen to run for presidency. So some of those his fans are still in PDP now. So Obi have always had fans, people that were rooting for him. The only difference is that they believe that the way he will make it is by going through Atiku, being vice president, and when Atiku's done, they'll hand over to him. So the only wrong he committed is by taking a shortcut, something they regard at least as a shortcut, by sidelining Atiku's lifetime ambition. Not that they don't think he has a lot of fans within PDP that believe that this is going to be the best president we will ever produce, but only after Atiku is done with achieving his lifetime ambition. All of them believe that. If you listen to when Obi earlier declared and everybody was talking, when Reno was speaking, before John Gomashaw, before they know that Obi was a real threat, and then they started calling him all bad names. But if you listen to the earlier days, when Obi earlier declared that they thought he wasn't going to go anywhere, they were more candid then. Dino made a video and said that Obi is the best president Nigeria could ever have, but it is not his time. Let Atiku go first. Rino Omokri also expressed the same concern. Ben Bruce also expressed the same concern that we know this guy is one of our best, if not our best, people for us to field. But then there's an Atiku that just have to go first. When Atiku is done, then he will come. So they know his quality. They are fans of him already. The only problem is that they believe that Atiku has to achieve his lifetime ambition first. That's the only problem. So this whole Obasanjo, whatever it is, Doni Okupe stepped down as a fan of Obi just because Obi declared that he was going to run, and then Doni Okupe said, you know what, this guy is someone I respect. This guy is one of the best people we have in this party, and also my principle, I believe power should go to the southeast. So let me just step down and then join him in canvassing and all that. And if anybody followed that trajectory and that trail, that is what happened. That's how he joined Obi and then he followed Obi throughout the 36 states. And then as people started calling him DG from that, when Obi left Labour Party, everybody was like, okay, nobody's going to live with him. But Okupe was still, he believed in that man. He stepped out of his party that he has never left since 1999. He stepped out there because he believed in this man. He stepped out with Obi. A couple of people did. Valentine Ezugbo left with him. Oseleko Obaze left with him because they believed in him. Cash Ononuju joined them pretty much like 3 months after. they were all fans of Obi already. So Akin Oshitokun, if you listen to him, the speech he made as far back as 2017 or 2016, where he was he was making a case that the Southeast has to have their turn. That is why when he made the speech, when he was made DG, he made it clear that one of the most the thing that is most satisfying for him in the new position he's occupying is not just the fact that he has been made DG, but the fact that what he's leading now, it's in consonance with what he has been preaching in the last 10 years. So he didn't just appear from the blue moon and supported Obi. He has been always preaching that presidency should go to the Southeast. And you can go back in channels. There are videos on channels TV where Akin has been making that case, videos that dated as back as 2016, 2017, 2018. So is this based on ideology for him? And Obasanjo has the similar ideology. So it's ideological. When ideology falls on the table, people align to it, whether they are friends before or not, they are most likely to gather around it because they have met, they have seen something that unites them. So anybody that believes in certain ideology that has anything to do with an Obi presidency, be it from from the southeast angle that you should go to the southeast, or be it from the guys with the school of thought of a third force, there has to be a third force. That's where people like Patu Tom is coming from. Be it from people that feel there should be a younger president. There are people with that school of thought. There are other people with school of thought of capacity and what have you that feels a prudent president is what we need. So this is a convergence of different ideas that Obi personifies. So I think that's what's just going on before our very eyes. It has nothing to do with anybody's pet project or what have you.
No, well delivered,
Yeah.
but there's still a strong indication that Peter Obi is a pet project. But
Peter Obi does not have any history with Obasanjo. The only person he has history with is Goodluck Jonathan. That is why if someone tell me that Peter Obi is Goodluck Jonathan's pet project, I won't be surprised. During Obi's governorship, Goodluck Jonathan came to Anambra almost 5 times. He frequented Anambra as if that was his second home. At least during the last 2 years of Obi's presidency, he was coming to Anambra. He came. Obi went to Abuja, talked about Second Niger Bridge. Before you know it, Goodluck Jonathan had followed him there to go and commission Second Niger Bridge. You know what I'm saying? And Goodluck Jonathan says a lot of things about him. This is a man that when he commissioned, if you watch that video where he commissioned the Second Niger Bridge, when he was done, during that video, I'm coming, let me round off. He made a comment. Goodluck Jonathan made a comment. He said, when he is done serving you people here in Anambra, you people have to allow him to come and serve in the federal. He said it in that video. And he was still Obi was still an app guy. He said, even though we have already taken him or why he's still with you, he's already advising us on finance and economy. We are just waiting for him to round off, so we'll carry him. That's what Goodluck Jonathan said. So if someone come and say he's a pet project of Goodluck Jonathan, it makes a lot of sense. But there's no previous antecedent or whatever that shows that Obasanjo and Obi has this wonderful past. The only past you can point to is the fight. The impeachment fight. That's the only fight, the past you can point to link Obasanjo and Obi in the past. The impeachment of Obi through the Oba brothers, Obasanjo's right-hand men in Abuja, or Obasanjo's bed maker, according to
all right, you've beaten us down. You've beaten us down. You've not convinced. You've not convinced us. So note the words. You've beaten us down. So that was a beat down, not a convincing. Thank you.
One man, let me just add 2 minutes.
Before you come in, let me do a bit of tidying up. Let me do the super chats. Let me start. Actually, don't let me start with Alexander Gomez. This comment a lot more important. So this is one of our own. So you know that we've had sadly a death on the platform. Professor Dr. O's mother, and you know we've had several births on the platform. And we were just joking the other day that what we now need is a marriage to complete the set. And it looks as though Emmanuel Ogbonna is going to complete that set for us. So the good news, Emmanuel is looking to get married. He says, I am getting married this year. I will send the invite to the platform. You guys must come over to Nigeria. So congratulations to you, Emmanuel. So that's always great news. I stayed in the field for longer than I should have to get married. And then after I got married, I regretted that I did not do it earlier. So I would recommend it to any young man. And it looks as though Emmanuel following that path. So congratulations to you, Emmanuel. I am getting married this year. I will send an invite to the platform. You guys must come over to Nigeria. So I definitely can promise my presence if it's post the swearing in, because I'm not going to come under a Buhari face because they're just killers. But if it's post the swearing in, then I can certainly promise my presence, and I will bully Ajan Lekoko to join us as well. So I can promise myself and halfway promise Ajan Lekoko. So well done, Emmanuel. I'm chuffed for you. So to the super chats then, Alexander Gomez pointing in the direction of Uptown, an impassioned delivery. Nevertheless, Alexander not somewhat convinced. Uptown, my advice to you moving forward is to always think with your head and not your heart. You're a brilliant young man. So yes, so thank you for the super chat. And to follow on to dovetail of what you said, I would suggest that Uptown sticks to writing all these stories. It's actually a storyteller, so he should stick to writing fables and not come to tell us about fantasized politics. So the fable teller Uptown, my advice to you moving forward is to always think with your head, not your heart. You're a brilliant young man. So and Kulata, Kulata is just a cold killer. It's just 3 words: nice fairy tale Uptown. So thank you for the super chat. So thank you for the super chats. And within that window, let me acknowledge, where I'm going, the one and only that always keeps the place 100%. So let me acknowledge Ayo, who does the buy the coffee thing. So let me just put that on the screen so that all righteousness is fulfilled. So this is Ayo, the one person that has kept that space 100%. So that's Ayo doing as it always does. So thank you, Ayo. So thank you, Ayo, and to the super chatters. So let me get back to the conversation and move the conversation in the direction of Midwest. So Midwest, you're up next. Are you still there? Midwest.
I'm here. Good evening, sir.
All right, brilliant. We've not seen you for a while. What happened?
It's just because of time,
no, it's all right. You've been hanging out with your friends on Edo Light, talking about P2B.
Because of time also, sometimes I used to join them,
Yeah, so let me take you to it. They're still sticking very much with the P2B space. Igbos overcrowding Lagos because Obi refused to develop Anambra. This is Tinubu now, getting into the gloves of phase of the politics. So what are you making of this assertion that if I am such a failure, why have you abandoned the place that you governed for the full complement of 8 years, just as I did in Lagos, to come and park where I governed? So what are you there making then? Igbos overcrowding Lagos because Obi refused to develop Anambra. This is Tinubu, and the opportunities did avail. I was just in a conversation earlier. There is no marquee impact that there is nothing. There's no lasting legacy that speaks to Obi's governorship of Anambra State, but there are a plethora of legacies that speaks to Tinubu's governance of Lagos State. So I think that's the space that Tinubu is speaking to. But what do you think of that, Midwest?
Yeah, the space is this. For me, as a Nigerian, we have right to move from one place to another. And what is actually driving the Igbo people to Lagos, as far as Nigeria is concerned, though we are blessed with so many tribes, when it comes to business, I think Igbo is generally taking the lead. And that is what is really motivating them to occupy so many space in Nigeria, so not only Lagos. First of all, as in Nigeria, we are consuming nation, and a lot of import comes to Nigeria through Lagos, both air, sea, and everything. So the tendency for people of that nature to flock to Lagos is very high. But however, we cannot just use that to say, oh, because he did not develop his place. Every space in Nigeria have its own opportunity. So Lagos is even the real commercial city as far as the country is concerned. So it's quite different from Anambra State.
Yeah, but what Tinubu opened up with that comment is to reflect on whatever enduring legacy that Peter Obi left in Anambra.
I'm trying to come into Peter Obi legacy. Peter Obi ruled a state that is more or less civil servant state, although partially business state also, and he did well for his people. Even before Peter Obi, Igbos have been migrating. We cannot use the numbers of Igbo in Lagos to justify a failure for Peter Obi. These are just natural things that has been built in a common Igbo man. Igbos are in everywhere. I don't think Tinubu can make any a kind of advantage or to campaign against Peter. That doesn't, for me, it doesn't make sense. But people may take it. I know Nigerians will not take that anyway. They understand why people move up and down in Nigeria. So for Anambra State, Peter Obi did well. First of all, why I love Peter Obi is this. If you look at Nigeria today, I think Buhari is going to leave us with 77.7 trillion, if I'm not mistaken, debt. So when Peter Obi was leaving, he met a state in debt and he was able to pay off and also give them reserve. And some people call it staging. But the truth of the matter is that Nigerians leaders they are all staging people. You cannot be awarding a contract that enrich people and enrich few individual people, and the people you are governing don't see the benefit. And that's the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria. What is putting Nigeria today into that massive debt is infrastructure. Do we really have those infrastructure in our country? The answer is no. So go to state, you see state borrowing money, they tell you they want to spend on the people, you don't see anything. So Peter Obi, let's say, is an Egyptian. All Nigerians leaders are Egyptian, but he is the Moses of our time. I have to tell you the truth. Because Moses.
Hold on. We are going to have to unpick all these eulogies and all these all these praises that are heaped on Peter Obi. So my initial question was, what lasting, enduring legacy did Peter Obi leave in Anambra State? So start from there.
I will tell you, development and being able to keep reserve.
No.
Wait, I'm coming. On that state level, he did a lot of things for his people, and to the best he can. And at the same time, he left them with surplus, and that is a bonus. If you are not able to handle some certain things, and you decide to keep the money for the next person to come, because you know if you start it either because of time, you cannot manage it. Instead of wasting this money, let me keep it for the next person. That is very, very good. That's just the fact. Like President Buhari now, if Buhari is to borrow any money today, how is he going to manage it? It's a question. For me, I will also use this opportunity. I'm not saying Buhari is a bad, economically is a bad president. As far as this democracy is concerned, is the best president so far that we have ever produced, as far as economic terms is concerned. But because the way Nigeria is being structured, that is why Nigeria could not find the impact of its economic achievement. Well, I do believe Peter Obi understands this. If he comes to power, they will look for a way to manage things differently. And that is why people are endorsing him. And I strongly believe they know the potential in him. Obasanjo has ruled this country. He has gathered enough experience. He understands exactly where the foundations lie. He did a lot during his time, but I think he did not go far. He realized I could have, dismantled this, dismantled that, and look into this so that Nigerians can move forward. And he's seen the only man that can look into those things and listen and do it differently. And that person is Peter Obi. That's why I strongly believe. Every one of them have legacy, but we want to do something differently now.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in. Hold on. I was looking for something concrete, but you've not given up. But yeah, come in, Solid.
That's what I was about to address, because you said a lot of things which are just, superficial. Okay, but what you said about Obasanjo, knowing this and knowing that, what makes you, because he never said that, so you are I think you are imposing what you think on Obasanjo. You know,
No,
you are reflecting your thoughts
listen.
because Obasanjo never said anything close to all those things that you are saying.
Listen. Obasanjo, I'm talking from the past statement.
What
Obasanjo has
statement?
been warning. Listen, Obasanjo has been warning Nigeria that look, if we don't rescue this country now, it may burst. He has made so many statements like that. So he's talking from reality and also based on past experience. That's why he make those statements. And everybody understand the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria now. It's very volatile and it can explode to something else. But I pray for it not to be so. Nobody is happy as far as the country is concerned, whether east, west, north, south, nobody. The citizens are not happy. And when you look at the level of mismanagement, for years, people try to pin it on one president or the other president. But what Buhari have succeeded in exposing is that all Nigerians are a problem to the country, particularly the governors. No president has ever done that. With his administration, he has exposed our governor that, look, your people are the real problem. Instead of you, if you cannot accuse your own person and you want to point forward to go and accuse the president, it means you don't want to see the reality in our ground. Let me give you an example. We live under a country where you have a constitution that create governors who are in peril. Then how are we going to move forward? And every time when you see this governor talking about constitution, they will only be telling you federal level did not give us power, so we can create police on our own. My brother, if you had these people right to go and have police under this constitution, then Nigeria is gone. I will give you an example. Let me just clarify that to you.
Okay.
Look, listen, let me just quickly put this one there for you. A president will pump money to governor. Because of constitution, you can't ask the way they spend this money. Now, each of these people or tribes and ethnics that make up the country have kings, have noblemen. None of these kings can speak against the governor because the governor also give it right, go and suspend them. So if they speak for their own people, you suspend them. And they don't even have court of law to go and appeal your judgment. Automatically, you are in peril. We don't have democracy. We want someone that will do things different. Obasanjo has realized. He knew very well the only man that can change this country is Peter Obi. That's why he does it. And it's very good for him to do that. Yeah.
Can I ask another question? You mentioned three problems.
Yeah.
You know, you mentioned like 3 problems at governorship level. Has Peter Obi ever for once said that he's going to fix any of those 3 problems you've mentioned?
Yes. He has been campaigning.
No. Let's stay within the capacity level. I did ask, and I don't think you've given any answer. So maybe you don't have an answer. I've asked what in Peter Obi's antecedents suggests that he's able to handle
one man. Peter Obi may not please you. He may not have
antecedents. What are you doing now? Can I ask the question? Don't personalize it now. Don't personalize it. I am asking what in Peter Obi's antecedents suggests that he has capacity to govern a country of Nigeria's complexity. Because there is nothing that has come out of his governance of Anambra State to suggest that. So what are you vesting your confidence upon that this guy has capacity?
Okay, as a governor, you know, for me, every Nigerian have their state. Most of the people that reside under that state can easily feel the impact of what their governor is doing. So someone that is outside that state, in most cases, you hear through media. You don't taste the reality. I will assure you, people from Anambra understand that during Peter Obi tenure, there are massive legacy, and that is why they are supporting him.
Like what?
Listen now, and during his tenure, people like Obasanjo, they know the potential in him.
No, you can't gloss over.
Now,
no, hold on.
You see,
can't gloss.
One man.
You said legacy now.
Yeah.
Are you saying we should take your word for it? Is that what you're saying?
I am not saying. First of all, he built a lot of infrastructure for his people.
Like what?
Road, schools.
And
all that possible.
Bello build road and schools. Bello. You want Bello as your president.
And other possible infrastructure it can provide for.
Like what?
I refer to school. Education is a key, and any governor that want to develop his own must take up education.
Every governor did that.
Okay, no, not all.
No,
Some of them did it.
Hold on.
Listen, one man, please. Let us not argue it. Some governors do it.
No, you are recommending Peter
now.
Obi. What's his enduring legacy?
I am trying to tell you now. He did all these things, and he was able to manage the scarce resources of his state.
No.
I don't understand what you are saying. Take for example, Buhari is leaving Nigeria today, and is leaving Nigeria with surplus of 7.something trillion.
Okay.
You're not going to commend him on that.
Okay. Thank you.
No. Answer my question. You're not going to commend him on that.
Okay. You asked me
one
to
man. Answer this. Don't just.
Let me answer now. Let me answer. Okay. Do you want me to answer? Okay. You've mentioned Buhari, so now we use Buhari as an example of what I'm saying. So when Buhari, listen. No, I want you to listen. When Buhari leaves the office, under his administration, we would have had the completion of the Lekki deep port. That would be under his enduring legacy. We would have had the completion of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. That would be his enduring legacy. We would have had the completion of the second Niger Bridge. That would be his enduring legacy. We would have had the completion of the Lagos-Ibadan Express rail service. That's an enduring legacy. The Onne refinery and all of these refineries that they're refurbishing, that will be enduring legacies. So long after he's gone, that will be the reference point. So that's what I'm asking for. So don't quote it in just.
That is what I'm also.
Can you hold on? So then I want to ask you the question, and I want to answer it. I want you to answer it with specificities, not abstract something. What is Peter Obi's enduring legacy in Anambra State?
He built a lot of schools, roads, and other infrastructure for his people, and he left them with
say I don't know.
You didn't answer my question. No. I said, if, for example, Buhari is leaving Nigeria with 7.77 trillion surplus, are you not going to commend him for that? You will do. So why can't you commend the government?
I would not.
That was having a chance to steal all the money from the treasury, even put them.
It's still quite a bit. They did not steal quite a bit.
And he was able to live for them so that they can continue their life. So you have to commend. I told you, every politician is Egyptian. Is not perfect, but he's better than the rest of them. He's the Moses of our time. Nigeria's situation is so complex, and we will continue to campaign for him. Is the only last hope that we have.
No. Is this?
And again,
sorry, can you hold on? Is this indoctrination that we're saying, or are you open to a conversation? Because
let me come to Asiwaju Tinubu now.
No. What are you doing? Are you just going to? Is this a sermon? Sorry. What is going on? I want to understand Midwest.
Okay.
Are you here to have a conversation? Because this is what we do here. We have conversations. Are you here to have a conversation?
One month, can I?
Hold on. What are you doing?
That is what I'm here for.
I asked you for an enduring legacy. You said he built a lot of school, he did a lot of this, and then you went on to all of the things that is regurgitated. It's like all the talking points that you guys repeat from platform to platform. No, that's not what. What is his enduring legacy? Don't tell me he built a lot of. Let me tell you why. I'm not dismissing education. No, education, the foundation. Hold on, education, the foundation of everything. But Yahaya Bello, he built schools in Kogi State, the worst governor possibly. He built roads. Virtually every governor has that in their portfolio. So those are just basic standardized things. But I'm talking about enduring legacy, and I've given you example.
One man, can I help him out? He doesn't know. Let me help you out.
Hold on, and I've given you an example under the Buhari phase that you opened up. I've given you examples of what constitutes an enduring.
Okay.
So
one man.
Hold on. Let me land. I've given you examples of what constitutes an enduring legacy. So that's why I'm inviting the conversation. But you have the option to say, I don't know. If you don't know, there's nothing wrong with that. Say, I don't know.
I didn't say so. I can't say so. What I gave to you, you didn't accept it. That's why we argue here. Let me tell you, you refer to Buhari, you refer to federal project. We're talking about state governor here. And every state governors, they always engage in legacies that affect their state. And most of the legacies they always affect their state
It's something that has to do with building of schools, road, providing infrastructure for their people, and try to create a conducive environment for the business.
You describe them as the Moses of
And at
our
the same time, the funniest thing about Nigerian politicians, one man wait now, let me quickly learn. The funniest thing is that when most of these governors engage in this infrastructure, by the time they left the office, you only see debt to those states, total, consumption of the entire resources of the state. But this man was leaving, and he left something for his people based on a state level. We should commend him for that. And that is my own.
Okay, since that seems to be your cherry, what did he leave? What did he leave?
I don't want to go into that. Everybody understand that he left his state. Even governors from there, they made surplus, and that's the only state.
What do you mean surplus? What do you mean? That's not the only. What do you think happens?
My brother,
one man, can we help him?
Any leader can ever do.
You don't know.
One man, can he be assisted?
Midwest.
Yeah, coming uptown, he clearly doesn't know, but coming uptown.
I don't believe he doesn't know. I don't believe he doesn't know.
When you don't agree with one man will describe you don't know anything. That's what he normally do here. You understand?
All right. Hear from
but you don't know, though. You don't know.
You know now.
You want me to start praising Osiwaju Tinubu has created job, he has done everything.
Okay, if you know, say it. If you know, say it. If you know, say it.
Lagos is a mini Nigeria. It's quite different from every other state. You cannot be comparing someone that has governed Lagos. Even without federal allocation, everybody can govern Lagos because it's the highest commercial state.
Leave all of that. Leave all of that. We've heard all of that enough times that we're having nightmares about it. But
one man, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you one question? One man.
You can in a moment, but hold on. You still have the floor, Midwest. But
allow
Uptown 5 minutes because it will give you an example of what I was looking for. So Uptown.
Excuse me, one man. Can somebody else speak beside Uptown? Let me help that guy out.
Okay, but you have to give us enduring legacies because I know Uptown would know it. What is bit of this enduring legacy in Anambra? Yeah.
Okay, maybe that guy, that guy does. Maybe he knows or he doesn't know how to narrate it. Okay, let me give you. Obi has a lot of enduring, legends in Anambra. Undisputed. A management fund that he established in Anambra, over $50 million investment in Anambra. That's one. Another one, foreign investment, that he did in Anambra, that was undisputed, among the foreign countries, South Africa, Belgium, Israel, Netherlands, Canada, among others, that he invested. Education. Anambra went from 26 to number 1 in the country. So that's a legend. You can't dispute that fact. Health, he built a lot of churches and healthcare industry when he was the governor of Anambra State. When it comes to economy, he did a lot, So security, he was one of the best.
Are you sure about that?
Remember this?
It was the kidnapping capital of Nigeria during Anambra State.
Before he came in, and look what he was.
I can go and dig it up now.
That was the hold on. Let me land. That was the first 2 years. But look at what he did. He terminated everybody when he came there. They even accused him of killing innocent people. That's how brave he was. Have you forgotten about this Sabina?
Moses of our time, and you can't even say a single thing that he has done. Unbelievable.
The second largest war in the world that he built. So what are you talking about?
The second largest war in the world.
Just getting over that.
Hold on, just hold steady. The second largest brewery in the world.
I say it's the second largest brewery, right, in the world, right. You can look into that. What I'm telling you in the story, the youth empowerment. He sent a lot of people, to oversee for education. The infrastructure is undisputable. There's roads to the village, any part of Anambra during his tenure. So what are you talking about? He even have more, he even has more things done than Asuwaju, you're talking about. So don't be fooling people here,
we're at that phase now. We are only about 5 weeks, 6 to the elections. So we're beyond he's competent. But we are, what has he done is what we're asking now. What are his antecedents? So nobody can tell us. They're just Midwest certainly cannot.
I can come in though.
Yeah, give us 5 minutes of what he has done. You'll hear what I'm wanting to hear now from Uptown. Uptown, let's have it.
Okay, one man here. First of all, for us to talk about what Obi's lasting legacy is, and I want to lay emphasis on the phrase you use, lasting legacy.
Enduring legacy,
Yes, there's a difference between legacy and lasting legacy.
Yes.
Now, first of all, we have to paint the picture of where Anambra was before Obi was called upon. There's something called in Igbo language, it's called Apokodike. So Apokodike means when they call upon the warrior, or when they call upon the hero, or when a society is in turmoil, like there's like the center cannot hold anymore, and they call upon a hero like a Spider-Man or Superman. That's a lighter note to that. But
yeah, but we want legacies.
So
legacies.
The situation, what is Anambra's problem when Obi was called upon? And we remember that Obi was in the private sector, and he was called upon by a man called Professor ABC Nwosu. So Nwosu called upon this man that they know from the private sector when Anambra was in the dish. A similar situation with what Nigeria is right now. Anambra was heavily indebted. Anambra was educationally disadvantaged. Anambra was filled with godfather politicking, political thuggery, insecurity. The security system has crashed to the barest minimum. Bakassi boys, indiscriminate killing without rule of law, and all that, murdering, political assassinations, economic disadvantage. In fact, Anambra was education disadvantaged capital of Nigeria, economic disadvantaged capital of Nigeria, security disadvantaged capital of Southeast, godfatherism headquarters, and the second headquarters is Abia State. Remember that Abia State is still under godfatherism in 2023. So these were the problems of Anambra State. And when the elders met, they said, we need to save this state or else we are going to lose this state. That's the same way Nigeria is now. Now, they say, we cannot save this state. Nobody in the political system in Anambra State can save the state. Let's look outside. And they went head hunting. Before people like Professor Ibisu and all that suggested, there is this man in Fidelity Bank. We've watched his track record. We know he's not interested in politics, but let's go and call him. So let me skip the story around that.
Legacies.
Let me skip that. Let's now talk about the legacies, because you cannot identify legacy. It's just like when the patient, if you're a doctor and they bring a patient to you, you cannot identify what the doctor did unless you identify what the patient was suffering prior to being brought to that hospital. Now, I listed what 6 things Anambra was suffering. That is educational disadvantage. Schools were closed down for 2 years. Corruption, endemic corruption. Godfatherism. Third. Fourth, political thuggery and assassinations. Fourth, general insecurity. And what? The last one, economic disadvantage. These are the 6 things. And these are the reason why Obi was called upon. Now, what happened? Obi came on board and killed corruption in Anambra State. He killed corruption. I can confidently tell you that Anambra right now is almost, when you look at the political atmosphere of Anambra, it's almost the least in terms of corruption under the governorship or under the leadership of Abga in the last 20 years. Corruption has been so low.
So Anambra is not corrupt.
Calm down.
Anambra is the least. Is the least corrupt state in Nigeria.
Listen to me.
No, thank you. No, thank you, Uptown. I think.
Let me just round off now. Let me just round off.
I'm giving the opportunity. If you don't know, is what we're hearing. We ask for enduring legacies, and
okay. I'm just going to mention it from number 1 to number 6, and that's all.
We've had 1 hour on it. Nobody has told us anything. Give us that list.
Okay, so number one, he fought corruption to stand still.
Right.
Number two, he ended godfatherism. Abia State is still suffering for their own till now.
Right.
He ended it. You don't end it with kids' gloves. He ended it. It's his legacy. Bianca said it last week in her interview. He said the biggest legacy of Obi is ending godfatherism in Anambra State.
Right.
He ended it. You can't take that away from him. Third, education, which was the biggest problem of the state. He removed that state from the list, from the educational disadvantaged headquarters of probably the South. Now, if you list education, that state is top 5. That is Obi's lasting legacy. You cannot take it away from him.
Okowa's and he also left the state with surplus. Don't forget that.
I'm coming. Okowa's children, Governor Okowa's children are schooling in a public school in Onitsha. His 2 kids are schooling in a public school in Onitsha, in Anambra State. So, so education, he fixed it. And then he left the state socially and economically stable. By the time Obi left in 2014, Anambra was adjudged the most economically stable state in Nigeria, and anybody can go and verify this. The most economically stable state in Nigeria as of 2014. So he fixed the entire problem he was called upon in Anambra. When he was done, he dropped his mic. That is why Soludo said in the interview in Arise, this guy said, this Abga guy, that Obi left a gold standard of governance. Do you know what gold standard of governance means? That
who said that? Who said that? Who said Obi left a gold standard of governance?
If you watch the interview conducted by Rufai and Arise, Soludo, Abga, Senator Victor Ume, and Obi, Victor Ume said that Obi left a gold standard of governance that will be laid the foundation for where Anambra is today. And the reason why what you judge gold standard of governance is if you are called upon to fix problem 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. By the time you're leaving office, did you fix the entire problem 1 to 6? That is what gold standard governance is. That is what gold standard governance is. And it's on record that when he left, Anambra has the highest numbers of rural roads in the entire 36 states of Nigeria, because when he did his poverty mapping,
where are you getting that data from? I want to see that data.
I challenge everybody in this platform, including Kulata, to provide a counter argument to any of my data. Anyone, not anyone. Anambra has the highest number of rural roads, rural to urban roads, because Obi conducted a survey, a poverty survey in Anambra, and found out that was one of the major reasons for poverty in the states. And since when he was done executing that project, Anambra has been on a steady increase and a decrease in terms of poverty. And then Buhari's report as of December justified Obi. Buhari's report in their multidimensional poverty survey suggested that the reason for Nigeria's poverty is because state governors are neglecting rural roads and they are focusing on their capitals. That is the reason why we have 130 million Nigerians in poverty today. Only Obi focused on that. Obi found out what Buhari is finding out in 2022 December. Obi found it out in 2008 after his poverty survey, and he fixed it. Those are lasting legacies. You can't take it away from him.
All right. I'm just looking for the one of the roads that somebody sent us that Peter Obi built that
one man. Yeah. One man, please. Let me. I think.
Uptown, you said that Obi fixed education in Anambra.
Yeah, Obi didn't only fix education. One man, I can send you a video where the Minister of State of Education, in the person of Nyesom Wike, came to Anambra State and he made a public statement that he came here to copy Obi's model of the magic he has done with education in Anambra, moving from where education was before he came to where education is, setting the bar for the country, that he wants to copy the model and take it back to the federal. And I can send you the video where he said it.
Well, you can send the video, but I don't want to rehash old arguments. But we've already discussed that education space in Anambra. But it was oh God, who's that? Is that time for your medication? Who's the alarm? But it was actually Atiku Abubakar that is responsible for the actual transformation of education in Anambra. But let's say from Fatai. Fatai, are you listening to what I'm... Hold on. Let's say from Fatai. Fatai, let's say from you.
Yeah, I was. I mean, I will speak. I just want to correct like maybe 2 or 3 things, and when it's my turn, I will speak. First, is the the impression being created like Buhari left us with 77 trillion debt. That debt is not the federal government debt alone. The states have a lot of debt there. It's a state, the federal government, state, it's combined debt, not the Buhari left us. It's not Buhari that left us that debt, it's a combined debt of Nigeria, including the states. The states, each state have their own share of the debt, that the money they borrowed. So it's not the Buhari's debt alone. That's number one. Then number two is the
my dear brother. Let me ask you.
No, don't ask him. Don't ask him because.
But one man, you didn't even give me time to round up. I wanted to ask him question anyway, but no problem because
no,
I didn't answer your question.
No, ask him, but don't. Okay, ask him.
One man, let him continue. No problem.
No, please ask him. Yeah, please.
Because I wanted him to clarify me. Did the federal government borrow that money and give it to the state, or the state went out to borrow it by themselves?
State borrowed by themselves money. State, they are independent. I mean, whatever they bought. The state government borrowed money. The federal government borrowed money. Abuja even as a separate entity borrowed money. So it's combined. It's 36 states.
Do they borrow from foreign countries or
foreign and local? Foreign and local.
But the foreign one, federal government stand as a guarantor for the.
Okay, because I don't know how possible a state can go out and be borrowing without the approval of the
federal government. Stand as a guarantor for the loan they borrow outside the country. So
it's still Nigerian loan. They guarantee.
It's Nigerian loan. Yeah.
I'm not making that categorical statement, but I will assume California is borrowing money without
no. In the case of Nigeria, state cannot borrow directly from outside of the country without federal government.
Are you talking letter of credit? Is it letter of credit or something credit that usually in borrowers they require not even just even private entities in Nigeria, like if you if you want to execute a project like a construction, these companies when they go
what I'm telling you is
money.
Fact, that's the way it is done in Nigeria. The federal government always stand as a guarantor to give the creditors that assurance that loan will be paid. You know.
Okay, I know. I'm not saying
carry on with your corrections. Carry on. I'm
not saying as a norm. As a norm, it's not possible. But I'm not sure whether like a constitution or like law, like the law like that or something.
It has happened several cases. That's what I know. This is what I know.
It happened
in case of Edo State, in some other state, and many states like that. So if the federal government does not stand as a guarantor, they won't give them loan. You can't just go and source for loan outside the country when you don't have the you don't
backing.
You don't make that foreign currency to pay. It's through the central bank that you're gonna pay it, and federal government is the central bank. You cannot separate central bank from federal government, even though that is a separate entity on its own. So it's always backed by federal government. Every loan by state from foreign country rather. So
Babajani Koko, I'm only asking if you are making a categorical statement that by law or something like that, because these things are the investors call. My point is that generally these things are investors call. You understand? Generally it's like they are investors call. If you have what it takes, I don't think Lagos State borrows money on the back of federal government. Lagos State has a lot of resources and assets for its credit worthy. If you are credit worthy, I don't think, but many foreign investors are afraid of the Nigerian entities not being able to pay them back. So they usually require from the it doesn't even have to be state, even ordinary private companies, like especially the construction companies. So foreign investors want them to give, I think, letter of credit or something has to do with credit. It's like a guarantee. So if they can't get their money from you, they are going to approach the federal government. So that is like
it's all the same thing. We are saying the same thing now.
But you,
whether
so you agreed. You agreed on what you're saying. But you said you want to make some corrections. So firstly, you've let us know that that large amount that Midwest highlighted is not the totality of the borrowing of the Buhari administration. It's the borrowings of the from the local government.
One man. Yeah. I don't want to argue with him. Let me just put this before you. Those money was borrowed by the administration, and they gave some part to the state. There is no.
What are you doing? This is why.
One man.
Fatai, you can always. Fatai,
please let me land a little bit. You people, I give you time. It's not every time we shout on one another. Most of this money, the federal government, they borrow this money and they try to put infrastructure to state, and they start giving it to the state governors. And it was loaned to the state governors. That is why every state have their own amount that they have to return to the federal government. That is one part. When you talk of investors, like construction company, investors are private people. These are not loans. If you want to go in, if the atmosphere is conducive for you, you want to deal with one governor, you know he can pay you your money back. You can put your money from federal to commercial bank and from commercial bank to the state. And that is your own risk. And which I think no construction company is taking in Nigeria. Instead, they are taking our money and giving us debt. So we should not be polishing things here and be saying this is our constitution. This is my own take on the whole issue. It's under the watchful eyes of our current president that we accumulated this loan. It was so favorable to these governors, and they don't want to say the truth. That is just the fact.
Babajani Koko, I'm not going on a limb. I haven't read the law. I just want to make a clarification whether it's by law or not. But that I can see a way to see if there is such law. But I am of the feeling maybe it's more of a norm than a law. But what Midwest said now is not, the federal government did not borrow money and distribute to states. The states borrow on their own. Now, if they borrow on their own,
they don't borrow on behalf of the state.
No,
they only guarantee creditor.
Midwest, you have to know what you are saying as facts. You know,
they don't borrow on behalf of the state. They only guarantee.
Mama, let me repeat what I said. It was you people don't listen when I say something. Look, there is no country in the world. Mention one country that will tell you Lagos State is owing me money in this world. Or that will tell you Edo State is owing me money.
They don't owe countries, they owe institutions.
Okay. Wait. Now, most of these institutions, they are connected to the federal government of Nigeria via the central bank.
What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is that they can't pump money into commercial bank without letting the central bank to know.
No. Can you hold on? I need you to listen so you understand.
Okay. Woman, can I just try and give some information on that last claim? Sure, I'm happy I was able to come in. You see, what my brother said about the government, the debt not being totally Buhari's own is right. The states have rights to borrow money. Lagos State borrow to fund their real projects. And that's not part of Buhari's borrowing, but it's going to be seen as total sovereign debt of Nigeria. And when people ignorantly look at it, they say, oh, Buhari has borrowed this money. In short, Buhari has even done them a favor by saying, okay, let's just guarantee this so that this infrastructure can go in.
Can you mention one of the places in Lagos?
All right, Midwest. You clearly don't know, so you have to listen.
It's you people who don't understand how the system works. You just using our method to explain everything and deceiving Nigeria.
So let me just
Can you hold on? Sorry,
my brother, that's my food. I was a banker.
Everybody, hold on. Sorry, Midwest. You know we love you here, but this is not Edo Watch. You know it's intelligent people here. You see, Patrick, that you are looking. He was a senior banker for many years. You see, Fatai is highly trained, though. So these are people that know what they're talking about. So you're best served, including myself, just to listen. They know better than you and I. These people like Patrick and Fatai, They know better than you and I. So let's listen to them.
Yeah, for public sector lending, this is what happens. When the state wants to borrow internally or wants to borrow outside, the state will ask for it. The banker, if it's a local banker, they'll ask for a guarantee. In most cases, they will say, okay, they want domiciliation of that allocation to that particular bank. So when the states get their check from Abuja, the money is paid directly to that bank, and that bank take their money out. That's why they say some states have zero allocation, because they have borrowed money, and one thing the bank does is take the money out of that source because it's domiciled with that bank. The bank take their repayment out of the allocation, then the states have little or nothing left. So each governor will say, oh, the state has zero allocation. That's what that means. But when they want to borrow outside, in most cases, I think Lagos State should begin to have a different kind of treatment now because of the economy of Lagos State. They also have some infrastructure with which they can even guarantee the loan. So the banks or the lender, international lender, might be asking for some things. It could be a sovereign guarantee of Nigeria as a country to the state, and then they'll use that to fund the project. Federal government cannot want to do projects in a state and then, for example, do that Lagos-Ibadan rail and say, oh, this is for your state and Lagos State. Now pass the debt to your state and Lagos State. That means it was not federal government that did that project. It was the state that did that project. They funded it. So it's a different thing. For clients, for even private companies, most of these letters of credit that the banks get for commercial banks, they have indirectly they are guaranteed by the sovereign fund of that company, of that country. So that's why they say you should have sufficient external reserve. If you don't have sufficient foreign reserve, you might not be able to have money to fund your letters of credit. So that's why they maintain that. At times you say, suppose we are broke, why not take money from our reserve and do this? It doesn't work like that. You will grant the whole system. So for countries and international companies to continue to do business with you, there must be a reserve somewhere, because these transactions, they are like credit transactions, and because of the reserve, they know that, oh, you can get something. And central bank is comfortable because most of the time for these banks that are issuing these letters of credit, they have reserve with central bank, even if their client defaults and instead of affecting the foreign reserve, the central bank can pull those banks and take something to back their own guarantee, because letter of credit is like a sovereign, is kind of guaranteed directly by the sovereign, by the country. So that's how it runs. So please, that money that is owned by Nigeria is not totally the state money. It's not totally Buhari's money. Is also owned by the state. And mind you, the federal government cannot take money and say, this, we are borrowing money on your behalf, take. No, it doesn't work like that.
That's not possible. Thank you so much, my brother.
Patrick, please, can I ask a question?
Patrick, please. What of if one of the states default?
Please.
Is that?
Hold on, please. And Patrick, you made mention that we cannot borrow from our, some people, and I agree with you, people telling us to go take from our external reserve, right?
Yes.
So the external reserve is the money you saved, right?
The external reserve is like the money you put outside. It's indirectly, it's kind of liquidity. It should be the last resort that you should pull. But it's not as if it is there dormant. It's living a parallel life. Okay, let me give you something.
Okay.
Wealth, money, assets, they live parallel lives. You take a mortgage, you have started paying it. Now that mortgage can live a parallel life. You use that mortgage to do some other refinancing and make a deposit for another mortgage.
Exactly.
You can see your borrowing is living, assets are supposed to live parallel life in a very good financial system. You understand? That's why people make money. That's how countries create wealth, because but Africa have idle assets because we didn't create an environment for it to live parallel life. So that money in the external reserve is not there.
Sorry, just to Patrick, was that not what led to that subprime that crashed America when they were slicing parallel lives of money? Was that not what led to that subprime that crashed America?
I think what happened
was more complicated.
Yeah, that was more complicated than that. They were like doing some round trip in that market, and then how do I put this? I've forgotten these people now. They were just buying all those debts, and were even they were not looking at the quality of the debt they were refinancing. You understand?
No, the
They
quality
would
of
just buy.
the
They would just
quality.
buy the quality of the debt of the asset risk asset they were buying.
The
Okay, I want to quickly ask you a question. If peradventure, or most of these states they are unable to pay, they are failed to pay that debt back, I think it's still going to fall upon the national reserve.
If they fail to pay the debt back, it's going to be very difficult for them not to have been able to pay debt. That means that the country is not longer liquid, because if the federal government guarantees the loan, federal government is not saying I'm guaranteed because I'm going to pay. Federal government say I have the structure to make sure the states pay. For example, if Rivers State borrows money to fund the project, federal government guarantees it. Federal government has the right to hold Rivers State's allocation and to pay their foreign debtors. And so that's the comfort that the foreign debtor gets from federal government. Now, if the federal government is not doing that, then they can approach their country or approach the international financial system to begin to now take some measures. Or maybe it means that some of the credit that is coming from Nigeria will not be honored, because this country their guarantee is not worth that much. So if the companies in those countries are issuing letter of credit and saying this, we just ship these items and we are going to pay based on this letter of credit, it means that it cannot be relied upon anymore. Then they will advise business people outside the country, say stop doing business with business people in Nigeria, because their government cannot even we cannot honor their letter of credit anymore. So that's the point.
This is where the framework of all these Moody's ratings and all this comes into it. Anyway, you're not going to do that because your rating is going to crash anyway.
Yeah, but I want to thank you for your explanation, because the reason I ask you all this one, like what Muammar was trying to say, maybe I'm trying to throw in a lot of argument, but one thing is very clear: every debt you hold as a country, whether it's under the state, the president of the country, via the central bank and other institutions, supposed to know the capacity for the state to pay those money, because this is not a small amount of money.
But the president is not responsible. The federal government is not responsible.
So it doesn't check, but all his own.
This what you do. For example, if you are guaranteeing a loan, you look at the existing capacity of that person. Okay, with this, he should be able to pay. That capacity can change
at any time.
So what I would do as a guarantor is that, should I have a reinsurance, a kind of second level security, such that even if this person cannot pay, how can I cover my position? Do I have enough money to say, okay, I'll do it and I can take the money back? Or can I hold one of his properties somewhere that I can use to make that payment? So those are the things.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We really enjoy your explanation.
All right. Let's get back on track before we lose the audience to deep finance. But back to you, Fatai. You said there were 3 items that you wanted to clarify on.
So the debt.
If you just hold on a second, let me ask Mama a quick question. Mama, do you know anything? Do you know what is called Miracle Center, WAEC Miracle Center?
No. What are they?
Do you know the headquarters of WAEC Miracle Center at the time in Nigeria?
I'm guessing it's Anambra. That's where you're taking us to, right?
So yes, if you know what Miracle Center means, if you don't know, anybody on the platform will understand what it means. Then you should check this narrative about education. Go and check results and everything. Go and check the NECO results and JAMB results in the same year and the subsequent years that this guy was in government. And then because you basically answered the guy's question for him when he was trying to divert and deflect to Tinubu and Buhari, you gave him at least 5 pointed legacy, projects of Buhari. But in his own situation, he was obfuscating. He was running up and down from pillar to post. He couldn't say anything. Now, the question is, they always run to the education, and that's why I tell you to go and check what Miracle Center means and check the results in the subsequent years and the years. actually claim.
All right. Stay there. Don't move a muscle. Nobody say anything. When you were asking me to check the Miracle Center, quite a few people. It's not only you. People have been bombarding my Instagram. So let me just share what one of them sent to you, because when you were saying Miracle Center, and I said you were talking about Anambra Abi, it's just because some people have been sending me things on Instagram. So let me just show you this, and I'll just read you the first paragraph. So I'll show you this. This is Anambra to close 486 centers of exam magic. So that's the headline. Anambra to close 486 centers of exam magic. But when was this? So this was when this came into force, and it's the Vanguard, by the way, as you can see, July the 22nd, 2014. So 2014 will be under Peter Obi's administration. Let me give you the first paragraph. Oka, no fewer than 486 centers of examination magic in Anambra State are to be shut down as part of measures to curb examination malpractices in the education sector. The Commissioner for Education, Professor Kate Omenugba, has said. So I think is that the Miracle Center that you were talking about?
Yes, that's the Miracle Center. And then
this is, you can see the date, July the 22nd, 2014. So and that
you
was
know
people
what,
on Instagram.
you know what I know about this
sending
woman?
yeah.
You know what I know
Yeah.
about this? I personally invested. I had investment in that in Anambra State, in the whole
You
of South.
were helping them rig results, Abi.
No, I was
Enigmatic, can you please just stop?
Hold
Can you
on a
please just
second,
stop?
please. Hold on.
Can you just please just stop the
I
insult?
was moving people from Oshun, from Ekiti, from streets like that in the southwest to this
It
neighborhood.
happens in Lagos too. What are you talking about?
Hold on, bro. Let me talk, man. What's the problem? Come on, man.
Those kind of exam centers are littered
I'm not
all
here
over
for
the
you. I'm
nation.
just making a point. Okay.
They are littered all over the nation. How dare you even carry everything that Obi did and reduce it to
why are you raising your voice already?
Are
Why
you
are you raising your voice already? I'm basically here for less than a second.
What is all this nonsense? What is all this propaganda for?
No, please. Because somebody raised, when you raise something, then that opens the opportunity to debunk it, or that opens the right to debunk it. So
one man, please.
Yeah.
So look, one man, let me continue my
one man, please. Look, we are not.
Hold on, enigmatic. Just allow it for a moment. Yes,
we can discuss politics.
Discuss politics. Hold on, enigmatic. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. Joel, let me tell you what's happening. Over the course of the conversation, quite 3-4 voices have told us that a lot of the achievements of Peter Obi, they struggle to find, but they always land in that education space. So they are saying that it took education from XYZ to number 1. That's been a recurring decimal, and we've heard it quite a few times in the course of this conversation as well. So once you say that, then you open the opportunity for a counter narrative, because people have to interrogate what you're saying, and that is what enigmatic is doing.
Okay, one man. In doing so, you have to be reasonable and stop sounding dumb. It is inexcusable.
So you are the one
the investment people made in education.
You want to go that way.
And what's the name? What's the name?
I was speaking to the issues. Okay.
I'm going to step Joel down for a moment. It always makes it ugly. I don't know. Yeah. Carry on, enigmatic.
I believe you gave almost an hour for them to actually come up with a sound understanding of what they are talking about. They were just, running from pillar to post. They couldn't say.
But we are not going to satisfy you. You say what you want to say. That's no problem.
Let me take it on to cool down. Let me take it on from here.
Yeah. Please, let's say from Fatai. Let's say from Fatai for the next 3-4 minutes, and just to Fatai to you.
Yeah. Actually, I do take Joel's point. Actually, if there is a WAEC exam magic or whatever, there was also Oluwole. I guess that's where it's going. So magic anything, you can
headquarters ẹ mọ sọ bàbá Fatai èmi mọ̀ ń pa ẹ ní because mo kọ èèyàn wá látọ̀dọ̀ á ṣe exam bẹ́ẹ̀ gbà yẹn gbogbo faculty of up and down you can gbàgbé ẹ.
Ó yé mi but actually I said I wanted to correct 3 things. The first one was everything is not Buhari. We can't just say because we don't like Buhari, everything is Buhari with regard to the debt. That's number 1. Number two, and also before, so I say, I come into it from this and look, just going in circle, we don't really advance the story. Like we can settle, have some established, we can establish certain things and then move on from there. You understand? So actually, the second point I was going into has also to do with education, but not in the direction Enigmatic was going. My own point, I think, I talked about it on this platform, I think long before, is that narrative, not because of anything personal with anybody or anything, but just as a matter of fact, and almost like data, semi-data. WAEC does not rank. I mean, it is not. I don't think it's unfair to the Nigerian society to be promoting the narrative that Anambra's WAEC or whatever, that Anambra's WAEC was lifted from 20 something to first. There is no such in it. It's like one of the biggest fallacies that I can't believe how you can anybody can even say that with a straight face. WAEC does not rank state by state these things. Number one. Number two, it is impossible for you to do that. Based on what parameter would you do that? So my WAEC with your WAEC is not like exams like TOEFL that is graded like they have a total in numbers. To quantify it. WAEC is graded on on categorical basis. So you get A, you get B, you get there is no quantitative value given to this number that you then total up so that you can then do a quantitative analysis that will rank state by state or place by place. You take your 5 credits, you take
No,
your 10
no, no.
credits.
Fatai, they
Fatai, that's
rank.
not
Fatai, they
true.
do.
They
And
do.
Fatai,
one
they
man
They
do.
has
do
been
rank
using
them.
argument
What are
the
Who
you
does
same
saying?
thing
that?
to
No, no, no,
disqualify
you can't.
5
No,
seconds.
excuse me. Let me.
WAEC themselves rank state
No, no.
performance
WAEC,
They
from
rank
one
state by
state to
state
the other. They
now.
Can
rank them.
I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish?
No,
You
no. We are trying to let you know that what you are saying is wrong.
no,
WAEC, you
WAEC,
know,
okay.
WAEC
release
rank the
everything.
performance of each state.
Use your
They
Google,
rank
man.
it every year.
You should. Do you go to why? Not only is it WAEC's Twitter. WAEC has tweeted many times that everybody should stop promoting this fallacy. WAEC does not rank. It cannot rank. From what parameter is WAEC going to rank state by state? Which one? Now
They
you can
do. I don't know which what
in the private
post
chat,
you are
one
talking
man,
about.
can you in the private chat I sent two sites. One is actually like almost like a study somebody did and published it. The second one is YX Twitter debunking this narrative. I put it in the private chat. I don't know. Can you see it, one man?
Yes, I'm looking for it now. Hold on.
Okay. So why are you looking for? No, you as a state, you may want to carry out a way to evaluate your people or anybody, anything.
Actually, it's online. Why this own state performance ranking 2020? It looks like they don't, but it's not as if they
They
cannot.
don't. No, no,
But the
no.
point is even that because of the malpractice that happen in that space across Nigeria, the data they are going to use is already faulty. There's
Yeah,
Oluwole, there is
you
Anambra, there is Imo. So you can't say that's a true representation of performance of the state. To know the actual performance of the state, you have to take Oluwole out of Lagos, take these 486 Obi people out of Anambra, because
yeah,
I discovered that thing
brother,
was throughout his tenure.
brother,
That
brother,
that fake centers were throughout his tenure. It ended the year Obi's tenure ended.
brother. Yeah, I mean, I don't want me. I just say that
Patrick, check,
personally, I
go
don't
and
want to
check,
go
go
there.
and check the
Hold
electoral
on,
results
hold
and
on.
the job results.
So sorry. Let Fatai land this point. But Fatai, is this the tweet that you're referencing on the
Yeah,
screen?
I think yeah. There's one thing, and there's actually one almost like a little kind of study done by somebody. This is the second one. Yeah, I think that's the tweet. Yeah, let me check the website. Yeah, I think that's the tweet. That's the tweet. It's the one from the what do you call it? The private chat, right? I sent it to the private chat.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
that's
that's
it.
so that's the tweet.
That's
So
from WAEC itself.
yes.
Official.
What are we learning from this tweet? So yeah.
He said it did not emanate from the council, from the WAEC. Please disregard it. WAEC cannot do it. By what measure? If you look, you will be very subjective to do such a thing. So the WAEC is not going to do it. Now, if you want to do, if a state wants to take the result of its pupils and assign numbers to the grades, to do a quantitative, like when you have a categorical data, if I conduct a study, I ask people questions, I can decide to rank it. Like you see it in in review on websites, like if you like it, very good 5, good 4, excellent 5, good 4, very good 4, good 3, like this down, not good, I mean fail, some, like the bad 2, like this. This are how you convert categorical data into quantitative data. Now you can go and do that on your own and kind of have a look of your own. But WAEC it will be it will be subjective of WAEC to do it for anybody. So it does not emanate from WAEC. I'm not saying maybe Peter Obi did it by himself, or he did this rank, he did this, maybe went back several collected data and did it by himself. Okay, but it has
Woman, can I
said
interject?
it's not from WAEC.
Fatai, if what you are saying is true, why hasn't WAEC came out?
WAEC already came out. That's why I sent the tweet. WAEC already
came out severally now. Check online.
Hold on. Ajale Koko is on the screen. As we speak. Let me give it to you. It says the list / ranking. That list / ranking did not emanate from the council. Please disregard. And then it goes on to tell us. So this is what they were referencing. WAEC. Abia Anambra leads nationwide in 2018 May June WAEC results. So they are telling us that this did not emanate from them. But this is not under the Peter Obi cycle, because this is 2018.
Obi has already left by this. We can't use this thing. We cannot go by this. If Obi,
Babajani, we don't need to complicate this matter. WAEC cannot.
No. Hold on. What I'm saying is that WAEC have public relations department.
Yeah.
And they
normally publish everything.
Yes, they have public relations department, and they have to speak to any statement whatsoever that concerns them or go against them whatsoever. So if WAEC at this time have not spoken, have not countered Obi on Obi's claim on television, on interview, at debate floor, at town hall meeting, that's to tell you that what Obi is saying is true. And if WAEC did not rank Obi or did not rank Anambra State, Obi won't be saying it categorically everywhere he goes.
Obi lies now. You know power now. What do you mean?
Even
He overstretch things now. He started by lying. All those fake statistics of Bangladesh is better than Nigeria.
Gentlemen, hold on. Everybody stop.
Obi, let me finish this sentence.
Yeah, you will. There were 3 voices. Just nobody heard anything in last 2 minutes. But just concede to one voice and then take it from them. But Ajane Kokoye, carry on.
Even Fayose, when Fayose was the governor, Fayose claimed the same thing too, that when he became governor, the state was at number so. That due to his hard work on education, he was able to lift that state from below number to one of the top in WAEC. He mentioned the ranking of their state in WAEC during his own time. So WAEC does rank state according to their performance every year. One of the lowest performed state in the whole federation, I think, was Zamfara State or so state. I mean, if WAEC cannot come out when Obi is saying this, a presidential candidate saying this in every time, and you don't see WAEC public relations officer or department countering him, that's to tell you that no, we should not be saying that guy is lying
or even his fellow candidates. Even his fellow candidates.
And even the fellow candidates.
Babajane Koko, if you want to base your standard, if your standard is that if an authority conducting central activity, if your standard is that if that central that cannot be seen as biased is if it does not come out to conduct a politician, that is by the standard we should accept everything as factual. Like if EFCC does not arrest somebody, and that by that logic, okay, then that person didn't commit any crime. That's not the standard. Actually, that standard Babadani that you raised, I mean, I have respect for, I mean, that's not that somebody does not condemn a politician or contradict a politician can never be any acceptable standard. WAEC is not WAEC has to ensure neutrality. Now, if you specifically file a report to WAEC, maybe you can get that. You can't place a burden on WAEC to be contradicting politicians for you in order for you to know that that thing is not right. If a politician as WAEC comes to
I got your message. I'll put it up in a moment.
No, I'm sending you something secondly now because I just remembered that Wike, when he was a Minister of State for Education, in the address he made at the Onitsha Stadium, that he highlighted that performance in WAEC as well. So I'm digging YouTube now to get that channel.
All right. Send it in. But let me just establish some order. Let Fatai finish his presentation, and then let's go to Enigmatic, who only has a small window. He has to go off to a meeting to close that all deal in a moment. But land your point. Then let's hear from Enigmatic before we lose him, and then we carry on with the conversation. Back to you, Fatai.
My point with regard to this is this: if we cannot establish, like, there are some things that you can establish factually. Actually, there are some things that are conjecture. Somebody WAEC did not come out to deny. Many people, there has been many fake statistics going around. The Bureau of Statistics does not come to contradict anybody. No, you can't be, actually, there's no, that standard does not exist anywhere in any serious space, that if it's a neutral body does not come to contradict a politician, then we have to take what the politician is saying as truth. That's a standard that does not exist in any serious space. I am talking about data, about
Fatai, can I interject you 1 minute? Are you now saying that for WAEC not to counter Obi on this Obi's claim, are you saying that it is right if WAEC?
They are not obliged. Are they obliged to?
They are because
hold on,
Ajale Koko. What is the purpose of public relations department?
They've been doing fact checking throughout those interviews.
You are right. Because for public interest, if a man is misleading the public, WAEC should come out to say no. This is not right.
Apart from WAEC, fact checkers as well. Fact checkers.
Guys, I came in to answer. I have the answer. Guys, let me answer.
I wanted to say something.
Let me just quickly answer. My phone is about to die.
Oh, okay, let's hear from
WAEC. Are you Nigeria?
Wait.
He's in a worse place. He's in America. Well, carry on.
I'm in Afghanistan, in America. WAEC has denied compiling rankings for these things because I wrote the governor back in 2016 when one of these results came out. The same result was coming out from 2014 all the way to 2018 before WAEC finally tweeted. So WAEC doesn't keep those tabs, but it doesn't mean an independent body. Independent bodies can keep those numbers, which is 5 credits, 1 in math, 1 in English. So independent body can compile it, but WAEC categorically does not do that. So if Obi is referencing his 26 to 1st from what an independent company covered is valid, but that's not WAEC's data. WAEC doesn't provide
exactly.
But I want to say something, please. If you look at what WAMA just published, what he just showed us here, they specify the year. That's
2018. I know exactly.
They went straight to the year people were trying to publish data. They never certified.
Because that is the one that WAEC got a referral to address. If you don't ask WAEC to, somebody talk to WAEC and say, please address this. If you don't tell a neutral body to jump into public conversation. It's not going to jump into public conversation because it's a neutral body.
The most important part, it doesn't mean those numbers are wrong. It's just, but I know categorically that WAEC does not compile top this, top that. No, the best they do is countries. So Ghana always, yeah.
Kulata, if WAEC does it, it will wreck his own reputation. By what? You have to.
WAEC cannot do that actually.
Why cannot do that? Why would you do that now?
Can I tell you why WAEC cannot do that?
Why would you? Why would WAEC do it?
I'll tell you why WAEC cannot do that. WAEC acknowledges the fact that
now, so they will see. We will see WAEC taking.
Yeah, but I also came to ask.
Exactly, it will wreck his reputation.
Guys, help me out now. Help me out now.
Just one voice at a time. Yeah. WAEC is one measure. How was NECO and JAM? Does anybody know?
Exactly, that's what I was thinking at the time. Exactly, same year and the subsequent years during his administration.
And so Kulata, if I may ask you, Kulata.
Yes, sir.
Please, I want you to be sincere because I think earlier on, people were saying certain things and I wasn't really comfortable with it, and I don't want to just like act like I'm mad today. But have you heard about magic centers in other parts of Nigeria?
It's all over Nigeria.
Good. So that is the point. Hold on, please. That was the point I was trying to put out there. That the magic centers, as it's not you can't say it's only done in Anambra State, because I have seen magic centers in Port Harcourt. In fact, I even had a friend that went to Kano State. We were schooling in Abia State. He went to Kano State to take his WAEC because in Kano State,
Enugu has a lot.
My brother, did you know? Sorry, man of jewelry.
But let me learn, please. One of the areas where you have those magic centers is in GCE. Is that what we call it those days? GCE.
It's still WAEC.
GCE
is WAEC. I think WAEC controls GCE.
Yeah, so in WAEC, the magic centers are there in WAEC, but it is usually an arrangement between the principal and the teacher, right? And the teachers. But it is not like really general in WAEC. But in a GCE, because in GCE is like a day exam, right? So you pick up a venue, so you can go.
No, GCE not a day exam though. I did GCE, but that's a very, very, very long time ago.
This is just like it's WAEC, but it's not within the school control. That's all. It's same thing like WAEC, but it's just not managed by the school. It's managed by WAEC.
I know it's within. It's not like controlled by the school. What I'm just saying is that like it is controlled by WAEC, but you have like a date. It's like an event, right? You're coming for an event. Probably, I think maybe like I think Kolata, it's not one day.
It's not
one day. It's not one day. So you take it. You take it on different days, right? But my point is that in GCE, it is easy for you to compromise with the principal of the school. But I've taken GCE before, and I knew what happened in the GCE. And
back in my own day, there was something called Odu.
Odu, yes, Odu. I know Odu. And that Odu, that was I did my WAEC, I did my GCE in Lagos State, right? So that is where I was coming from. So where someone is trying to make it look like it's an Anambra thing, or trying to reduce everything Peter Obi did to those centers.
Or God says that someone.
All right.
One man. Let me just finish line of thought. Let me just finish one line of thought, right?
Okay.
One of the reasons why Anambra State was where they are, right, in education, is the investment that was done. Don't take it away from that man. You can take anything away you want from that man. If you go to what's his name, where he bought the highest number of computers, you go to the schools where he dealt directly with the schools and school officer, returning the schools back to the missionaries, the schools that they were taking, that was taken away from the missionary. All these things I am talking about helped to make the Anambra student comfortable in school and result oriented. So trying to say it is based on this magic center. Even with the magic center, you cannot even do it publicly. It is a coded thing. So how can you accommodate everybody in the magic center? It's not possible. Thank you. That's my point I want to make.
Oh, okay, but the critical question: does anybody have NECO and Jam?
I don't have
Joel, just to add to what you said briefly, the person saying that talking about Anambra, yes, I know they demolish a lot of magic centers around 2013, 2014, and Obi is the magic center is everywhere in Nigeria, but Obi is the only governor anywhere on
Oh
record
God.
that moved. No, let's go
Oh,
to let's go to Google. The
you come
governor
to
that
beatify.
moved
You come to
against that
beatify
system.
Obi now. Saint Obi. Calm
Calm
down.
down.
Cool
Let me
down.
finish now.
The Moses of our time.
I would prefer. I think what I
Yes,
prefer.
so
What I prefer is what I prefer instead of normal banters is when I say something, let somebody provide a counter narrative to it. So it's not true. This is what is true. That's how I prefer my argument. So when I say if you go on record anywhere, there's no other governor anywhere on record that categorically moved against that system, went to demolish and all of that.
Do
And
you
this
know why he
system was
started demolishing those centers? Do you know the premise behind it? Do you know the reason behind it?
wait now. All of us
Answer
have
that
agreed
question
in this.
first. If you
All of
actually
us
want
have
to
agreed on this
narrative,
platform that structure was everywhere. It was
do you know
widespread.
why he started demolishing those
Why
structures?
didn't other governors move against it in their
I'm
states?
talking about him. Why he started demolishing those structures? Do you know why?
Why?
Because there's a
Why?
reputation of Anambra State being the headquarter of that shenanigan. So it was already a reputational issue to his government.
What do you mean by headquarters? Do they
One
have
man,
the
I
structure?
think I have to leave now because this is like a kumbaya. We don't want to talk about this
Yes.
now.
So
Hold on.
let me round up what I'm
Everybody.
saying.
Oh God.
Let me just
one man
round up
wanted to
one man.
quickly
Then
recommend something. One man,
No,
please, we have talked.
There are too many voices cascading over each other. Over the last few days, we had a very smooth session. Let's get back to how we were then. Uptown, land that
So
point.
I'll just land the
Yeah,
point and So the point I'm making is for the fact that he moved against that structure means he was setting the bar. And again, somebody made an assertion on this platform that because of the miracle centers, that's why Anambra was performing well under Obi. You go and check Anambra's performance after Obi. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020 till date, and know whether Anambra has gone down in education. That is what we should go. Because if it was doing well under Obi and then went down after he left, that's when we'll start raising alarm. But go and check that state's educational performance even after Obi left till today. Go and check it. That's things we should be talking about.
All right, thank you. Let me just give you two paragraphs from this, just to clear up that space. This is somebody sent it via Instagram. It says 2022 WAEC. WAEC boss dissociates council from state performance reports. The West African Examination Council has described as untrue claims that it carried out rankings on performance of states in its recently released examination for school candidates. Mr. Patrick Something, WAEC's head of national office, dismissed the claim, which he described as misleading and false. We read from some social media. From some social media that WAEC has rated performance of states in a recent WAEC examination, presumably the 2022 examination for school candidates. It ranked Kebbi as being 20th, etc., etc. The malicious report rated Anambra as being first, followed by Edo, Benue, etc., etc. So I'm not quite sure if this really takes anything, because this is 2022, and it doesn't say that they have never is speaking specifically to that space. So thank you, Alaba, for sending that in. But sorry, I want to hear from Enigmatic next, who has to leave very shortly. So Enigmatic, come in and let's hear your assertion.
Yes, one man. I did not come here, right, for anyone. And then we have to understand this is a public platform, right? That we have to make opinions, personal opinions, and about what we know that are fact, not just conjecture of ideas or basic lies. You know, when I say certain things, I'm not, because basically I was there and then it was kind of quiet, and immediately enigmatic shows his face and it becomes disruptive. And then you want to ask, people will be saying it's enigmatic confrontational. No, I'm not, but people cannot take the fact. They can't take the truth, right? When you are saying it, it's like you are speaking directly to them. I'm not speaking directly to nobody. I'm basically speaking to the fact. So let's put the fact where the facts are. So when you bring all these kind of kumbaya ideas about this and that, because you gave them almost, I was seeing it, almost 1 hour plus. It was neither here nor there. They couldn't say anything. And you actually even gave them a highlight of what you were expecting, right? Give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you were talking about being the godfather, the person who killed Godfather. If Soludo continues in the godfatherism, narrative, what does it not defeat the purpose of the godfatherism killer or whatever? So when we are talking legacies, we want to see what actually, when you say give me Wike's 5 legacies in River State, someone who is absolutely reasonable will count his fingers. He has done this, he has done this, he has done that. Give me what Umar has done in Ebonyi State. 5 legacy. I can say, okay, I can count this, I can say this. Not telling me where are the roads that this guy constructed in Anambra State. They were washed off within 3 years. The ones that are not washed off, go and look at the situation. There's no time that I go to Nigeria that I do not visit the Southeast. So when we are talking, when some of us are speaking, I'm not just speaking based on the fact of hearsays. I'm speaking based on the fact that I know what I'm talking about. And I've told you, one man, I do not want to go to this corner of this guy because I do not want to discuss, mediocrity. Yes, they've painted him, they've sold him to the fool folks who can buy the idea of this guy. Because I've said it on this platform. If you put 10 people together on this platform, I can bet you, right, unequivocally that 9 of them, they've traveled to Lagos, or they have families in Lagos, or they've done something in Lagos, one way or the other. But 1 out of 9, 1 out of 10, they don't even know their road. They don't even know how to get a bus to Anambra State or to the Southeast. And that's why they can sell these kind of lies easily. So do not come over here and sell us lies. Tell us what he has done, and we can counter what you are telling us. That's what I want to say.
You know what made me push Midway so hard was that he used a phrase that I thought, no, okay, that's a bit excessive. He says he's the Moses of our time. And I've had this conversation endlessly.
And I still stand by my word. Anybody can campaign for any other person. He is the Moses of our time. And this is my right and this is my choice.
Oh, of course.
You can say, right. Talk about Tinubu, talk about Atiku. It's your right. And I will respect that. I don't see any reason why someone would be convinced that you don't buy the idea. You are equally, they just regard you as a Dundee or somebody that cannot
Midwest,
it's not good.
Can I ask you a question?
We shouldn't allow it here. We are all mature people. And we are all reasonable people. You can campaign for Tinubu. I keep on saying in this platform, Tinubu is a great man, and I have my own reason not to vote for him. And that's all.
Let me just round up before I leave. There are things that we should understand on this platform too, right? When we are speaking to some certain facts, we are not just speaking because we want to denigrate a certain region or a certain group of people. There are certain things that that we are so accommodating in the Southwest and in the North that these people are not even accommodating. Go and look at the 9 House of Representatives or 7 of them in Lagos State. Go and look at where they come from. Would that happen anywhere in Southeast or South? So when we are talking about this kind of politics,
because you don't stay there.
You
don't live there.
We do not want to go there, but when they want to push us to go there, we can bring up the fact. Even the most vociferous and the most loquacious supporters of Peter Obi out of Southeast, they are the people from the Edo State. Do you want to tell me Edo State do not live in Lagos State? How many of those states make the list of the House of Representative members? None. But when you are talking
what's the ratio? Check the ratio.
How many you don't have anybody from Edo State who can be on the paper? Is that what you are telling me? Is that what
is the ratio of Edo people in Lagos and Igbo?
But we are simply saying that the Southwest is accommodating. That's what Enigmatic is saying.
Okay, let us not argue. What you are saying, I'm from Edo, for example. You are very right. Lagos is accommodating people, is accommodating all tribes, and this is a very good example. And it's also a legacy. Tinubu worked hard for it to happen. We don't argue this. But there are some certain situations one will find itself. You have to make a choice and you have right to campaign. If you want to talk about Tinubu legacy, you are very free, but you shouldn't insult me for not buying your idea because I have my own.
That is your problem with one man. I don't even referring to you at all.
Midwest.
Yeah.
Man of prestige. Do you know what I'm trying to even say? People can campaign, but don't come and say that's a fact. When you now say that's a fact, we must challenge it.
It is the fact that you are speaking to do not.
But when you are now campaigning, it's okay.
Don't conflict.
I'm campaigning.
Yeah, the one
you
man.
Can't say it's Moses and you say it's a fact.
It is the question that make people to start putting what they saying fact. Because the way you throw the question is like
and then you must bring something to support it.
Are you aware of the fact that you were given 45 minutes or thereabout to tell
listen, let us respect one another opinion.
You couldn't say anything.
Listen, my fact may not make sense to you.
Because facts does not have alternatives. There are no alternative facts. If there are no facts, there's no fact. What are you talking about?
Wait. For example, I give you an example now. The federal government is owing so trillion. It's a fact. If somebody is leaving office and is living with a surplus and so amount,
what is a surplus? Put a figure to that. Let me even take you on that 1 minute. Put a figure.
No, I will not answer that for you because you are not ready. Listen now. Listen, these are things that Peter Obi has been saying, and nobody's answering him.
You as a Peter,
you should not ask me. He go to places. He go to places.
Look at this comment on the screen. This is from. Can everybody say it? It's overwhelming. You know, it's overwhelming now. It's not a pleasant listening for.
I think whenever I come over here, I am challenging. You know, I'm challenging facts and figures, but they take it differently. And I think I should leave the kumbaya for him.
Just one question before you go, Enigmatic. Very short. Just a yes or no question.
When you say he leaves a figure, where were the figures?
The fact is very clear.
You cannot tell me somebody left some money and he left it in his own in a bank that he is one of the highest shareholders, which has an ethical problem already. And you are telling me
which ethical problem, please? Which ethical problem?
He left Fidelity
Access Bank,
and Diamond Bank. State money in a bank that you are one of the highest shareholders, and the interest that accrues from that is part of your gain, and those that are shareholders, and you are the state governor of that state, and you say there are no ethical issues for that.
No, you're only
Can I ask one
You can continue with all.
Does he have stake in Diamond Bank?
No. Do you not get the point that is just made, Joel?
No. I get what he's saying, right? But
then do you concede it? It doesn't matter if he has in other banks or not. Do you concede that there's an ethical issue for you to be a significant shareholder in a bank and then park the state coffers into that account, into that bank that you are a significant shareholder? There's no ethical issue there.
One man. It's time to tell you that if we know where we are coming, if you don't know where you're coming from, you wouldn't know where you're
coming. Question, brother. Yes or no?
Can I finish, please? Can I just start? Let's not make it. Let's just be about it.
All right. Thank you, Enigmatic.
Let me just respond.
I just want to ask Enigmatic one question before he goes.
No, he has left now because he was too rowdy. But
no, he made it rowdy. But let me just finish what I was trying to say. One man, see. Look, I've lost my line of thought. Look, that is the issue here. Look, but one man, my own thing is just this, right? We have 25 banks. Anambra State has been banking with those banks before Peter Obi came into power. It is not like he said, okay, let me take it to Fidelity because I work in Fidelity. The bank has been there. We have banks, like I said, I've addressed this issue before. There are banks that we can align to certain regions. You cannot see a major account of, for instance, someone maybe like a Kaduna State governor in a Fidelity in Access Bank of Fidelity. I stand to be corrected. In the West has their own bank. The First Bank of this world, the Union Bank of this world, is really aligned to the West. Everybody knows this thing. So why are we making it like it's a big issue.
Joel, do you know the meaning? Do you know the meaning of conflict of interest?
I know what you're saying about conflict of interest, but the thing there is that the conflict of interest does not arise in this matter because the banks that is being used, the bank that is being used is the bank that was banks that were used in the past in Anambra State government.
No, when you are moving in, you're supposed to move the money. For example, if for example in accounting you are working on a project and then you got a client that you are going to audit, but you have shares in that bank, in that company, before they became your audit client, you have to sell your shares off, or you go off that audit completely.
Anyway, this is
That's the practice.
I'm not
But
saying anyone.
I think the bottom line was enduring. I think we've started from enduring legacy, and I don't think we landed on one. So
no.
I think we might just stop all this stuff.
Can I finish?
But we cannot land on anyone because you are from opposition. There's no opposition can accept other people's opinion. So it's very simple.
Can I finish up on
Kolata?
Sorry, Fatai, about this, by the way. It gets like this sometimes.
Being prudent in Anambra State, knowing where we're coming from, was a legacy for us. You cannot tell us what our legacy is. You can discuss what the legacy in your state is. But in my own state,
so is legacy now subjective? Like,
hold on. When before Peter Obi came into power, the hinterlands, the villages were cut off from the urban areas. For us,
but they're still cut off now. The roads are poor.
Corruption in Anambra State was at the highest level. Peter Obi reduced it to the barest minimum. That's a legacy for us. Another legacy is the legacy.
Anambra is still dealing with salary ghost workers.
It doesn't matter if they're still dealing with salary, but within
Obiano was still locked up by EFCC. So where did corruption go?
Because it's Obiano. That is not Peter Obi.
Yeah, but you know the meaning of enduring. But you know, one man said enduring legacy. I think this is a comprehension issue.
See. No, look, let me tell you. If Sanwo-Olu today goes today and says, okay, this is a project Tinubu built, and he puts a spanner into it, are you going to say Tinubu did not build it? Tinubu built it. So let's forget all these politics.
Yeah, but it's no longer an enduring.
Kolata, let me tell you something. Your achievement is government. Your achievement in government is as good as the person taking over you. If the person taking over you,
No, that's wrong. Let me tell you why. I will go to the Buhari space again that Midwest opened. That second Niger bridge, nothing that anybody that comes in after Buhari will take it away that it was built under Buhari. So that's just that's till time immemorial.
Okay.
So that's an enduring legacy that lasts into the far future.
Okay. And one man, if there was, let me ask you this question: if there was an engineering defect on that bridge, and the government of the day decided to ignore that, and that bridge falls away, what happens?
The legacy is gone. If the bridge collapse, is gone.
See, my point is this. Whatever legacy that you built, if even the legacy Tinubu built, whatever thing, even if you want to even take it back to Tinubu time, what did Tinubu do under his time? Most of the things you are giving Tinubu credit for were things done under administrations, that came after him. But we are giving him the credit because some of us, according to some of you, that he was the one that initiated those projects. Some of those projects were initiated by Tinubu, but the thing there is that some of his boys, carried that project on, and I give him credit for that.
That's a legacy. Succession.
Yeah, let's stay with what you just said, Joel. Okay, so Tinubu, this blue and red line now that has now coming into fruition, that was initiated under the Tinubu phase, and there were 7 lines. That it goes into Jakonde. Jakonde had a concept, but this actual building and structuring of, because what Jakonde tried to do was completely stymied by Buhari when they took over as an administration. But this mapping now that is coming to fruition it was mapped out under the Tinubu phase, and there were 7 lines that were mapped out, and the processes of going towards bringing them to fruition was started off under that phase. So Tinubu could not build, and I don't think anybody can in a space like Nigeria, that phase, because he could have built it. In fact, he couldn't even have built it, because what was it telling us? That the generated income of Lagos State was about 300 million, which he then managed to elevate. So he couldn't have, but he initiated the process and kicked it off for it to now land on this crescendo. So now, if different administration came in, so you had the Babatunde Fashola, and then you had Ambode, for it now to land on Sanwo-Olu, where the completion is.
One month. Let me ask one more question on what you just said.
Hold on. Who gets the credit? Who gets the credit? Is it Sanwo-Olu who sees the completion of it? Is it Babajide Fashola who processed it to a certain stage? Is it Ambode who progressed it from where Fashola took it to? Or is it this new guy who sees the completion of it? Or is it the guy that shaped it, mapped it, and created a succession plan to bring it to fruition?
One man, let me tell you, the most important person in any project is the person that made it come true. So I will give it to Sanwo-Olu.
What do you mean? Sanwo-Olu did not make it come through? Oh, okay, hold on.
It was under his administration that we had it. We tested it, right?
Okay, so, hold on right there. Okay. We're building a house. You and I were building a house. Adanle Koko does the foundation. Actually, Adanle Koko has the idea of us building a house. He does the mapping. He gets the contractors. He arranges the financing, but then he has to leave. So I dig the foundation. Hold on, I dig the foundation. Kulaka does the brickwork, but then you come in after us and then Kulaka does the brickwork. Ife does the roofing and everything, and then you come in after us to do the painting. So do you get the credit for the house?
No, one man. In this case, you were wrong. That is not what happened in the real life case. And Tinubu did not put up one block under it. Everything that was done by Tinubu was just on paper. It was an idea. The person that started bringing it into fruition was Ambode.
That is not intellectual property. Intellectual property has value. In fact, intellectual property is powerful.
Okay, let me.
Can you allow me to ask one man a question?
Let me ask a question from one man. Let me ask one man.
Every person on this line, every person on the line, both the person that initiated it, the people that were working on it, and the person that saw it through, every person takes credit. That is the way it goes. Everybody takes credit. Because if Ambode came in and as a state governor said, I am not going to do this, nobody will kill him. Highest 4 years, you take him out. If Fashola came in and said, I'm not going to do this, highest 4 years, you take him out. But they follow through. That is the most important thing. And I thank them for following through. So let's give credit where credit is due, but trying to make it the most important person, as far as I'm concerned, in every project, is the person, like even in the River Niger Bridge, the most important person on that River Niger Bridge is Buhari.
All right. All right. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko. I think you missed the point, but let's hear from Ajanle Koko.
You missed the point.
Yeah. I think I want to support Joel.
Right.
Yeah. And I want to put a question to one man. Between Jonathan and Buhari, who would he give credit to for the second Niger build?
I have said it openly here. How many times have I said the second Niger bridge is a good Luck Jonathan project? I said it.
But now you are saying it's an enduring legacy of Buhari.
Yeah, it will come under his banner, but it's a different phase.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. If you want to compare, no, one man. Hold on. Let us say the way it is. If you want to go by that premise that you are using to give Tinubu that credit, that because it came with that initiative and did not put down a block, You want to give the credit to him and not the person that actually completed it. I mean,
But
Fashola
with
started it, right?
wait, with the
Fashola
situation we
started
find
it.
ourselves in Nigeria.
Let me
the-
finish. Let me
okay.
finish. Fashola started it. Ambode did not continue. I think it was granted during Ambode. But this guy took it up and completed it. We have to give it to this guy. So what do you call this guy? This new governor there, Sanwo-Olu. And that goes with Yoruba adage that says, ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ kì í ṣoríṣẹ́, ẹni bá parí ẹ̀ tó bá farati la máa kan sára sí. It's not the person that started something that will give the credit, but the person that completed that project. That is what Yoruba adage says. So you can't give it to Tinubu. It's this guy that completed it. If they have not stand up well to put energy and resources into it to make it happen, we won't be talking about it today. So it is not Tinubu. Let us just forget about it. It's not Tinubu. And on the second Niger bridge too, we can't give it to Jonathan. It's Buhari that completed it. He stood by it. He said
I gotta go. Second Niger bridge is special because the financing under Jonathan got cancelled. The Buhari restarted the financing and they changed the design too. So this one, second Niger bridge makes more sense to be Buhari because Jonathan started from, they cancelled everything. The people or whatever financing they tried to work out did not work out.
Okay, so it's Buhari's project. Let us just give it to Buhari. He has it will be there forever. That hey, this happened during this time. So that's just
one man. Can I?
Take the floor back, Fatai.
Yeah. On this matter, this is an argument that will go on forever. You know, there is something called intellectual property. You understand? So if you think that where you're burdening the person that finished take the glory, by that logic, nobody will get money for intellectual property. Everybody takes credit for the part they do. If you Tinubu never takes credit for completing the train. Buhari never takes credit for conceiving Niger for birthing the idea of let's construct a Niger Delta. He takes credit for coming up with the financing and make even if you listen to their campaign, they say this second Niger for since 40 years, everybody's been talking about it. We are the one that did it. So you take credit for the part that you did. So if your enduring legacy is that you conceived the idea, that is your enduring legacy. If Peter Obi's enduring legacy that he conceived, like he conceived a framework for Anambra, he would take it. That will also be said as his enduring legacy. Like Tinubu will say, as part of the enduring legacy, that he put on the table the framework for what he called the new Lagos, the modern Lagos. And that is forever. In other words, everything everybody is doing after that comes to the fact to his strategic potential, to the intellectual ability that he can like if let's say Tinubu becomes president now, he's not saying that he's going to solve the whole of Nigeria's problem in 8 years or 4 or 8 years, but that he's going to put it and say, look at what I did in Lagos, because I'm going to set the country on a path that it will lead us to sustainable growth for however you can imagine. That is what he takes credit for. Tinubu does not takes credit for completing what Sanwo-Olu completed or what Fashola completed. He takes credit for bringing the architecture of what is modern Lagos. Whether whoever constructed the road inside Shomolu, it's not Tinubu. Nobody cares about that. If Sanwo-Olu constructed the road inside Tinubu, Sanwo-Olu can take credit for that. But who constructed the infrastructure, the architectural design of the modern Lagos? That is what Tinubu will tell you it is me. So everybody gets to take their part of the credit. You can't take away anybody's credit, but if you take away anybody's credit because, well, they were not the one that put the blocks or whatever, nobody will get money for intellectual property. The person
so can I interject?
Wait, let me just close it. The COVID vaccine, the COVID vaccine, RMI, whatever is the technology, it was not designed by Pfizer. the doctor that designed it, lots of money. He sold the intellectual property to Pfizer or whatever. So everybody gets credit for what they did. It depends on the value of what you did. Like if I bring up an idea, if I believe that my idea is worth 1 billion naira, you can't tell me that because if I bring an idea to sell Coca-Cola and I value my idea at 1 billion naira, you can't tell me that because you are the one who did the bottling, that therefore you cannot give me I get $0. No, if I value my idea at $1 billion, that is what my idea, that is $1 billion, I'm going to sell it to you. Even if I never put one little pint of water in a bottle regarding that. So everything is in their separate departments.
But Fatah, you're saying the same thing.
Wait now,
Joel. Others want to speak to.
Fatah, one thing. If you want to claim to intellectual property, then if you want to give that to Tinubu, then you have to go back to Jakonde time that initiated the idea for Lagos State.
No, you don't.
Hold on, Fatah.
The modern Lagos,
the initial idea, initiative.
Hold on, if you're coming after. Yeah.
The initiative to build this thing.
Build what? You are talking about a particular project.
Now, the initiative to build metro line in Lagos was brought by Jakonde, and he actually started it. He has started channeling all the parts. They have started building, putting some structure on the ground before Buhari came in.
I'm not engaging this argument. We're moving around in circle with this kind of argument. Okay. I'm not saying one project could have been started by whoever invented Lagos in 1805. That's not the point. Like this construct that the way we see Lagos today, who put it all together? It's not one project. Like who conceived the train, who conceived the road.
I want to tell you that the development of Lagos today started during Jakonde. There was developmental
before
plan.
Jakonde. There are people who worked before Jakonde. What about
there
people
was developmental plan?
Okay, what about
for Lagos State for development of Lagos State?
He has his own also
on the
blueprint.
That
they call it
blueprint.
blueprint.
Came to meet.
Okay, let's give it to
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Everybody includes you, Fatai. What Fatai is putting to you is that the people who predate Jakonde, they also had developmental plans. And are you then saying that Jakonde is not ground zero for Lagos? That's no. Are the people who succeeded, whoever preceded, so Jakonde is not ground zero.
On the issue of metro line, there was never government in Lagos State that ever brought that idea, other than Jakonde. No government in the past before Jakonde that ever brought the idea of metro line to Lagos State. Even federal government never had that idea.
But nobody is arguing about one project.
Yeah,
I'm not arguing about one project.
It's not even one project. It's not even one project.
We are making reference to metro line, to this metro project.
I didn't make reference to any metro line.
Okay. I think Fatai is wanting to make a wider point. So
if you want to go a wider distance, then we can go wider.
Yes,
even on the education.
Let him. Ajan Lekoko, please. Let him. Because he has the floor. Let him make his submission, and then people can counter him. Fatai.
Okay, so this is the claim that there is a blueprint for the overall construction of the new face of Lagos State. Everything is not one. It's like a web. This old web, who put it together as this one web, as this one universe. Jakonde could have birthed the idea of let's construct a train. Somebody else before Jakonde could have constructed the idea of let's build the road to Shomolu. Somebody else could have constructed a lot of people. But you take if you see 10 ideas and you put it together in one project, you get to have the right for intellectual property of this new entity called this new one universe. So Tinubu gets to get the intellectual property of this that he called the blueprint. except if you're saying that what Tinubu is calling his blueprint to this new entity is a photocopy of Jakonde. But if you're saying a particular project came from Jakonde, even nobody's even arguing about that. Even Tinubu is not even arguing about that. This blueprint, if you say I disagree that this compilation is called a blueprint, this new direction, this architecture, this web of how Lagos move forward from now, who bettered this blueprint? This is the question, not who brought idea of how to construct a school. Maybe Awolowo even contributed to the idea of thinking about school in Lagos. I don't know. I'm just saying. So a lot, many people back. Maybe the settlers of Lagos, I'm sure they had an idea of trying to go to school. So nobody, there's no individual person can take credit for an idea. That is disingenuous.
Hold on, Fatai, because what you are suggesting is that Tinubu is the progenitor of modern Lagos. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, let's put it. Let me even to be even fair. Let's put it in code. The modern Lagos, the way we see Lagos today, like when you say Lagos pre-19, if you except if you're saying that Lagos pre-1999 and post-99, there's no difference. If you agree that there's a difference between Lagos pre-1999 and post-1999, this modern Lagos post-1999, Tinubu is the progenitor of the blueprint.
So to be clear and to nail it down, as far as you are concerned, Tinubu is ground zero for Lagos.
Ground zero for this new era. I'm not saying regarding one project. I'm saying in its compilation as an architecture. That's all. I'm not saying nobody. Even when you write a paper, even when you write a paper in school, you see there's a place called references and bibliographies. That is all the papers you have read and you have taken brains from. They are all part of your paper.
We were just discussing the railway now. You have ever paid.
Oh my goodness. But your paper, your original contribution, or the bringing together of all these various points from different papers, it's yours. That is yours. You refer to those people that brought this, that brought about certain idea in one paper.
You know that Fatai, you know that what you've said is very controversial and people cannot wait to come at you.
Exactly.
Because what you are saying essentially, and everybody heard you clearly, is that Tinubu built Lagos. That's really the conclusion.
No. Let me. Fatai, cool down. Fatai.
Why might he say so?
What Fatai is saying is attribute Lagos pre-1999 and post-99. Whatever you see post-99, you can attribute Tinubu is the progenitor of post-99 Lagos. I left Lagos.
What are these post-99 Lagos, please? What are these post-99 Lagos?
I left Lagos around that time. I left Lagos like close to that time. So whoever experienced that time and went back to Lagos and saw the difference, whatever difference you saw, that's a Tinubu. You can attribute it to Tinubu leadership or succession plan. And I think that's fair enough.
All right. So you left Lagos around about the 99 space. So you've experienced Lagos pre-99, and presumably you've been back to Lagos post-99 in the course of going back home and all of that. So what marked difference pre and post?
There a ton. I'm not even going to lie. So much more development, all sorts of hotel. That was Zumbamba Diwe, that was crap. Bar Beach is now whatever you call it. In the Lekki axis, Island axis, a ton of stuff. On the mainland, not so much. On the mainland, not really much change. But on the island, a lot of changes. New buildings, new development all over the place. New housing estates. Lagos has changed.
All right, still staying with Kulata. Are you with Fatai that Tinubu should get the bulk? If not,
if you get the except someone can tell me these are Mawa or Jakonde's plans for all this new stuff that I'm seeing. If you can't tell me they are their plans, then you have to give it to the guy that started those plans. If Tinubu can actually claim the blueprint of those plans.
All right, stay there still, stay there still, Colata. But the counter argument is that Tinubu only had an 8-year, two-term tenure in Lagos State, and
Yeah.
there is nothing really in terms of construction. We were talking about enduring legacies just earlier on. There is nothing that people can point to, especially it's only sort of similarly to Peter Obi, just vague and spurious stuff.
No. The Babbage, they started sampling. I'm going to cut you and start talking about the one I know that he did, like the sand filling of the Babbage. That started under him. The sand filling, the putting those rocks. There's some massive rocks they put to curb erosion, and then they started sand filling it to become whatever it became now. That was a thing not get completed under Tinubu. It got completed under Fashola. The like Roman kind of tile-styled roads all over VI. That was actually a Tinubu one. I was still in Nigeria when they were doing that one. There are a few ones, some housing estates, but the thing is, revenue increase is still sustained till today because it was under Tinubu that started, and they still kept it to today. The all coal ERP project that cut out a lot of ghost workers, that still works till today. That implementation started under Tinubu, and I was even there when some of those were happening. So yeah, I can't, except someone can tell me.
Did he build the power plant as well? Did Tinubu
he did build the power plant in the Ikorodu, and he also brought Enron.
Can I even buttress you? A lot of people that see Fashola and the people after it, and they are using it to judge Tinubu's construction, because many people see, I don't know, when they live, the residential part of Lagos is mainland. The investment part of Lagos is Victoria Island, Ikoyi. Tinubu, before Tinubu left office, Victoria Island, Ikoyi completely changed.
It fixed all those roads. That was his priority.
That is priority, because if you focus on the financial nerve center of Lagos, it totally improved. Fashola didn't do anything compared to what Tinubu did.
Mama, there are some children on the background making noise. You can control that.
I'm trying to see where they are. I'm trying to see who is coming from. Not from me, but because but carry on. Whoever had the floor.
So all these things everybody speaks about. Fashola, Tinubu is trying to take credit for Fashola. Tinubu does not need to take credit for Fashola. What Tinubu did is more important than whatever, even in terms of physical road construction, this, because everybody sees where they live. But the Victoria, you never visited Victoria. People didn't go because fine, nobody can live in. It's not affordable to live in Victoria Island. But I was going to Victoria Island every day. I lived on Lagos Island. Well, before Tinubu, look, if you take the Molue at Obalende, before you climb the bridge, pre-1999, if anybody knows, before Tinubu left, that place is, in fact, I think before even Tinubu, there was even no more Molue. The BRT lane, people live only in mainland, and then they take Fashola above Tinubu in terms of construction. And that means because you see only mainland. Because
Fatai, one thing Tinubu did, because my mom was selling at Balogun Market, right? So one thing I would just say,
Balogun is not Victoria Island.
Can I talk? I'm not saying it. I said let me give you one credit now. Listen now. One of the things that he did that I was a witness to was the drainage system in that marina area. You see, before Tinubu came into power, it used to be like a shallow gutter, what we used to have in somewhere in right? But when he came in, the kind of drainage system that they did, I was surprised that they could even pull that, because we had all those high-rise buildings, on marina. So how they were able to do that? They built like it was so much that it was so deep, so organized that till today, when you go there, immediately it rains, because it used to be there. If it rains, everywhere is flooded, like up to maybe 3-4 feet. So, but when he came in, he did that. Now, if I want to look at how he built Lekki, I was thinking that such drainage system, such landscaping will be in that Lekki area. But look, let me tell you, mainland is far, 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 far better organized, far beautiful than this present Lekki that we're talking about. And it's not meant to be so. If it's not for the water in the Lekki area, it was an engineering mess over there. No planning. The roads are I mean, the planning. Look, one man, there was this light that we were on that light for over that's the traffic light for over 4 minutes. In fact, I had to take the number and see if I can call the whoever that is in charge of the. You see, it is not really planned like I thought it would be as a new city. So if we are talking about Tinubu having a lasting legacy in Lekki, if you have visited Lekki and you have lived in abroad, I'm not even saying it should be in abroad standard. I'm saying it should be like 30-40% of what we have in abroad. You
So
will know
Accra,
it
use
was
Accra, Ghana, Accra.
Can I
Can I
continue?
interject now?
Can I continue? I'll just wrap it up and leave this place. Let me because you see this all this argument because of politics we will go around in circle. I don't want to get too much. All I'm saying is is a surface
What do you mean leave this place? You're not going anywhere. Just stay there. Just stay in the background, and then when it comes down, comes down, you can then come back. It gets rowdy sometimes. We used to have just endless fights here, but then it cools down. But it looks as though. But don't worry, I'll cap it off. But carry on. But those rowdy sessions, we are moving away from them. But I'm back to you for Ty.
Yeah. All I'm saying is a very cheap outlook for anybody to rate Fashola on even on construction higher than Tinubu because Fashola takes credit for Lagos mainland. Lagos mainland is not the nerve center of Tinubu. That is also part of the genius of Tinubu. He focused on where he's going to bring how many taxes he's been taken from mainland. Tinubu focused on where the big business hub of Lagos was, and that's where he did. If you ever visited Adeola Deku, all these internal roads of Victoria Island, Glo will never bring its headquarters to this street of Adeola Deku without the internal reconstruction of Lagos under Tinubu. So Tinubu focused on what will bring the money. Same thing ties into the Oracle. And Ambode, everybody would say Ambode like the best performing government. No, Tinubu fought for the allocation of Lagos. And then the fight was finished essentially by Fashola. So Ambode then comes in. So this money that of many years of allocation of Lagos, Ambode now takes it to be doing showy projects, and this is where this is where the split started. So people sweated to see that this money to fight for this something. You come around, you want to be doing showy thing. There is a blueprint. If you have a different blueprint, if you want to contribute to the blueprint, if you want to, no problem. Even if you think the blueprint is rubbish and you bring a new blueprint, fine. But not to be doing showy thing and forget the bigger sustainable plan that is on ground. And this is where the fight, this is essentially the philosophical fight between the Tinubu side and the Ambode side. It's not because Ambode is the money that, if Tinubu had all of the allocation, he would do every other thing all by himself, with fighting federal government, with being stifled by, not even like a small fight, big fight with the federal government. Inside all of that, Babi still came on board, and the contract to for the Eco Atlantic City. Well, if you have already secured the financial structure, and I was not a civil servant to know exactly what money was paid when, and then maybe after you left, some guy then bring in their tractor to be doing the work, and you say you don't give the guy who finished the closing of the deal. You're not going to give him credit because the tractor came after he left. Therefore, the person is the one who takes the credit. As everybody say, with regard to every other thing. So the people that brought the tractor, BRT, everything, lawman, all these other things. even many European cities are just newly starting doing dedicated bus lane. Tinubu already did dedicated but so many, you can't take away from the person that closed the deal. You can't remove him totally. He closed the deal. Somebody else come just to supervise the people with the tractor, and that is the one that's going to take the credit. But this whole argument goes in circles. I don't want to look the politics in Nigeria. Let the opponent go and dispute Tinubu's achievement, and they will argue between each other what each other's achievements are.
One man, can you give me chance to please ask him a couple of questions, please?
Yes. You can ask him a couple of questions. So entertain that conversation with Fatai, and gentlemen, because we know that Fatai very able, uptown very capable. So let them have that conversation. People can come in as they will. But Midwest, what I was saying about enduring legacy was so along the lines like Fatai just presented, but carry on uptown.
Okay. Fatai.
So,
in the entire of Victoria Island, is there any flyover in Lekki? Any flyover anywhere?
Any what?
Flyover.
Brother, I don't want to get into these uninteresting discussions.
This is yes or no questions now. They're not very long questions.
Victoria Island, Lekki is not Victoria Island, by the way.
Is there any flyover in the island?
Victoria Island?
Yes.
Well, there is flyover. If you are coming from Ikoyi into Victoria Island, there is a bridge. I won't call it flyover. There is a bridge there.
Who built the bridge?
Are you joking me now? The bridge was built like maybe 50 years ago, maybe 100 years ago. How am I supposed
to? Good. So it's not TINUBU. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, but wait, but they built a flyover to climb that bridge now, and that was who did that? Whether it was Fashola or probably Fashola.
Fashola did.
Before there was no flyover to climb that bridge, but they built the flyover.
Fashola did.
I didn't even talk about flyover. There was a bridge. I said if you are coming into Victoria Island through
what of Lekki Ikoyi Bridge now? What of that Lekki Ikoyi Bridge? That one that is like London's bridge. That's Lekki Ikoyi Bridge.
Tinubu built it.
That bridge now that was built by Tinubu.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not saying I know every single thing that Tinubu did.
Okay, let me ask you another question. How many kilometers of road did you say Tinubu built a lot of roads in VI, where I am now? How many kilometers of roads? Can you give us a number to the kilometers of roads?
No, I am civil servant. I know the papers and I calculated the number. But I don't have.
Okay, so how many kilometers of road did he build?
I'm not interested. Go and ask the Lagos State.
Okay, you don't know
what
as well.
Is the length of the kilometer?
VI is a small space, play town. I don't know. They call it
That's why I asked him how many kilometers, because I know how small this space
Okay, let me give you an example. Peter Obi built 800 kilometers, but shoddy roads. Most of them are washed off. The kind of roads Tinubu built were like Roman kind of concrete. What's the name of those paved roads? It's not a ton of kilometers, but they're enduring. Interlinked roads.
Before I
those
return to my
interlinked roads will last forever.
Kulata, before I return to my question to Fatai,
that question is kind of
like... built the 4-lane that stretched from the Niger Bridge down. Have you gone there recently? Has anything happened to that road? 6 lane. Has anything happened to that road? 10 years
brother.
That's one road out of 800 kilometers, and most of them.
All I just had to do was set one example for you. So let's continue.
No, but you got that is irrelevant one example.
So I just cited one example for you. So
I sent some link about what everyone now wants to read it. All these roads are dead.
I'm not even comparing Tinubu and if you look, you don't want to go to
let's continue.
Brother, you don't want to go into that conversation.
I'm interrogating the submissions you made.
I am always very careful because I don't even want to be defending any politician. Like I made my point. Like
my brother, just answer my questions. Let's not go long route.
The one I don't want to answer, I told you I'm not interested.
Exactly. I'm not. Just leave it. So now,
don't invite a space for comparison. Okay, don't invite that space.
No, the Mitobi space was brought by Kulata. I addressed it and I moved on.
Don't invite that space. Don't invite that space. You will not like. Some of us know.
Are you even listening? Like, if you can calm down a bit, maybe you will hear me.
Sorry, can I interject now?
So wait, let me finish with my question so you can interject. So because what started this argument is what is the legacy of Tinubu? You get what I'm saying? And you were saying he built roads in VI and all that. So I wanted to know because I know how small this place is. So I'm wondering how many kilometers of road even exists here, anyways. So I had to ask you: is there any flyover? No. Bridge? No. Like credited to Buhari, to Tinubu, and all that. But again, let me interrogate with the submission you made about.
No, you are answering your question.
I'm
but
coming.
it's
I'm
okay.
coming.
But wait,
about
Peter, before you,
okay.
those are pedestrian projects. Whether you build road and bridge, those are basic stuff. When you're talking
No,
about
that is. Do you know why I want to wait? Calm down, guys.
those
Why?
are like too
Kulata,
basic.
allow me. Do you know why I even interrogated that space? Because the last time I checked, we were talking about legacies and everybody's fixated at infrastructure. So I'm like, okay, let's even interrogate the infrastructure. Because the last time I brought up legacy, I went into things that are not necessarily because the legacy is not always infrastructure.
It's not
But it
always
seems that
infrastructure. No.
I'm coming. But it seems like we are fixated at infrastructure. That is why I even decided to now
Okay,
let's even
I am
interrogate the
okay.
infrastructure space.
Wait, wait.
I'm coming. Fatah,
No, you
allow
cannot
me
be
to
speaking.
land.
I
Allow
am
me to
losing.
land.
You are going all wide area. I can't even collect everything you are saying in one line.
Okay, so allow me to land. So you said that the credit of legacies should go to the people that brought it up,
You said
the
that.
people
That's
that
not what.
owns the idea,
You
right?
said that. You said that. That's not what I said. Just make your point. Don't attribute to me what I didn't say.
No,
If you want to
you
ask me a
did say
question, ask me a
okay.
question.
Fatah, I listened to your submission. So according to you,
No. Okay, well, quote me right. Don't quote me wrongly.
yes,
And
yes, that's what I'm saying. So
all right.
you are listening to me. So if I'm wrong, you correct me. So according to you, if I understand what you're saying, things like the rail and some of these things now that got completed under other governments, that got conceived by Tinubu, that Tinubu should be given credit for them. Is
No,
that what you mean?
Tinubu takes the credit for the
Okay,
conception.
so I'm right.
Sanwo-Olu can take the credit for supervising the tractor movement. No problem.
Okay.
Tinubu is not even interested in that one. That's what I'm
Okay, so
making.
Tinubu will take the credits. Okay, that's what I
So
wanted
can I
to say.
interject now?
I'm not done now. Wait now.
Please, can I ask you a question?
Oh.
And that's a question they have not been asking. And I saw you talking about Obi did this, Obi
Nobody's
did
allowing me
that.
to finish.
No,
Can you
let
allow
me
me
ask
to
you
finish
one
what I'm
question,
saying? You're
please,
saying
because
Obi
I might
again.
not be able to answer. Can in your discussion, please just explain to us why Obi failed to organize local government election for 8 years that he spent in Anambra.
Like I'm talking, I'm discussing something now. You just brought
I
local
mean,
government.
later just bring that up. I don't want to
Can
forget
we
that too.
complete what we are talking about?
Okay.
Please complete that later. We'll talk
One man
about
clearly
it.
said, allow him to interrogate that space, and that's what I'm doing. When I'm done with that, then if you want to introduce anything, fine. If one man allows for it.
Carry on uptown.
Okay, so I've already established.
Sorry, uptown. Yeah, people
Yeah.
can come into your conversation, but let the conversation, but hold that question from Patrick in abeyance, and I will bring it up
Okay.
later.
Yes.
But
Yes.
carry on with Fatai. Yeah.
All right. So, Fatah, you've already agreed that you say Tinubu should take credit because he started it. He
No, you
conceived
said
it
that.
rather.
You said that. I said Tinubu take credit for the architecture. Whoever supervised the tractor movement can take credit for supervising.
Whose legacy project is it?
I don't know what kind of question is that. Whose legacy is what?
One man asked us about legacy project. So, is it Tinubu's legacy project?
What?
Is the things like the rail and all of these things that are being completed on the
things like is not a specific something. That's general. Things like what specific?
Let me take you uptown to where Fatai is, and then you can counter him from there. It was quite clear.
Yeah.
What Fatai said, and it was in that conversation, especially with that Jan Lekoko, when they were discussing about who gets the attribution for birthing the idea of a intercity rail service, and Jan Lekoko insisted rightly Jack Conde, but Fatai was saying that wasn't really necessarily the point. That what Tinubu has done is to create a blueprint for a modernized Lagos. And he invited people to look at Lagos pre-99 and post-99. And what Fatai is saying is that Tinubu has created a blueprint for a modernized Lagos. And within those blueprints, he has mapped out different things that needs to happen for that modern state to be birthed. So the original idea of an intracity rail service, yes, it might even predate Jack Conde, but Jack Conde certainly brought it to prominence. But that idea, it never took off. But the modern intra-rail service that we have in Lagos now is conceptualized and then processed through to supervise to completion by Tinubu. And how did they
prioritization of what step by step, what comes in after what? This is part of the
yes.
blueprint.
Hold on. Let me pull it together for Uptown. And then the claiming of land from the whatever is it, the Atlantic Ocean. That so the claiming of land back and repurposing of that land to turn it into one of the world's leading.
Sorry, I add Lekki Free Trade Zone too, plus the port. Lekki Free Trade Zone that includes the port and all that stuff. That was
he conceptualized. So the blueprint for this modern Lagos that we have now was conceptualized by Tinubu. But then you say, okay, he can draw the plan, but other people built it. But there's an argument to say that Tinubu actually built it. Because he by constitution completed his term after 8 years, but by force of will, he ensured that whoever succeeded him carried on with those plans to bring them to fruition. So he handpicked Fashola to succeed him with Ambode, and when Ambode was trying to, if you go back to the clips of how they got rid of Ambode, Tinubu actually said, and I can go and look for the clip, he actually said that Ambode was deviating from the master plan, and that was what people went against. So you can say that he actually built it because the succeeding administrations were handpicked by him to ensure that what he had envisioned as the modern Lagos came to fruition. And we are seeing the fruition of it now with the Co-Atlantic, the Lekki Deep Sea Port, this rail service that is the first thing now, certainly in West Africa, correct me if I'm wrong, and all of this. So when Fatai is telling you that Tinubu is ground zero, I think that is what it means. Is that a good summation of what you mean, Fatai?
Thank you, one man. It's a good question.
Okay. So can I suggest now? Let me address something. I shouldn't.
So from that point now forward, though, don't go back to but Jack Conde did. So from that point forward.
Okay, fine. So, Ada, please, if nobody should probably just interject, please, so I won't lose my chain of thoughts.
Yeah, go on.
Now, from what you guys have laid on the table now, what it means is that first of all, you guys are giving credit to someone for doing things
that he did
that should be done normally, because continuing projects of previous government is what should be done. So,
brother, take that point.
Allow me. I just said allow me. Jesus Christ.
Let them land. Carry on.
Allow
me. No, you know the temptation to interject. Sometimes people can hold
the temptation.
Yeah, but carry on.
Let me land.
Quickly, wrap it up quickly. Don't worry.
Nice.
Carry on.
So now, are you aware that you cannot count projects Buhari conceptualized and started and completed with one hand like this, with your 5 fingers? You can't count it. That is one. Now, Abuja to Kano Railway started by Olusegun Obasanjo, conceptualized by Olusegun Obasanjo, that railway. It was brought to almost 60 to 70% by Goodluck Jonathan. Buhari merely did 30% in completing it. But today, it is called Buhari's Legacy Project. Same with several railways across the country, and same with Second Niger Bridge. But today, nobody is calling that bridge Buhari's Goodluck Jonathan's legacy. Nobody is calling Abuja. In fact, Goodluck Jonathan, it was even almost complete before Buhari took over in 2015. Almost complete. Just the cabins and stuff like that. But Buhari is today one of his listed legacy projects.
Okay,
now
I understand where you're going. Are you finished?
Yeah. So now it's either we agree on one thing or the other. If we want to stand by saying whoever conceptualized, whether they lay one block or not, that is their legacy project. Or we say whoever constructed and finished it, that's the legacy. So is that we take one part. So if we take the first part, that means we will almost strip Buhari of every of his small achievements that is managing and boasting of, and we will take it back to Goodluck Jonathan, because almost
thank
all
you.
his projects, almost all the projects Buhari completed in these 8 years, almost all of them was started by Goodluck Jonathan. All started by Goodluck Jonathan.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank
some
you.
I'm coming. Now, some
Yeah.
you can even trace back to Obasanjo. Some, and that includes the Kanu. Even do you know that even the railway that went to Maradi was started by Goodluck Jonathan? The one we are criticizing Buhari
it
of.
was actually planned by Goodluck Jonathan as part
Exactly.
of the wider
Exactly, because people are going around with fake news that
West
Buhari
African
just
Mail
came up with
Service.
it
Yeah.
out of the clear blue sky.
Okay,
That's
we
not
get
true.
it. Did Buhari?
So
Hold on, Fatai. Let me invite you in. Yeah.
So it's either we pick one idea. If the idea is give all the credit to who conceptualized it, then Goodluck Jonathan will probably be the biggest legacy project carrier in Nigeria, and then followed by Obasanjo. Buhari will have almost next to zero. And if we bring down to Lagos, that means Tinubu will carry everything, and Fashola, Ambode, and this hardworking guy now on seat, all of them will be transported back to Oshodi and locked up there. So is it that we are taking that, and then that will
Okay, we
favor
get it
Tinubu
now. You
and
are.
favor Goodluck Jonathan and favor Obasanjo? Or we say that whoever complete a project, that's a legacy project, which if you say that, it won't favor Tinubu again.
All
It
right.
will only favor the Fasholas and Buharis of this world.
All
So
right.
pick one hustle. That's the point.
All right. I think you made the point. Let Ife come in before you counter Fatai. Ife, come in.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I've been trying as much as possible.
Sorry. I was trying to open the window, but carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody has said one thing or the other, but for the integrity of this platform, there are some things I've written down we need to clarify. Somebody talked on ideas that was using ideas and patents interchangeably. A patent is a product, or let me come from the scientific point of view.
No, hold on. Are you in this conversational cycle that is going on between
No, he wants to lecture me about.
All right, let Fatai come back, and then you can do that later. Fatai, come back to Uptown. Yeah.
No, yeah. He wants to lecture me on the meaning of.
No. Yeah, no. He will come back
No,
later.
no.
We will have that conversation in a minute. But the conversation between, I think that's what's engaging the space at the moment. But anybody can chime in as well in that conversation. But Fatai, right to reply.
Okay. One man. Look, if you're turning into pretzel just to nail somebody, it doesn't really help us to move forward. We have said many times, it's like going over the same thing. We can never agree. If you are turning into pretzel to criticize Tinubu, there is no way we can agree. I have said many times that Tinubu is not telling you that he's taking credit for the driving to the bridge, the rail line. He didn't tell you he's taking credit for bringing the tractor to start doing whatever everybody was doing. I've been very clear what I said Tinubu should take credit for. You understand? But in addition to what even one man added to that point, so what is it? Goodluck Jonathan, whether it conceived this or not, the Goodluck Jonathan did not go to facilitate the financing of the project. Buhari
He did. Most of them he did, my friend.
Brother, can you let me speak?
Most of them.
Can you let me speak? Whether he did, well, okay, number one, I also need to make the disclaimer. I am not civil servant, okay, to be knowing specific 2+1 that on the papers in the federal government. But
Fatai, how would Jonathan, how would he have started a project when he haven't secured financing for that?
I am not a civil servant.
No, hold on.
But you have to argue with facts now. You can't come and say you're not a civil
servant.
servant.
The point you make that we are trying to
But
counter.
you didn't even let me
here.
arrive at my point. You are picking on me on pedantic things
No,
like
no,
I'm
hold
not
on
civil
now.
servant.
Why are you?
But why
trying
not
to-
allow him to
Why you
land
don't
first?
want people to interject you? You said Jonathan did not secure, financing for those projects, and we're trying to. I'm asking you, how would he have started the project in the first place if he doesn't have the proper financing for it?
You don't you don't have to have the
want
proper you can start the process. For example, a lot of PPP takes years and years and years to approve. That's why it's not working properly in Nigeria. You can have an MOU first, draft some contract, and now start the process of trying to do the financing. And a lot of times the finance doesn't work out. A very good example is the second Niger bridge. Jonathan's finances crumbled, so they had to do a new round of financing. And a lot of that happened under this Jonathan's government. And at times, they funded some contractors. They gave them mobilization money. They abandoned the project. Then there were a lot of legal issues that Fashola was chasing many people with lawyers that did not result to anything. And they had to redraft those contracts. That's why Jonathan really, to an extent, can't be credited for a lot of this project because his finances just fell through.
Kulata, what about Abuja to Kano Railway?
That's a different one. That was already under construction.
Okay, so that Goodluck Jonathan's legacy project.
He has some part of the legacy for sure.
Okay.
No. Actually, when that road was
Abuja to Kano or Kaduna.
Whichever one was under construction. I think there was one that was under construction.
Yes, when that project was commissioned, I think Oshiomhole was actually the chairman of APC then, and he was doing his usual short man jumping. That look at that, within 4 months, Buhari has done this, and Buhari actually came out publicly to say that no, I cannot take the credit for this. This was a Goodluck Jonathan. So even Buhari, he acknowledged that it was a Goodluck Jonathan project. But carry on.
68% complete. 68.
68. The Kaduna Abuja.
68% complete. Yes.
Where are you getting that?
I'm looking at it online now.
Okay, let me check that as well. Well, carry on.
One man. It's very difficult to talk if every sentence, every phrase, you have to be making a disclaimer. If everything you say, if you are trying to make you are trying to lay a foundation and people take what you say like categorical, it's very difficult to talk. Like I even said it that I'm not a civil servant, so if I'm trying to lay a foundation. I even said it before, like the part that one man put added to this situation. So if I say, and if you take me categorical, who signed this paper on which date between Jonathan and Buhari? I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to. And it's like and it seems to me that way, just trying to be picky on what he's trying to avoid the general picture to be picky, not really to read. Anyway, I leave.
No, Fatah, you should know now. If you bring an argument forward, you should know what you're talking about.
Let me make my point.
Let Fatah make his point. So Fatah, carry on.
My point is, so as one man said, so Tinubu, I mean, metaphorically speaking, sat down and take each governor by their boxer and say, oh, you have to do this. I'm speaking metaphorically. Nobody should take me up on that. Like, okay, you have to do this. This is the priority. This first. Did Goodluck Jonathan take Buhari by his shirt and say, Buhari, okay, you must do first this, then you must take this, then this is how you must go? No. Wherever Goodluck Jonathan stopped, there was a lot of rearrangement of the financing and everything like that. And that is even why nobody takes full credit for anything. Buhari is not going to take full credit for the second Niger bridge. He's taking credit for the finance, for seeing it through to completion and the financing. So if you take the financing of it as the main deal of the project, then Buhari takes the credit for the main deal of the. If you consider that the thinking about it is the point of the project, then you can give the credit for second Niger bridge to, I don't know, maybe about Macaulay. I don't know who first talked about it. I don't know. Or maybe Lord Lugard. Whoever you give it to, you can give. If the thinking about it is where you're focusing on, you can give it to Lord Lugard. But if you what you consider substantial is that bridge is standing today, and that bit was the financing that saw it to the completion. If you want to differentiate them, then Buhari can tell you, okay, this is what arrangement I met on ground. So the pivotal financing that saw the bridge to the completion and the completion of it, it's my credit. So some people see that and say this is Buhari's credit, but everything is in context. So when you take out the context of the conversation and you want to name me on that, oh yeah, I should sieve out the with 1 naira from Jonathan.
Wheat from the chaff is what
Yeah,
you're looking
okay.
for. The
Well,
wheat
I'm
from
not
the
a
chaff.
civil.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not a
yeah.
civil servant to know what level of paperwork Buhari Jonathan did on it. All I'm saying is Tinubu take credit for the act. If you say that pre 1999 and post 1999 of Lagos is different, the architecture, not the specific truck that was brought to do something, not the supervising of it. I'm speaking metaphorically, but the architecture, the bringing together of all these pre-existing concepts that were scattered, like somebody wants to do this, another person wants to do, but somebody sat down, put up his team, and put up all the necessary projects that will change, that will bring about the new face of Lagos, and then they set it in priority in motion, and then he sat down, not set literally, I'm not speaking literally, somebody to take me on like that, literally every successive governor to hold them by neck and see that they put it through. Then you even the construction of that, in that regard, you can even give him credit for that. Buhari did not hold, Jonathan did not hold Buhari by neck and tell him, okay, you must do that data bridge first. Okay, well, what do you want? Do you want help with the getting the money? How much help do you know that maybe Tinubu helped even behind the scene for getting some money that was gotten by later government? And also, even the bulk of the money that are being used for this project, where work started by Tinubu, the allocation to Lagos that was withheld. This was a fight that was championed by Tinubu. So even the money to do all these projects, even in many respects, is Tinubu's credit. The IGR improvement, the Oracle installation, that was like, even that alone was game changer. The Oracle installation, all these things that now ensure that Lagos State went from like some 100 million of IGR to billions and billions and billions of re-architecture that ensure this sustainable generation of IGR is Tinubu's credit. So the money that came out of that, plus the allocation that was withheld for a long time, and this money that were now used to do this project, it's very difficult for you to just make categorical statement that it's not Tinubu's project.
It was not Tinubu's monies that was used, my good friend.
Yeah, I
Other
know.
governors also made
Tinubu
their
did not pay from his
IGRs. They
pocket.
also
I
made
know.
their
I agree
gains.
with you. I agree with you that Tinubu did not take out money from his bank account, from his personal pocket.
So is that what excites you, Fatai, about the prospects of Tinubu presidency, that he will replicate, as you described, from Lagos to Nigeria?
I think Tinubu is a genius, and I think Tinubu will redesign the face of Nigeria.
All right. So there it is.
One man,
There
just
it,
to add to, I'm not going to counter him, so it's
let
not
me
a counter. I'm
say,
not countering Fatah. I
let
just
me
want
say,
to add thought to what to conclusion of what we have said. So I
go on.
believe that yes, the discussion we just had in the last 30 minutes to 1 hour might just be the point.
4 hours.
Yeah. No, I'm just talking about this legacy and all that the dynamics of it. So it might just be one man in this platform. We have argued both about Tinubu's legacy project and Obi's legacy projects. Yeah, and in the two, Anambrarians will tell you that Obi is like the father of New Anambra. He's the one that laid the foundation for New Anambra. Lagosians will say Tinubu laid the foundation of New Lagos. But we're now wondering why these two people who are believed to be revered in laying the foundation of their individual states, if you start checking if they have a marquee or a legacy project, like like something we consider as legacy in Nigeria, you might struggle. Both of them, you might struggle to get Tinubu's own. You might struggle to get Obi's own. But then that shows that legacy projects are usually easily secured by people that came before them had laid foundation for. That is why if you check,
Peter,
Obi is not the architect of modern Anambra.
How can you say Obi is not the architect of New Anambra? Do you know Anambra post Obi?
Playtown, I think the argument
you know
is
Anambra post Obi.
wait,
Hold on. Let Kolata come in. Yeah.
Playtown is there's no new Anambra. That's the argument. What is in Anambra?
You are telling Anambrarians if there is a new Anambra and old Anambra.
What is notable about Anambra?
Wait, so are you telling Anambrarians if there is a new Anambra and if
I'm telling you right now, or I'm asking you right now.
Onitsha was the dirtiest city in West Africa.
I'm
in the old Anambra.
Wait now.
Hold on. Let him ask him what he's asking.
I'm asking you right now. I'm asking you right now. What is there to Anambra now that you can say this is Obi's legacy, even if you didn't see through the building? What is in Anambra that is of note?
Kulata, is it a coincidence that, and you're a data guy, so you can always go and check these things. Is it a coincidence that in almost all indices of development, be it industrialization, be it low poverty rates, be it education, be it health, in almost all the indices of development known in the world, if you start checking it by states in Nigeria, Anambra is almost on the top 5 of all of them.
My state too. Playtown. My state too is always on the top 5 when it comes.
Did I say Anambra is the only person there?
No, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you that I'm trying to tell you.
No. Now let me consolidate. Allow me. Let me consolidate on that point.
Because my state performs equally, but there's nothing of note in my state.
Listen to me now.
Your state is one of the poorest states in Nigeria. Osun State is one of.
No, it's not. When it comes to poverty, it's top 5. It's always top 5. Ajale Koko doesn't know any data. You just rant stuff. It's one of the top 5.
It's actually top.
Your state is one of the.
It is top 5.
Osun State is always top 5. It's not top 5.
It's not top 5. What are you saying?
Osun State is always top 5.
Top 5.
And I'm telling you, my state too is one of the top 5. And there's nothing of note in Osun State. So tell me there's something of note.
Your state that is a civil servant state.
It's top 5 for poverty. Osun State. It's always top 5.
Okay, we are talking about legacy.
All right, so allow me now. Allow me to consolidate on that point. Now
we don't know Anambra for nothing.
Oh my God, you're not even.
Hold on, everybody.
Let me learn.
Anambra can financially sustain
one of the most financially stable states in the country
without federal funding. Osun cannot sustain herself without federal
funding. Osun poverty state is equally or better than Anambra in a lot of times. That's not what we're talking about.
Sustenance. Your state cannot.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about legacy. You're talking about legacy. You're mixing things up.
What your state is on.
You are mixing things up. Let's play town.
No. Your state is on productive state.
Compared to Anambra, but we're not poor. Thank you. Play town.
Because the activity Osun State. What are you talking
about?
No, the fact is the fact. Let us say the fact here.
Let Playtown answer the question.
All right. Hold on, Playtown. So the question that Kulata is putting to you, you put the question again, Kulata, but don't say anything yet, Playtown. You put the question again, Kulata, but you heard the elegant delivery from Fatai. So keeping it to that level, respond to the question as put to you by Kulata. So put him the question, Kulata, but respond in the elegance that Fatai wrapped around Lagos State just now. So, Kulata, to you.
So here's my question. You said both guys are the architect. One is architect of New Lagos, one is architect of New Anambra. And I'm saying for us that don't know anything about the New Anambra or know of anything of note in the New Anambra, what is the New Anambra that represents by Guy called Peter Obi?
Okay, so will you listen to me now?
Carry on.
Okay. And I don't know if you listened to me the first time I spoke. Now, I told you clearly, post Peter Obi, Onitsha was one of the dirtiest city in Nigeria. It was actually the dirtiest city in Nigeria, not one of. Then rank Onitsha after Peter Obi. Now, you're talking about old Anambra versus what? New Anambra. Now, what are the characteristics of old Anambra and what is the characteristics of new Anambra? This is how studies are being conducted. Old Anambra, what? One of the highest educationally disadvantaged states in the country. Old Anambra. New Anambra, one of the highest, best educationally performing states in the country, and it has sustained it in the last 10 years. 1. 2. Old Anambra, the headquarters of political thuggery, godfatherism, and everything you don't want to see in a democracy or in politics. New Anambra, free of political thuggery, free of political godfatherism, and it has been sustained by that government in the last 10 years. Point 2. Point 3. Old Anambra, economically disadvantaged, financially unstable, debt-ridden. New Anambra, adjudged as at 2014 by Nigeria Senate as the most economically and financially stable state in Nigeria. Provide a counterpart to that. And it has sustained that trajectory in the last 10 years. Point 3, New Anambra. And if you want me to go on, I can go on. So, old Anambra, new Anambra. Onitsha, dirtiest city, old Anambra. New Anambra is not within that bracket again.
So
we can continue.
Those few seconds that you spoke, I've already debunked one of what you said.
I'm coming.
So you can,
and then wait. In projects when you're writing projects in school, and I wrote a lot of projects for a lot of people. After enumerating your projects, you have to cite citations here. So citations to some of the things I've listed to you. Go back to Soludo, and we can provide 3 videos in this platform where Soludo clearly stated unequivocally last year, 3 videos, that Peter Obi is the one that laid the foundation to a new Anambra, quote open, quote close. I can back it up. Soludo is the sitting governor today. He made the statement yesterday. And he said since then
that is true.
Been
that is true.
On upward
trajectory. That's true.
Yes. Anybody that followed the campaign last year can allude to that.
Where is Onitsha play town? Where
Onitsha is in Anambra State.
All right. So you said is a clean. Look at this. Onitsha is the most polluted city in the world. This is 2016, and look at the state of it.
Is that post Obi? Is that post Obi or pre-Obi?
This is the 13th of May, 2016.
Obi left in 2014. That's 2 years after Obi.
Listen to me.
Legacy? No. You talk.
When you come to Onitsha,
you've said yours.
Listen to me, Kulata. I was born in Waterside in Onitsha.
Let him speak now. You speak and people keep quiet and listen to let Kulata speak.
You said your own. My own.
I listed 4 points to you, so you might want to
now. This is addressing one, and you know there's so much I can quickly type and think and do everything at the same time. I'm not a robot. This is addressing your first point. Post Obi Onitsha. True or false?
Do you have?
It's true. It's true. There's no point arguing it.
Can I please?
Interject. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. So if you're going by this analogy of what Mr. Man put on the screen and saying Onitsha the second whatever in 2016, there's actually a survey that was done last year And Lagos is the second worst city to live in the whole world. So, and that is what we are saying to Tinubu. So Tinubu has built the second worst city.
Thank you very much for that point.
So I'll just leave it.
Another thing, Onisha, even the cables and what's it called, analysis is wrong. The most polluted city in the world is 2016 is India.
That point, please.
It's India, and for most of the cities in India are the most polluted cities in the world.
Playtown, did you say anything about road infrastructure or whatever? Anything like that? That Peter will be post Peter Obi? No, I'm just saying yes or no.
I wanted to say something, if I'm permitted. Woman.
Yeah, no, carry on.
Okay.
A new voice. So let's document the voice. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that Stephen?
No, it's Midwest.
Oh, Midwest. Yeah, carry on. Midwest. Yeah.
Okay.
Midwest. Yes. Oh, so you stay there. So no, you can speak, but this image is for you. I'll put it on the screen as you're talking. Carry on.
Okay. We have talked a lot about the infrastructure, but the sad aspect of it is that we have to talk about human capital investment. And
okay. So you've given up on that one. You've surrendered.
Yeah, because look, one man. Do you know why? Do you know why? Let me just quickly land my point, please. Can you give me this second? It's just a minute.
Hold on. This is Peter Obi's road in Anambra, by the way.
Okay, now, yeah. You see, we have been building this road since 1960, and look at where we are. So we have to speak facts to this issue that something big is very wrong. And that is the truth. Since 1960, see road. And these people that is still campaigning today, they are campaigning about road, about water, about electricity. What about the human being? How is these infrastructures affecting them? So let us also talk about that. That's my own submission, sir.
All right, stay there though, because you've come here to tell us that. Can you hold on? You've come here to tell us that Peter Obi built all these roads and he did all these things. So here is an example of the roads that Peter Obi built. And
yeah, I want to tell you why these roads. Can I come in?
No, you can come in, but let me just land the point.
Okay.
So before you build a road, you have to know the topography of that space in order to build a road that can endure. So you cannot say the place is susceptible to erosion.
So that is a road Peter Obi built. The picture you sent, that's a road Peter Obi built.
Well, it's one off. Yes.
Is that the road? Which road?
No, it's one of the road. Let us be specific. One of the road our leader used to build. Let us not argue this.
Do you want me to bring you more?
What road is that? This road now. This
Nigeria road. Nigeria and the Nigeria road. Let us just stop there.
Carry on. Yeah, Midwest.
One man.
Yeah, one man. You see the problem we are having in this country. Post-military administration or pre-military, let me just say, post-military administration to this since 1999. Before the military gave us this power, they have crippled the entire institution that's supposed to, like as you said topography. The greatest problem we have today, they don't operate with professionals any longer. If you go to ministries, you don't see the department that's supposed to be in charge of the maintenance of this road. They're not in existence. And you don't even see a department of survey, town planning, or anything. People where you're supposed to have people who read geography to go and study this project.
You have to blame the politician for that. They've been
so now you can see this is why we need to campaign for fresh idea, because naturally we don't have anybody to check on this thing. Professionals are not there. That's why you see these foreign white people.
Peter Obi doesn't have fresh ideas.
No. Peter Obi have a lot. He will do more.
Hold on, Midwest. Let me tell you.
Fresh idea didn't work in Anambra now.
Midwest, let me tell you this. During the time of military, the state institutions function better than
these guys, man.
They function better. Civil service function better. All the state agencies and what do you want to call it?
Let's just say institutions like ministries and all
institutions, and they function better than today. the way the
Adaloko, how would you say they function better? Can you give us your fact to support that claim?
Okay, I will give you instances. You see, number one, the military doesn't have bigger government, right? So the little money they have, they expended it well on the project. On the project, listen.
At the state level, give us the example of state that you think functions better than Rivers State.
Hold on. All the bureaucracy in the government that you have under the democracy, they don't have it there. So easily they can target whatever they budgeted for quickly, and any project that they budgeted for, they go after them and implement them and finish them as quick as possible. And
like what? Which one? You have not given us example. You are just saying what they do.
What they make quick.
Give us the reason. Give us an example of a project that maybe you pick Rivers State and you say the military governors in Rivers State have functioned better than Wike. The military governors in Ogun State have functioned better than Amosun. Now, I've been in Ogun State. I can tell you there was no military government in Ogun State that functioned effectively like Amosun and Benga Daniel.
Just name any military administration where students were at home. University students, they strike as just what we just witnessed during this administration. Do you see anyone?
How many years were you on strike?
Okay, wait now. I'm still coming again. Wait, tell me any military administration where more than 5.
Let me respond. The 1 year ASU strike that happened under Bangida, we went to school, we got off school. By the time we came back, most of our girls were pregnant. What are you saying? For more than almost a year.
Under military, I had 3 ASU strikes when I was in school in the 90s under military.
So what are you talking about?
Okay, let me give you specifically.
Okay.
Let me give you specifically.
Sorry, I had that as well. Under military administration, I had ASU strike too. So yeah.
Let me mention specifically how the military function better than under the civilian administration. And I will use Lagos State for example.
Ali must go.
I will use Lagos State for example. Before Tinubu came in, every ministry and government agencies have staff bosses. Staff bosses that pick civil servants up at various what do you call it, bus station, or what do you call it, a bus stop, or whatever, across Lagos State.
So how is that better than what they have now?
What happened?
How is that better than what we have now?
Hold on now. What happened after civilian came in? After Tinubu came in, specifically, he cancelled that staff bus transportation, civil servant staff bus transportation.
Mm-hmm.
And there were government institutions that were managing this space in order for civil servants to have easy ride to work and back home. And what does that give to civil servants? It gives them a lot of savings.
And motivation.
Hold on.
How is that better than what you have now? How is that better than what you have now in Lagos?
Okay, Ajale, let me help him. Let me also throw this one in. During the military, Ajale, please. There's nothing like Boko Haram. Nothing like
that one is
it's a problem. We're talking about security. There was nothing like a bandit
functioned.
It's because they function security otherwise. That's why we don't have
point. I'm telling him, I'm asking
listen now. These are national issues.
One by one. If not, we'll not go. We'll just be throwing things. Adaneko, do you
But what
think
he's
the
trying to
transportation
say,
system
what he's
then
trying to say is a fact
is
too. Look,
no
the
wait now,
military
Adaneko, let's
function,
finish it one by one now.
the military function better.
No, but
Let's finish it one by
No,
one.
we
You have
were
put
able
one
to
on the
secure
table.
we were very strong military.
Ajan Lekoko, let Patrick have that conversation with you. So Patrick respond, and then
Adaneko,
Ajan
you have put the transportation system Starbucks on the table. How is that better than the Lagos mass transit now? That is not just
No.
not only
Mass transit is different.
wait. How is that better than the Lagos mass transit now? That does not only include the civil servant, but the entire Lagos state people. One, then two. How is that better than the new rail line that is going to carry everybody? Meanwhile, in this city where you are, both the civil servants and the normal citizen use the mass transit that is effective.
Okay,
You understand what I'm saying? So, to me, that's not better.
Okay, let me tell you.
That's not better.
The transportation for civil servants is quite different from that of the public.
In the US?
No. During the time of the military in Lagos State under Marwa.
It does not make it better now.
No.
That is different does not make it better.
Can't you listen to what I'm saying?
You have not shown me how it is better.
How is it better if that there was transport system for civil servants in Lagos State?
Is it missing now? Is that transport system missing now?
It's missing now. It's not more available.
The difference that they are paying for it. The difference that they are paying for it. That's the difference.
Oh God! What are you talking about? What are you?
You are in the US now. Don't you pay for transport if you are looking
don't compare US with this.
Patrick.
So now we don't compare US, but we compare US in other areas.
Patrick Ajan Lekoko's ideology has a socialist bent. So if there's no free stuff, he's not gonna like it. Let me. That's the difference. Before, if it was free, Ajan Lekoko would say it's the greatest.
Okay, let me also
the civilian is better than
we cannot have the same ideology, okay? We can't have the same ideology.
The transportation system under in Lagos State. Sorry to cut you.
One voice. Yeah, carry on.
Look, we cannot have the same ideology. My ideology is democratic socialism, all right? And your ideology could be extreme capitalism that will kill people in the country.
Why would you say kill?
That only have the feelings of the people. Thank you.
Yesterday, we were here. Yesterday, we were here. Yesterday, we were here, and we were telling you that the budget that we have for 2023 is going to be massive poverty, massive inflation, massive unemployment, and massive deterioration of the value of our currency, and economic calamity and financial bankruptcy for Nigeria. You are saying
really appreciate you.
It wasn't. You said no, that we are just raising false alarm.
Do you know what I enjoy listening to you? Do you know what I enjoy most? Sorry, these are the lighter notes. When you are talking about the woes of Nigeria, the way you speak very good English and you sweet, you are so good with it. Oh, poverty, destruction, you mess up the country. The way you describe it, as
like imminent danger, like we're going to rapture in Nigeria. We're just going to rapture.
It's a hopeless situation. Yeah, that man has destroyed.
You know all those old war movies when they wear this tin hat, when they wear this. Oh, hold on, Patrick. You know all those old war movies when they wear these tin hats. You know those tin hats, the green ones in those old war movies. When Ajan Lekoko says, hold on a minute, look here. Get that tin hat. Wear your tin hat because he's about to start
one question.
Yes.
But I don't just a direct question. I don't mind my language. Did you make a research where you asked the civil servants of Lagos where they told you that they preferred the bus provided by military to whatever arrangement they have now. You are saying is better, but according to who? According to the civil servants, and did they complain that now they are not able to get to work because they don't have the military bus arrangement? And did they say also that they preferred that military arrangement? Maybe they prefer whatever it is they have now than the military arrangement. You are saying just the existence of something, a change by itself does not mean it's bad.
Let me tell you, they prefer that transportation system provided by Lagos State. Yes, I know. I have people that work there, and they prefer it than nothing that they have now. They don't have anything. They have to spend their money for transportation, unlike what was provided under the military that was free, which we could, free as to,
under the military, the soldier could enter public transport free in Lagos. That was so better.
No.
All they need to do is just wear the cap.
Hold on, Patrick. What I'm saying here, the transportation provided was not for public. It was strictly for civil servants to transport them to work and take them back home. They have a department in Lagos State. What's the name of that department? Maybe it was under the head of service that they have that arrangement. They have those transportation mainly just to transport civil servants, not the public transportation that is used with for public use, but mainly for civil servants, just to make it convenient for them to come to work early as possible and go back home in a more convenient manner. It's such a way that, it can motivate them. And, the workers' welfare was well provided. Even in fact, the amount they spend on training and retraining of civil servants then, they don't spend it now. With the humongous and big money they declare their revenue that they are generating now, they give more training for the civil servant. That back then, look, let me tell you, doctors, back then, doctors were given, when they have to train, when maybe surgeon in health services, Ministry of maybe Hospital Management Board, or maybe Ministry of Health, if they have to upgrade, let's say surgeons, they have to upgrade their training, is at the expense of the state. Sometimes if they couldn't get that approval to go, and they use their own personal money, as long as they've been approved for that training, and they go outside the country, every kobo that they
But that doesn't make it better now. That doesn't make it better now.
They will be reimbursed.
That doesn't make it better.
The way it is now. And
that doesn't make it better.
Okay. Can I be permitted to also put something, please?
All these are subjective.
So what I'm
saying, it doesn't make it better now.
No, I want to quickly put something here.
Doesn't make it better.
Yeah,
please, can I throw something?
The government. Yeah, I will give me 1 minute. The government structure. How do they say? Is this structure? What was it?
Yeah, we understand structure or whatever.
Yeah, government structure work efficiently well under the military because they don't play politics. They don't,
because they give freebies. That's the assumption you have just made now.
Bastardized with politics.
Because they give freebies. If you are a doctor in the US, you are going for further training, you go at your expense. And they have one of the best medical systems in the world.
You don't get it. You don't get it. It can't be.
No, don't say US have the best healthcare system in the world. Please, I live in Europe.
I said one of the best. One of the best.
Okay, because I live in Europe and I think European one is the best. Just the way you.
The British healthcare system is the best in the world.
Okay, so everybody will praise their own.
without
for the
question.
reason that those
But
doctors
in the UK, does the government pay for people's like doctors licensing program? Doctors are going for residency. Does the government pay or they pay?
Well,
I know medical education is the most expensive here in Canada.
I don't know if they pay or not, but what I do know is
The
that
service is good.
you get like for instance, I have glaucoma and I had an eye operation, and that was on the NHS. They cost me a penny, and otherwise that cost me what 40, 50 grand. You know,
they pay the doctor, right?
No, the Europeans, the European Union have the best medical care in the world. American is fabulous. Don't just praise America when it comes to
one man, that service that you took, the NHS pays, but the payment goes to the doctor that gave that service, right?
No, the payment doesn't go. The doctor is a staff now. It's a civil servant.
Okay, that's it. But do you have private hospitals where you go and the NHS covers?
No, the NHS doesn't cover it. The people who avail of the private and a lot of the NHS doctors, they also have practices, but which is get towards the international market or people that don't fall within the British system. But if you fall within the British system, then the NHS picks up. You know, no matter how expensive the drug is, you don't pay more than about £9. No matter how expensive it is.
So the NHS pays. You can't use NHS in private hospitals. Like if I'm a doctor, I run a clinic. You can't come to my clinic and NHS pays me for the service I give you.
No, you can have, because some people can run a two-tier system that they in their clinic they have NHS because you see with some services they say NHS patients accepted, especially with dental care. But some just go entirely private. But really, the British system, no matter what your ailment is.
Can I answer that question? If the doctor signs into the NHS or whatever, it's a framework that basically is the separate framework for many countries in the world now. If the government, like in the UK, is NHS, so the doctor has to sign into you have to check whether that doctor is signed up into that program. So if you go to a private doctor, if the private doctor is not signed up into the program, he's going to charge you outside of that arrangement.
Yes, but all the hospitals, though, they are NHS hospitals, virtually all of them. But the clinics, which we call GPs here, general practitioners, they are privateers, but they still fall under the NHS umbrella. Because I think for reasons of maybe licensing, subsidy, and it's often more profitable for them to be within the NHS system because they can see a mass of people and just invoice whatever to the NHS. So
exactly, But that doctor that is invoicing to NHS, the British government will not be the one that pay for his training, for his licensing. He has to pay through medical school.
They support
very convinced.
Yeah, what point are you making though?
So what I'm making is that you expect Nigerians to be the one paying for their doctor's training, upgrade of license and everything. No.
Of course now. I mean, yes, of course.
That's what Ajaleko is expecting. He says it's better that way.
Hold on.
But Ajaleko is a social.
Let me explain it to you.
Left of center.
Let me explain it to you. The way it was under the military. As long as you remain in service, under
the military, I was not a baby. I knew what was.
Hold on now. Let me see what I know. Under the military in Lagos, let's say for example, during the time of Marwa.
Who wants to let Rudolph in? He wants to come and make noise with us for a moment.
Okay.
Rudolph, let me complete this thing.
Someone must be inactive.
All right. No, I think someone is actually out. So let's let Rudolph in. I want to let Rudolph in, and then I want to let Ogbeni in as well.
But FYI, Playtown, every point you made, I just debunked everything.
One man, please. I wanted to talk about this military something.
Hold on, though. Everybody, one voice at a time. But Ajan Lekoko, you
let me finish.
Yeah.
You see, during the military, let me say, for example, during the Marwa time, before Tinubu came in, as long as you are in the service of Lagos State as a medical doctor or a surgeon, if you have to go on overseas training, it's at the expense of the state. If you don't get approval for you, I mean, once you get approval to go, if your money couldn't come out due to bureaucracy, where is that voice coming? So
no, it's Rudolph who will as soon as you turn off his wagging fingers, switch off your mic, but it turns off here. Good to see you, Rudolph. So just hold on, just interject as you will. We're free flow, so just interject as you will. But back to Ajanle Koko.
So if once you have been approved to go, and if your money haven't been released to you before your time of traveling, and you travel at your own expense, when you return, every kobo that you spend will be reimbursed to you. That is the way it was. There wasn't politics. There wasn't. So government institution work perfect. But now, due to politics, they do cherry picking. Who is their own, who is not their own, and that is the way they destroy the government institution. So that is what I'm just trying to compare between during the time of the
you can come in. Sorry, Fatai. Hold on. Ajanle Koko, the wider point that I think Patrick left. The wider point that Patrick was making was that subsidized civil servant boss service that you said they had under the military. He said it has been perfected and bettered by a better mass public transport, which is at an affordable entry point, which not only serves the civil servant, but serves a wider mass. It's a waste of money having a dedicated civil service bus service when the mass transit in the country is not even fit for purpose yet.
Civil servants are the tools of the state. If you don't motivate them, how can the state function well? They are They are the structure that the state uses to run the state to the best interest of the country, of the state. So if the state give them their own separate staff, their own separate buses to pick them up at their different bus station or allocated designated area every morning and drop them back in the evening. What is wrong in that? That is workers' motivation.
Wait, Ajanle Koko, the Lagos State Civil Service were not more efficient under the military than now. There's an argument to say that they actually work better now than under the military. So just subsidizing their transportation, free stuff, doesn't guarantee performance.
You don't get it because you are never civil servant before. If you have been one, you will understand what I'm talking about. Civil servants work efficiently and
hold on, Fatai. Sorry, Ajanle Koko. What you're hearing, Fatai, is a left versus right argument, and the further as far Kulata is a far right, not a far right as an extremist KKK, but in like a capitalistic far right sort of a person. And Ajanle Koko is almost to the socialist point to the left. So there would never be a convergence. If this conversation, if it goes on for 25 hours, there would never be a convergence.
Actually, I get the point, but what is
let me tell you what Lagos State did.
Should we go back to the military? What is the implication of this comparison?
Hold on, let Ajanle Koko land the point. Yeah.
Let me quickly help Ajanle Koko here. If I want to.
Let Ajanle Koko land. Ajanle Koko is able.
What Lagos State did for civil service under the military was, putting money in their pocket. The money they will have been using when the salary was under the, what was it during the time of Marwa? I think 1,500 was the minimum wage. And do you know how much they spent on transportation then? The little amount they spent was a big deal because that money had value then. So now you see a government now giving them that kind of savings that they can use on other things. They can put into savings and help the well-being, the economic well-being of their family. And you think they were not motivated, or you think they don't like it? They like it better.
It was their productivity. I'm not asking whether they're happy. Whether they're happy is their business. What's their productivity? What work were they able to do? Did they minimize bureaucracy? How effective was Lagos civil service?
Let me also put something here.
Just 10 seconds, please. Can you please give me 10 seconds?
Hold on. You come in next, Ola, but sometimes when I hear Kulata speak, I envision plantations and slave masters with a whip. That is sometimes you hear you have the visions of plantations and slave masters with a whip. The era of slavery is gone, Kulata. Please let people have some liberty. But Ola, come in.
Ajanle Koko, on this matter of public this thing for staff boss we are talking about. When Tinubu came, when he believed the thing was not sustainable, he scrapped it and monetized. Because that's the difference. Instead of providing, someone was providing staff bus and there was no transport allowance. Someone scrapped it.
Revenue. And he making revenue and he cannot provide it. It's not sustainable. When it's making huge revenue.
It's alternative. Okay, alternative? Well, it's an avenue for corruption. I'm going to block this loophole. Then I will give you money. I won't be maintaining staff bus on your behalf. So take money and find alternative transportation means. Simple as ABC. So we don't need to drag this.
So workers' convention no matter.
All right, gentlemen. But before you come in, let's acknowledge Rudolph who joins us. And really, I have to really acknowledge the endurance of. He's just done an 11-hour stretch. I mean, my goodness me. When do you sleep?
Thank you so much, One Man. Just so you know, I've been watching your show of recent since you started coming on my shows, and sometimes I will try to join, I won't see the link. So I'm familiar with your people and what you do here.
All right. Who has been your favorite so far? Give me a name, and we also suspect the name you'll come up with, but give me a name if you're familiar with them. Who's your favorite voice?
Oh, of course, Kolata is my man. I mean,
no, leave Kolata. Kolata is your guy, but there's one. Okay, you've not been following us. If you've been following us, you know who the fan favorite is. Yeah, but
no, I don't know many. I know I won't claim that I know many of the names, but I really enjoy listening to the conversation from this angle, and I see it sometimes that different people, or the same people will come to different platforms and they will have different persona, which is interesting. But I like you said, I did almost 12 hours, and before then I had 4 hours to prepare, and tomorrow I have another show that will start at 10:30. So
I was actually I even came in, but then I decided no, let me leave it out. So I saw the session with the Prince, which I thought was excellent. It's always good copy. Of all of the guests you've had on, he's been the one that's captured my mind, and that Natasha, she captured my mind too. The rest of them they're all right, but it was really engaging and very compelling sort of a person. But then I thought you were ready for him to leave about 2 hours into it, but he didn't have anything else planned. So he says, I'll hang out with these people. And I saw your heart saying that, oh no, this is going to be torture. Because he said, I'm going to spend 6 hours with you. And you say, oh, good. I thought, oh, no, it's not good. No. Just give us 2 hours and get out. That's what.
No, that was what we agreed to before, as of yesterday, that he would do 2 hours. And then we continue our regular show. But when he came and he was ready to stay on, I was okay with that. It was just that all the things we planned to do, we couldn't do them.
Why didn't you abandon? Why didn't you abandon after 6 hours?
Abandon what? Tell him to go?
No, not him. After he left, why didn't you just? I would have wrapped it up and said,
"Oh,
look,
well, I respect my people so much, and I miss them.
What do you mean you respect your people? Is it not just culata? Is it not culata?
No, they are not just. They might think they know they are very important, because without them,
I know.
There's no show. It's not. I can't stand in front of people and just speak. So I value them so much. And also, it's been 2 weeks I didn't do any show, so I miss hearing the voices. So I could just sit there and just listen to them, and that's it.
No. Sometimes you get locked into the conversation. The platform will tell you every time I come, I say I will only do 4 hours. Anything after 4 hours is just a torment and a torture. And then I look up, it's 8 hours, and I think, good Lord, but the conversation is just so enrapturing and so engaging, and you're just locked into it,
Exactly. And I think I learn a lot from listening to people. Sometimes I will just go to Clubhouse and enter any what do you call it? What they do there? Any of their discussions, and just listen to Nigerians talk, and I may not have even say anything. I will just leave after a while, but it's always interesting to hear our people. I'm happy that the level of connection and conversations going on across the world. And I think eventually, maybe in the next 10 years, 5 years, we'll begin to see the benefits, because part of the problem that we have in the country is really that there's no much conversation, no much relationship between people, no much understanding. The National Youth Service was supposed to be what would bring people together in that country, but that failed. But this kind of conversation, you see people building relationships and over time. And I can imagine the next 5 years, if we continue to do this, how much I can actually come to wherever you are in the UK, and I feel that I have somebody I could, I could hang out with. So people around the world, it's a wonderful thing. I think we are in a great.
Would you believe? By the way, you may be agree or disagree, but what we're doing now is the new future, because as it goes on, the abandonment of mainstream comes to people like us, because what we open is a portal for people to speak. So it's not you being told by some talking head on a tube that you're thinking, what's this idiot saying? But it's people like everyday people gathered in a conversation, and then you can be part of that conversation instantaneously to express either your desires or your prejudices or however you stand, and have that countered, and then you way back. And that more instantaneous than just some random idiot on television telling you nonsense.
Exactly. And let me say this. I think in years to come, like you said, in years to come, it will be a different landscape in terms of media. People say this always on the show and everywhere. People say nobody's talking about this. This is happening. Nobody's talking about this. I think that will end in another 5 years, because everybody is talking now. You can say anything you want to say. You can come on a platform and break any news you want to break, and so there won't be any opportunity for people to say nobody's. We are now the nobody, the people that we're expecting to say things. We are now those people, and very soon our voices. And for those who are watching, who are listening, who are here, I hope they know that on my show too. They are also. I know you don't use a lot of videos, but you are a personality now. People over time, we get to identify you, know your name, even if the name is fake. Know your name and know your character, your personality, and your viewpoint. And it goes far. I do travel sometimes, and I hear people come to me and say, "Oh, Kulata, this Kulata on your show, you're giving him too much respect." I don't know personally. I've never talked to him outside of the show, but he's now.
It's a personality online, but unfortunately, because the arrogance and the ego, you can see it growing, But the ego now is Kulata, we are mocking you, by the way. So You know.
So this is a reality TV. You know, the way you have Big Brother Nigeria. This is exactly what it is over time. Because we did this on written form on Nigeria World, the message board, and over many years ago. Over time, people know you. That's how people knew Dr. Dami.
Have you been identified randomly?
Who?
You.
Where?
Just on the street. I've been identified randomly. There was a time I was going to Erith just to do African shopping, and some guy parked and they were shouting one man. Of course, not my name, so I didn't especially pay heed to it until I had the tap on the shoulder. And then about 2 days ago, I was accosted whilst trying to choose between shredded wheats and cornflakes. I was having that existential debate in my head. And then somebody say, one man, and then they just launched into a conversation about, I say, well, introduce yourself at least. So, you know, so yes, so like you said, we're fast turning into recognizable faces.
No, you will be. You know, once this is something I learned long ago that one writer said, Judge Bernard Shaw, I think he said that if you write a column for a newspaper, that's in the 19th century, every week for 2 years, you become famous, even if you don't know how to write, even if you don't have talent for writing. So if you appear on TV, whatever we do, whatever we call what we do, every week for 2 years, you're going to be known. Your face is going to be known. Your voice is going to be known. People will identify you in public. They may not watch every day, but they see you, they hear you, and they know your character, your attributes. So it's a wonderful thing. I hope people use it well. One thing that happens on the show is that people, almost every week at the end of the show, people will call me and say, can you bring down this video? I said this here. I said this, and my people are fighting me at home. And you know, people get, so I tell people that what you say is important. The image you present is important. I know some people put up a personality that is not their real self, but it's important to know that that will be how people will identify you. So I have to beg for permission to leave. I have to prepare for tomorrow's show and get it.
Good Lord, no rest for the wicked. Well done. Yeah.
But next, I'll join you again once I see the link. I do come around sometimes. You know, I see.
Yeah, no, just feel free. Pop in anytime. But you won't get a superstar treatment next time. You'll just be.
No, it's okay. That's not. I don't. I like to listen. I don't like to talk. You know, really, I like to listen to people. No,
all right, brilliant. Well done, Rudolph. Good of you to turn up, especially after an 11-hour session. Good Lord. Sometimes I just pop across and I see you're still at it. I said, God, the beating that you are taking. All right, thank you, Rudolph.
So thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody.
All right. See you soon. Thank you.
Thanks,
so
Rudolph.
All right, take care.
All right. So it's gone. He just came to say hello. It was just it's just done an 11-hour session. I don't know how people endure that. You remember when I did an 8-hour session and I couldn't come on the next day, and he's done the 11 hours and he wants to come back tomorrow. But there it is. Some are made of stern and stuff. But there it is. Back to the conversation. Where were we? It was left versus right.
Military better than civilian.
Yeah. Can I come?
Yeah. Come in, Fatai.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry, Fatai. With your permission, let Ola come in because we've not heard from him yet.
Okay.
Yeah, Ola.
I myself and Nagaleko were talking about the subsidized transportation AK staff bus that was monetized. See, what Lagos State government did that time was the right thing to do, because remember that time a lot of loopholes that people were just embezzling. Basically, Lagos State government was even borrowing to pay salary until this guy brought Oracle and discovered that half of the payroll was what necessary and the remaining half was just going to.
Allah, did you say Lagos State was struggling to pay salary, or what did you say now?
Yeah, they were borrowing to pay salary. Yeah,
that's not true.
It's on record.
That is not true.
No,
that is not true.
That
is not true.
It's in the public domain.
That is not true.
That
is not true.
Overdraft.
That is not true.
Okay.
That is not true.
Like I said,
Lagos
State,
since the time of Jakonde, Lagos State has been paying salary steadily. They don't owe their salary.
I'm not saying they owe salary. I said they were borrowing to pay salary. They two different things. They were using overdraft to pay salary.
Maybe when they are waiting, federal allocation, if the federal allocation hasn't come, then what do you expect them to do? And they have a credit. They have a credit facility with the bank.
So what Tinubu did that time by scrapping the Starbucks and all those kind of nonsense was just one of those things of cut costs. Okay, let me give you your money if you like. Take Okada if you like. Take my wife if you like. Use your leg to waka, and it just monetize that. So it hasn't done it. That one is not necessarily bad. If we are just saying, okay, let me transfer this risk. Why should I set up another loopholes for corruption when I can just give you money to go and deal with your this thing? So to me, someone provided Starbucks and another person gives you transport allowance, it doesn't mean that
he did give them transport allowance.
All right, gentlemen, let's bring Steve Yen into the conversation, who has been with us for a while, but we've not heard from him yet. Steve Yen, with that name, is it Ni Hao or how are you? But which one is it? Steve Yen. Ni Hao?
It's not Ni Hao. It's just Steve Yen.
All right. Okay. So what are you making of the conversation, Steve?
Yeah, I'm just trying to drop in something before. That was just on the TINUBU space.
So sorry, we're struggling to hear you. I don't know what adjustments you need to make, but carry on.
Okay. Just connected. Is it better now?
Much better. Carry on.
All right. I dropped in some stuff before, basically on the TINUBU space, why people are calling him like the father of Lagos or something like that. But I think we just have to take a step back and look for what we really want in Nigeria. We need to kind of maybe look into the kind of leader we want. I know a lot of people on this platform, they are gunning for Tinubu. As for me, basically all the people running for the presidency, they're not bringing up any big ideas. There's no big ideas among all of them across the whole breadth of them. There's no big ideas, and they're not speaking to something that the black race, which include Nigeria, really needs. But then that's for another day. So I'll just talk a little bit about what's being said there. Yeah, basically, Tinubu is being credited for about three things. Like that's why some people are praising him to high heaven. The first one is Lagos. They said he built Lagos. It's like the founder of Lagos or whatever. But then there are a lot I can see on that one, but I won't really go much deep into it. But I just drop one stuff.
But do you disagree though that Tinubu, because excellently presented by Fatai to narrate how Tinubu is the ground zero of modern Lagos, and the way Fatai presented it, very difficult to argue against it. So, but do you disagree?
Yeah, he might have presented a lot of stuff. I can argue, but I don't really want to argue. But there's something I just want to just drop. A lot of people are saying black people, it's like we major in the minor things. That's why when you see the list of rich people or black people, especially in the US, you see that most of them are entertainers or something like that. The last time the list was dropped on, and a lot of people are making comment that the richest black people are just entertainers. And we all know what moved the world now. It's not entertainment. You can be so rich in entertainment, but you are just majoring in minor things. So for that thing, I would just say the Lagos that all of us are praising to the high heaven. I said it before, there was a stuff that was conducted last year. Lagos have consistently been the worst city to live on the planet Earth.
Second worst.
So based on that, whatever anybody want to say, maybe somebody built something. So if somebody built the second worst city to live on planet Earth, I think
you are wrong. So, you are wrong. That's a wrong point. You are on the
I'm not wrong. You can.
No, you are wrong. Is the worst city in a list? Wait.
In a list of cities, it's not every city.
172, they ranked 171. Yep. That is a list of the top cities in the world. I don't know which city you come from. Your list is not there. Lagos is there. Ogun State is not there. Anambra is not there. Kano is not there. So if you're comparing Lagos to heaven, yes. But if you are comparing Lagos to its contemporary cities in Nigeria, is the only city in Nigeria that made the list of the international list.
Yeah.
Among the
No,
international
you cannot, my brother. You cannot expect the commercial nerve center of the biggest black nation in Africa not to make it into that list.
Okay,
First of
so
all,
the
let's make
commercial
that
nerve
point
center
clear.
now.
Let's
Okay.
make it clear.
So,
It is.
Okay,
It has been.
I'm very happy for that concession.
It has been. Everybody in Nigeria knows it.
Yeah,
It will automatically make it to that list.
Wait,
But
put it in
what
perspective.
is it ranking in that list? That's the
Wait
question.
now. No, wait.
Among its contemporaries.
Who are his contemporaries? His contemporaries are Kano, Anambra, Port Harcourt.
That's not true.
His
That's
contemporaries
not
is not
true.
New York. Wait
these
now.
are not Lagos contemporaries, please.
Wait now.
These are not.
How can you say Anambra is Lagos contemporary? How?
Because they are both they are all in Nigeria now.
No, Anambra is
God,
Osun State contemporary.
No. Wait. This is what I mean. Don't take a statement so categorical. It's like it's funnily annoying. I'm telling you, if you are ranking,
hold on. That seems to be your escape clause.
Yes,
Fatai.
you always escaping. That's my problem.
Hold on. Don't take it so categorically. When people are about to nail him down, he will
no,
say,
you are not letting me down. You are not letting me down. You just don't let me. You are just
on.
overcrowding me and taking some picky thing. I'm saying if you are comparing Lagos to New York City, okay, I will concede to you that Lagos is shit. But if you are comparing Lagos, when you define contemporary in terms of they are all in Nigeria, that is a definition of contemporary.
How can a state? How can?
Sorry. Coming uptown. I just wanted to one voice. Yeah, coming uptown. Yeah.
All right. So to Fatai, your own idea of analyzing cities and contemporary cities is once they're in Nigeria, really.
No, my own argument is compare apple to apple, not apple to orange. Don't
so
compare Lagos to London.
Are you comparing apple to apple right now?
Apple to apple is
so
Lagos
you are criticizing somebody. I'm coming, Fatai. Allow me. You are criticizing someone for criticizing a city, just oppose other contemporaries, but then you're not bringing the counter. You're bringing the counter argument that he should rather compare it with other cities in Nigeria that are not his contemporaries.
No. I'm saying.
Sorry, Fatai. To be fair, if you want to draw parallels, a parallel for Lagos, it wouldn't be any state in Nigeria. You have to go to, let's say, maybe Accra, Cairo, Johannesburg, those sort of places.
Thank you, Addis Ababa.
Okay, wait. Okay, all right. I don't even want to. I would even consider that point. If you compare it, but we are wait now. Can I?
No. Can you let him land? Let Fatai land.
I don't think you should consider that point.
I'm saying assuming. Yeah, thank you. I'm saying assuming. I'm saying assuming. So contemporary is wait now. So contemporary is a subjective definition. If you define contemporary, wait now. If you want to define contemporary as Lagos compared to New York City, I will not argue with you that Lagos is shit.
No.
But if you are talking the management of Nigerian states, so if Lagos has been the state that has made it to a select city list, then you should give Lagos. Don't rubbish Lagos that has at least tried to make it to. It's like you make it to the final of the World Cup, and then you say, if Nigeria make it to the semi-final of the World Cup, and you are comparing somebody who never even made it to the group stage of the World Cup. Wait now.
That's a wrong stuff.
No, you are wrong. Anyway. No, I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let you use mediocrity to rubbish Lagos. You said among the cities on the planet. You said that. That is your own definition of contemporary. Among all the cities on the planet, you have to take that back. Among select cities of the world, Lagos is second word.
All right. I got your point, Fatai. You talk so much. You don't allow people to put it. Anyway, yesterday when debt to GDP was being stopped, somebody mentioned Egypt mentioned a lot of things.
some cities on that place that you are saying, oh, is New York. Some of them are Tripoli, which is Libya. Some of them are Bangladesh, which is no. So they're just similar. So you can't say that. And my
Some of them
point
are
is
even
that,
in poorer countries than Nigeria. Some of
yeah,
them.
they're in poorer countries. So you can't.
So what are you telling me?
And Nigeria is being said the giant of Africa. So if your base
And
is
Lagos is
essentially
the fourth
zero, so
largest
what
economy
the
in
hell are
Africa.
you?
Fourth.
So
guys,
what
guys,
is that?
How are you
wait.
blaming that on Lagos?
Fatai, hold on.
Why didn't Anambra make the list?
One at a time.
Fatai, hold on.
Why did Anambra make the list?
Fatai, hold on. When I say everybody, that usually means everybody. So Fatai, hold on. So let Kulata have an interjection. Then let's hear from Agbeni, who's coming into the conversation.
You see, I had this argument. One guy that we went to school together is part of this group that created this list, and he mentioned some of the criteria that they created this list. And I asked him, like, if Abuja or something was on the list. I said, where will it rank? Because for one reason or the other, I don't think Abuja was included on that list. So the best of what could have come from Nigeria will have been Abuja. And when you look at Lagos, a lot of reasons why Lagos is dinged is to the overpopulation. So our infrastructure, the infrastructure in Lagos cannot handle the daily volume of people migrating to Lagos and all that stuff. So Lagos, I don't think at any point in time Lagos will get to that point, except they're able to get more money out of the Goshens. And I mean, the corruption in Lagos, whatever money they're getting is put into proper infrastructure. And there's some things that can never be fixed, like pipe-borne water, for example. So that's why you have that ranking. But
Thank you for that point, that corruption point. Thank you for that point.
Now, if you look at all the Nigerian cities and co, they won't even qualify on that list. So this is like qualifying for the World Cup and coming last in the group stages.
I got that. I got that point.
The worst among the worst, Abi.
Qualified, at least you qualified to World Cup. You now came last.
No.
The
worst among the worst.
No. It's the worst among the best. It's the worst among the best.
If you're boasting,
second to the worst. No, actually,
it's not the
last.
The best black.
It's Africa. It's Africa now. It's Africa rich. It's the giant of Africa. But Africa is
no, but then that is what everybody's basing on Tinubu stuff on. So we just have to look at the global. That is why I say we shouldn't.
Is it Oka? Is that the flip side?
The black people should not major in minor things. So when that's why I said all of them. There's nothing spectacular to me because there are no big ideas.
I'm interested in hearing your big ideas. Honestly, I really wanted to hear it.
Okay. Let me just land on that. That's just the first one I want to say. So a lot of people can say a lot of things, but
I think I was giving the call.
If you want to compete in global stage, we have to start looking at ourselves very critically. So if you are promoting someone that built among cities for rank and built the second whatever, so it speaks a lot.
The alternative is to pick someone that has a city that didn't qualify or has a city that's the highest population.
I'm not doing what about here. I'm not doing what about. I'm speaking to. I'm not doing what about here. I'm speaking to a particular stuff. So let's just stay on that point. I don't want to be dragged into so many other things. I'm just speaking to a particular point. I'm not doing what about.
For you don't want to compare. You want to only tackle one person, but you don't want to compare to its competitors.
I'm not speaking on comparison. I'm speaking on a particular point, and I want to drive that point in.
Drive it.
So I'm not doing what about here. So that's just what I'm trying to say. Yeah, and the second one is being flouted as he developed brilliant people that is going to select the best people to come around the country. Now, from all the people that TINUBU'S has whatever brought up, or so to say, I think the most popular among them is Fashola, right? So, and these guys, they have been tested, they have been tried and tested in so many ways. Before Fashola came into, when they gave him super minister, before he came in, he was on the air saying, "Oh, power, there is nothing to read. It's not a rocket science." But when he went in there, this guy fell off flat. I have a lot of people calling him by that time Minister of Darkness. Another point, when he became housing, a lot of housing were falling over, and so many things. They asked him on national TV that, okay, don't a lot of people that are into that field are so there's a point, there's a need for Nigeria to come up with some kind of a building code. When they asked him on this, he does not have a clue to read. He was just saying, "No, it doesn't really matter. This, that. People can use anything they want." So, which people, if you're into engineering, you know there are standards, and you go to choose if you want to. If you say, "Oh, people can do anything they want,"
but we have slim pickings. We only have 4 people. So, what's your point?
Oh, okay, now I'm bringing that's the second one. That okay, the people that the thing that is being said about him, that is going to bring it bright and brighter. The people that he has brought so far are not even bright and bright. They failed on so many things. One of the guy he brought was a cowboy that was with him, and when the budget was a mess, they were asking him. He was basically saying, some kind of it was like 3% of something, and people have all over the place faulting him. So that speaks to the second thing that is being acclaimed to be that is going to bring in the bright and brightest. But so far, the bright and brightest as we've seen, they've really failed. When brought to a national place, they've really failed. So the third one, I think somebody has mentioned here that okay, he's like he work in the realms of accounting and whatever and this. But this was the same guy that brought in Aaron. And if he's so much of an accounting guru, he will have known the books of Aaron. There's a documentary on Aaron that people have seen that company like he's going to fail for years. And this guy that's claiming
sorry, hold on, everybody. What did they bring Aaron in to do?
Aaron is the power plant. It's a mess. It's just a lot of corruption stuff and everything. Yeah. There's a documentary. There's a documentary on that.
No, don't worry about so the documentary will be for their financial propriety or lack thereof.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. But was the documentary about their engineering prowess?
Yeah, it's about everything about Aaron. It's about everything about Aaron.
Wasn't Tinubu Aaron's internal auditor, or what are you talking about?
No,
he wouldn't have known. Look, Tinubu wouldn't have known because these people are falsifying. Hold on.
No, let me tell you something. This guy.
Hold on now. These people were allegedly falsifying their account figure. So even if you look at it as an accountant, if not an auditor, you won't know. So what are you talking about?
What I'm saying is
way you would have known.
Yes. Let me second you.
What I'm saying.
Wait. Let me just put you straight. You are conflating Aaron with Arthur Anderson. Arthur Anderson is the company that had the big scandal. This is a classic case in management, many management lectures. So
I'm struggling to hear you.
Arthur Anderson is the audit arm of Aaron. So that's the one with the scandal, not Aaron itself. So you don't even understand. You don't even understand the difference between.
No. That's not what I'm saying. If you just Google and look at documentary on Aaron, you say everything.
I had it in class.
That is what you're doing. What you're doing is Monday morning quarterbacking, looking back.
That
was after the fact. Now, how will you know?
No, like if you are bringing a company to come and do. If you are bringing a company to come and work on your this thing, you're supposed to know a lot.
Yeah, but the company was listed and the company was doing fine in the market. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but then there are people, the people that did there'll be a red flag about that company for years.
There was no red flag until it crashed.
Just go and watch that documentary. Please.
I don't need to watch documentary. I was working and I was alive.
Oh, you are working, but you're like, but you don't know all the facts. That's what I'm saying. So someone
hold on, Steve. When did that documentary come out? When did it come out?
I come in now.
Oh, hold on.
You can search it on one man, please. He has measured.
Can you hold on? Steve, sorry. When did that documentary? When did it come out?
You can search it on YouTube. But
no. When did it come out? When was it released?
When was it released? It was released. It was released after the problem with Aaron.
Yeah, roundabout. What year? Don't be specific. Just how many years ago was it released?
I can't say particularly what year, but it was released after the problem with Aaron, in which some people commit suicide. My
okay,
company.
When did you see
my
it?
company.
No, don't worry about that. No,
okay.
Don't worry about that. Stay with the question I'm asking you. When did
All
you
right.
see it? When did you see it?
When I saw it.
Yeah, the documentary.
Let me say a couple of years. I can't pinpoint it exactly. What
don't be
I
exact. Approximately, when did you see it?
That's what I'm saying. I can't really, but it was after all the problem with errors. I can't say particular years.
Let me explain it to you.
Can you hold on, please?
All right.
Approximately, you must know how many years ago. Was it 6 months ago? Was it 2 years ago? Was it 2 weeks ago? When did you see it?
I know it's been years. It's been years. It's not something of 6 months. That's why I can't really remember.
What I was trying to establish with that line of is that, was it during the period that Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State that this scandal came out? And if it wasn't, how long after his tenure as governor of Lagos State did this scandal come out that he's now expected to have known about?
No, what
so was it during the period that Tinubu was governor that this scandal came out?
It was short. I think they couldn't even complete the work. That's what the power plant they want to come and do in Nigeria because of that scandal.
Scandal was October. Scandal was October 2021. 2001.
I think Tinubu was in power then.
It was in power then. That was 2 years into Tinubu's government, but Tinubu dealt with them a year before that. But the scandal wasn't known to anybody until the accountants issued blue up.
It came off a sudden.
It was a sudden.
Sudden. Everybody was shocked. It just crashed.
It crashed.
What I'm saying is that's why I say maybe you get anyway. It's not a point.
No, what we are telling you is that you are saying that he should have known. He, as an accountant, he should have checked the account book, and that would have given him an indication that company was going wrong way. But I am telling you,
even at that, what happened to Enron at the end of the day? What happened to the one in Nigeria, subsidiary in Nigeria? It was transferred to another company. It's there. So it's not as if
the power plant is there, yeah. But Ajale Koko's point is, you can't unless you are their internal auditor.
This is even the point. The Enron Corporation is the big corporation. The scandal happened to Arthur Anderson, which is the audit
because Arthur Anderson was covering up for Enron.
I know, but the point is made. The job of Enron was about the power. It's separate from the accounting scandal. He's trying to conflate as if Enron as like the power, the energy situation of Enron is what is scandalous. It's not the energy situation that is scandalous. It's the audit situation of an arm of Enron Corporation that is scandalous. You can't rob the energy competence that Tinubu was bringing in as some sort of something has to do with this scandal. I don't even know. I don't get the link.
Hindsight is always 2020, but continue, sir.
Oh, all right. So what I'm just trying, let's just forget about it. But people has come here to say, he work in the realm of auditing and all those stuff, and that's what is best at. That is going to do a lot of stuff. So that's why I brought that one in. So even let's just take away that one. What I'm just saying is that based on those stuff that because the major thing about Tinubu has been it's Lagos, we built Lagos, and he's going to pick the best of the best to run the company, to run the country. But then, from what we've seen so far, it's not be a good ride for him. So my point is this: I'm not trying to is this thing, but I just look at the whole thing that people that are all out for him. I think there's a need to just pause a bit and say that all this stuff that be talked about him, that he has a track record, so what kind of track record did he have? So that's just what people need to look at, and that is what I just want to say about that space. And for all this stuff about the what's it called, the Babish or something like that, that is a study that's shown that the way because if you go to Lagos when it rains, somebody says, oh, some parts like marinas are good, but when it rains, you hardly come around that Ikeja, all those areas to Magodo, to all these things. When I was there, anytime you rain, you practically be swimming, and if you go under the night, you will see a lot of cars spoiled. So there have been this argument that the rate in which some of this sand filling and all this stuff that have been done in the highbrow of Lagos is actually pushing all those water to all these other areas that are kind of close. So there should be like, a more planned approach to Lagos than just say, I feel Babish and do all those things. There's a guy that came online, he's one of the brilliant or geologists or so, that said those stuffs are really, really affecting Lagos. So all those things that they're credited to him, that is something, I don't really count that one as a brilliant way of solving that problem, because if you look, what he did to the parts of the Equatorial Atlantic that face the ocean, that could have been done more closer home and avoid all this landfilling in Lagos that is struggling. And I think somebody even said that it might go under the sea in some certain years or something like that.
Are you an ecological expert? Are you an ecological expert?
I wanted to come in here. Let me also ask you a question, my brother.
So those thoughts, and I don't think they are so brilliant the way now we are saying this guy is. So I think we need to look at it very closely.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Let's hear from Ogbeni, Ogbeni, to you, to the conversation.
Thank you. Sorry that I came late. I slept off.
You slept off. We saw you on Dr. Damage is making noise now. Don't be saying you slept off. But carry on.
I had to sleep, you know. So thank you.
You are paying fine.
Good morning from Scotland.
What's the fine? Is it 10 press ups? Even more punishing. 10 press ups. Well, carry on.
So, good morning from Scotland. So, one or two things I think I just wish to engage in, and you see, it's easy for us to just be in our comfort zone and be talking about Lagos like there's nothing in Lagos. Lagos is not the way people put it, and blah, blah. Lagos still remains today the pride of Nigeria. If we remove Lagos from Nigeria, I don't think Nigeria will be Nigeria. Lagos is where everybody wants to go, And so Lagos is not. We shouldn't say because of politics or because the man who is contesting is using Lagos as his the key indicator, for people to assess his antecedent. Then because of that, we should reduce Lagos now to nothing. So I like going back to history. Most time people argue and say, Lagos has always been the capital until 1991 that they moved Lagos to Abuja. So you expect Lagos to have that? The answer is no. If you are not an emergency political analyst that just jump into political analysis recently, if you've been following events, particularly on Lagos, you will know that it wasn't like that. Tinubu came and made a lot of changes in Lagos. Lagos of Olagunsoyin, Oyinlola, Marwa, and all those guys was not the same Lagos Tinubu ran. Go and check it. If you understand Lagos very well, go and check it. And now all this indicator or report about who the worst city in the world, I agree with what Fatai said. It's just like, for instance, in UK, there is this Russell list that lists universities. In that Russell list, not all universities in UK are in the list. So from the few ones that they rate, which are like the best of, like they have like, let's say 15 universities, that's the best of all the universities. If they rank one as the least, that list is best of all others that remains. That's the way I see that list. So if they unpick some cities and they said, okay, this one happened to be, let's say, second or third to the world, it means that for you to even make that list in the first instance, then it means that you are better than every other cities that couldn't make that list. And you see, that's what, and sometimes I ask people, what's the parameter? Who are the people bringing out this report? I'm a researcher, and I know how to conduct research. If you are making a comparative analysis, I will ask you, what are your indices? What are your parameters? What are you looking at? For instance, I read was it World Bank report about Lagos, and they said between 2001 2010 that Lagos was among the, I think, 8 fastest growing metropolis in the world. People won't see that, but the one you will see is probably when they are using indicator of pollution, and they said, oh, worst polluter, they pick China or somewhere in Beijing, and then they'll come down to Lagos. Dense population, they say, oh, it's densely populated. By the time they rank it, they come to Lagos. Then language barriers. They said, okay, if you go to some cities, you speak English, out of 10 people, 9 will speak English to you. If you come to Lagos, maybe 6 will speak English to you. Then metropolis that have suburb, okay, they'll say, okay, the gap between the commoners and then the high class is too, the gap is very wide in Lagos, it's not wide in other places. These are different indicators they use to come up with all these research outcomes. And we don't just pick it and just use one brush to just brush the entire whole thing and say, okay, oh, because they say Lagos is the worst in social aspect, then we just, unpick that and then we just drop it down as if there's nothing in the Lagos. That is one. Two.
Can I just interject a little bit on that? Just 1 minute.
Yeah,
right.
Go
Yeah.
on, Steve.
Yeah, I said something before I start this. It's not for political stuff, but it's for the black race as a whole. We have this consistent habit of majoring in minor things. So if you say, okay, university are listed, whatever, and someone make the last among those ones you call the best, you cannot be so proud. You cannot be boasting, beating your chest that you are the last among even the best. So you have to think better than that. You have to constantly be searching for the way to move up the ladder, even among the best of the best. So that is just what I'm trying to say. It's not for political reason. It's just for us as a black
But
nation.
you criticize one candidate. You criticize one candidate.
One man,
Therefore, who's
please.
going to get us
Try
to
to
measure
also
of the
permit me
major?
to say something.
Okay.
1 minute. I want to talk to this guy before Ogbenis, the guy that just, you came here, you said black race and measuring. You have been talking about Tinubu. I'm a co-supporter of Peter Obi. I want you to talk about Peter Obi and the rest now. Because we are all Nigeria. We must elect somebody to go to lead us, whether they are good or bad. That's just the fact. So you should talk about the rest candidate. I think we have talked a lot about Tinubu and Lagos. And these people, don't they have state in Nigeria where they have governed? So you talk about Peter Obi and the rest now. We'll be glad to
Does he
hear.
have to pick? He doesn't have to pick. You're just talking to the point. I don't think.
I think I've heard this argument said a lot of time in this station where someone will be talking about this and someone will. I think that one is not an intellectual stuff like that. If we are speaking to a point, let's speak to that point. If you want to speak about another point, we'll speak to that point. So,
I agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah, carry on. And that's something that sorry, I have to take responsibility for that because I'm moderating the space. I try to make it free flow, but and you are right, and I've seen that as well. Somebody, the conversation will be in a certain space. Somebody will come in with the interjection and just move it completely away from where they come. So if you want to interject, be consistent with where the conversation is. And when that conversation needs to move on, then let me direct that. But back to you, Steve. Make that interjection quickly because Ogbeni still has the floor. So have your interjection and then Ogbeni can carry on.
I guess I'm basically true with that. And also there's this stuff about a master plan or whatever. A lot of people have spoken to that fight that, okay, where is the master plan? In the city where I live, the master plan of this city is somewhere you can easily access. Everybody sees it because the master plan is not your property. So the master plan that is constantly being talked about by someone have a master. Where is the master plan?
Is in
So
hold on. If
I can sit in my room and say I have it should be on the Lagos State website.
Can you even hear me? I just told you it's in Alausa. If you want to see it, it's in Alausa. It's on public display.
Oh, it's on the website of Lagos State?
No, not on the website, but certainly in the secretariat.
In the secretariat?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I took your word for it, but
it is on public display.
If Lagos State have this,
it's not hidden.
If Lagos State, I guess it should be on their web, because I did a study on the master plan of this city I'm living. It's one of the research I did. So I was able to access it. I don't need to go to this, but then it's fine if it's somewhere that is good. That's all right with me.
You see, the fact that it's not on the website doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You know, it does exist, and they work with it. And on several occasions, some of them, Tinubu himself and some of his lieutenants, they talked about it, and they talked about the origin, how they came about it. People they sent to the US to do some studies in some cities in the US, and they came up with this, how they brainstorm on it for years, and how they keep modifying it. The lesson we should take from that is not just to condemn it and say, oh, where it is. If we can't find it in the website or somewhere, oh, then it means that, or we're now making a kind of insinuation that it doesn't exist. No, the question we should be asking is, what are the other governors in Nigeria doing? This is a model for them. Are they following this model? There are other states in Nigeria that also have good IGR. When you compare it to their population in their state and the landmass in their state, we could say they are richer than Lagos compared to the population that Lagos is dealing with. The level of employment Lagos have to create in order to get a very good mark in this report, but they are not doing it. These are the states we should be facing and be asking them questions. Why are you not following this model? Why don't you have a blueprint? Why don't you have good successors? You know, and the likes. And that's for me. Secondly, I want to comment on this EU of Aaron, just which I met you guys talking about. And I think I support Fatai also on that. You see, Julius Berger, I'll give you an instance. Julius Berger is one of the, if not the least company in Germany. And Julius Berger has had a lot of scandal. As of 2008.
Sorry, my brother, Julius Berger is not even in existence in Germany. It's just an office.
Yeah, but as of 2008, they had a scandal where German government started probing them, you know, and asked them for a lot of inquiries. I think they probably even indicted some of their. But does that mean that Julius Berger is not performing well in Nigeria? They came into Nigerian space in 1965, and you can point to their projects in Nigeria. Then again, people will argue and say, "Oh, Julius Berger has been chopping our oil. They've been paying Julius Berger." But you can point to their projects, and a government brought Julius Berger. One government also brought a Chinese company to the country that we can point our hands to. So for me, if Tinubu came with Aaron to Lagos to get, I stayed in Ekiti as at the time of this Aaron thing when Tinubu brought them. And I remember those guys coming to local TV back then. They would tell us we will generate electricity, constant electricity for the first 2 years. Then we'll come back to the round table. If we are not able to generate the first 2 years constant, uninterrupted, then hold us responsible. But who frustrated that project? Obasanjo frustrated that project using the exclusive list in the constitution and said, no, you can't generate electricity. And this will take me to the last point I wish to make, which is, you see, when we speak about Tinubu and Lagos, we are not saying, oh, you have done something that have never been done before in life. No, we are saying that within this local space called Nigeria, within this contraption, this country we call country that some people call zoo, some people should establish a little model that we can see. If this person is aspiring to spread it across, can we give this person space and chance? That was what Awolowo shouted before he died. He said, I did this thing as the Western region level. Can you just give me opportunity to just repeat that thing? But some of the politicians said, no, you can only do it at your local space. You can't come up to the federal level. And they shot that guy up till he died and entered the grave. And for me, you talk about black race. Let me tell you, one of the major projects Tinubu keep talking about, which I believe is going to cause a lot of good thing for the black race, and that is the gas pipeline that is leaving Nigeria to Europe and is going to cut across 13 African countries down to Morocco, straight to Europe. Tinubu has been shouting it that he's going to accelerate that project and is going to ensure that it start that project and complete that project. For me, I'm holding him. In fact, that project is one of the major projects I want to hold and I want to keep engaging on if Tinubu if he wins that election. Because that thing You see, the impact of that project alone for the black race is not something we can measure. It will be very unparalleled. You know what? If it's able to get that into Europe, then it means Russian dominance in terms of gas and crude on other parts of Europe is going to be reduced drastically. Then we cannot raise our shoulder and have a good bargaining strength on the table and come and say we can cut our gas pipeline, we can cut our gas if you don't do this for us. We can influence policies in the world and we can negotiate for some seat in the United Nations. That is for the black race. And that's one of the projects. So what I see is people don't listen to these people. And there are a lot of distraction, particularly in the mainstream media. Today they talk about blue, blah, blah. Things that don't even matter to us. Let us face the one that matters. What are the projects these guys are talking about? Let me tell you another project TINUBU has been talking about. And I like going back to his antecedent because I love going to TINUBU antecedent to see if he has done something close to that before. And that will give you a clue that, okay, maybe this man can do it. Local government security network, TINUBU has been talking about. I think TINUBU is one of the major governors in Nigeria, or major person in Nigeria that's tested our constitution when it comes to local government administration. He fought Obasanjo throughout his tenure on local government administration. He met 20 local government, they created 37 more. Okay, Obasanjo took him to court, they went to court, so I won't compare somebody like that with somebody who refused to conduct election to local government in Anambra State for years. I won't. It means that he respects that top tier of government. So if somebody like that gets to government and he's saying, oh, I'll go for that this time around to allow state to create their local government and I will do local government security network, I will believe that kind of person. And this is what I'm saying. Revenue generation is another thing. Now, we're talking of electricity. Let me tell you, one of the major problems we have in Nigeria is that electricity thing. Me and you, we've been able to stay here for more than 6 hours now. It's because one man has electricity from his end, so he's able to hold the server. And because some of us that are not in the country, where people don't have electricity in Nigeria. And one person that I've seen that have touched this area before, TINUBU, with this Aaron thing. The federal government they are aligned to work back there. If you get to the place now, that same point, that office that frustrated his effort back there, if he's able to get to that place, I expect that same person to go back to that project and say, yes, now that I have the power, let me revisit this project. And don't forget, there's a bill of National Assembly already that allows states, that will be allowing states now to generate electricity. And it's awaiting, I think, the assent of the president. I know they passed it in National Assembly now. So if you have somebody like, he will be the first to put assent to that kind of this thing. And lastly, you see, another thing I see in this, what I want to see in the next president is, I want to see a next president that builds human capacity, that has good lieutenants around him. Sometimes people mention this Akabuze, Otowore, and others. And I tell people, there are more lieutenants you see around TINUBU, apart from Fashola. Fashola is a fantastic minister. Let us forget all those, because super minister, maybe he didn't perform. No. Fashola, one of the ministers that if Buhari have to stand right today and say, okay, this is the part I can say I'm successful in, is Fashola. But look at this guy, Fowler, TINUBU boy. They put that guy in FRSC. See what that guy turned FRSC to within a short while before they chased him out from that office. Look at the guy in stamp duty in the Master General, Postmaster General. Look at what that guy did there. Look at Wale Edun, Dele Alake, all those guys, Faleke. Those guys are, you see. So for me, you said?
Yemi Cardozo.
Yes, Osinbajo himself, Lai Mohammed, all those guys, except that Lai Mohammed has become somebody that one cannot really be proud of. Otowore and all those guys, you know. And so for me, we're at a point where we need a leader who will not be a lone ranger. We need a leader who will not be the only one.
Are you giving too much praises to TINUBU, or what are you trying to do?
No, I'm not saying Peter Obi doesn't have his own. Let me give you an instance of what Peter Obi is proposing, which I love. Peter Obi, if you read it, see, I've studied all their manifesto and I try as much as possible to be objective. Peter Obi said, I'm going clearly in his manifesto. It's not what he's saying around. He said, I'm going to start hourly pay. I will cancel this salary thing. That is what we use in UK, and it keeps everybody to be productive. Because if you are paying for my hourly work I'm doing for you,
is it practicable in Nigeria?
In Nigeria, why not?
Is it practicable?
Why not? Start with
in
civil
a country
servants.
that is not productive. Is it practicable?
No, when we say Nigeria is not productive, I tell people which part of Nigeria are you saying is not productive. If your civil servant is not productive, there are things to do to keep your civil servant productive, or which part are you saying is not productive? So for me, it's neither there nor there. It depends on what we're talking about. Okay, but
at the moment, Nigeria is not productive. So you cannot introduce hourly pay in Nigeria. You want to kill what do you call it?
Why do you say Nigeria is not productive?
You want to kill employers of labor?
No,
when businesses are struggling. How does it want to?
Let me tell you, it's a sweep assessment that is neither there nor there. When I was in Nigeria, I work in a litigation law firm. I will go to work 7 o'clock in the morning. I will not return until 1, 2, 3 o'clock at night. Go and fact check it. Afebola and Co. in Abuja office every day and even weekend. So if you wake up tomorrow and say I'm not productive, that's not fair. That's not a fair assessment for my own sector. Okay, and almost all litigation lawyers in Nigeria work like that. So when people come and say, "Oh, Nigeria is not productive," I look at them. What sector? What area did you work? What you can tell me? Yes, the employment opportunity is not too much there, but those ones that have the employment, how productive are they? So not all sector. We can't, just sweep just one brush, just brush the entire thing. Nigeria is not productive, and everybody just say it's not productive. It's not.
So businesses that are struggling with the current economic hardship, you want them to be paying hourly pay. How would they? Is that possible? How would?
So are you saying Nigeria is going to continue to remain the way it is?
Why not?
We are expecting a new government. New government is going to put new things in place that will enhance productivity. Part of the new things they want to put in place look at the wage structure. To look at the wage structure and say in some places, in some industry, let's start using, as we speak in Nigeria, there are some industries that pay per hour or per day.
But what I'm saying,
so are you saying it's not going to be productive?
We are
not objective now.
We are not productive until when you have electricity.
No. Even in this place where we have people who pay hour, we have people who pay salary monthly. Here, it's not one regime for all. Here in Canada, we have people who get paid hourly. We have people who get paid monthly as salary. So in Nigeria, it is like that too now. So what's difficult in making that happen in Nigeria? It's already happening.
They can do it because there are sectors that they do hourly presently in that same Nigeria.
Yeah, now all those manufacturers, all those they're already doing it now.
What is manufacturing? What are you talking
about? You can't see lights in Nigeria
at the optimal level. Are they producing at the optimal
level?
Why
they're not producing? It's not because of the wage structure, it's because of technology and some other things. All those things will change.
Now, Ajali Koko, that's what that fix. That's what
we're trying to fix. When you do those things, then this thing will change.
See, I'm not Peter Obi.
That is what I'm saying. I said you cannot change anything now. You can't be productive until you have constant electricity. That is why
there are some sectors that are let's even look at it. You can't say Nigeria is not even productive. Depending on the sector, there are some sectors that are very productive as we speak now.
Of course.
Tell me
there are some sectors that are not productive. So you just say Nigeria is not productive. Are you productive that country?
Tell me those sectors that are very productive now.
There are so many sectors that are still very
so many of them now.
Without electricity.
Our transportation sector is becoming even more productive every day.
What do you mean? Do you know how much they pay for? Do you know how much they pay for diesel?
Gas.
Wait now, to travel. No, wait now. What don't you pay for diesel to travel in America?
What do you say?
Don't you pay for diesel to travel in America?
Oh, come on, stop that.
Do you travel for free in America?
Yeah,
Do
it's
you
not that
travel for free in
expensive.
America?
Do you
I'm
know how
saying
much they
something
buy
now.
diesel?
What I'm saying is very clear. Are
Do
you
you know how much they
traveling
buy
free in
diesel in
America?
Nigeria now?
Forget about this. I'm talking of transportation system.
Do you know how much
system.
they fly? Do you know how much it costs to fly from Lagos to Abuja now compared to
How
what
much?
it
How
cost
much?
at the
How
end of
much?
last year?
How much does it cost to travel to
how
fly?
much do you fly in Europe? And how
We
much
have
do
to.
you fly in
Do you
Nigeria?
know how many airlines that have closed down in Nigeria last
Adaneko,
year?
you have not even answered us. How
I
much
am
do you
answering
fly?
you.
How much do
I
you
am
fly in
answering
Abuja? How much do you fly in the US? How much do you fly in the US?
Do you want to compare situation in US to that of Nigeria? I mean,
Wait
with that of
now.
Nigeria?
Listen now. We are trying to analyze. How much do
You
you fly
can't.
from
Don't bring
Lagos to
in US.
Abuja?
Don't bring in US. When you are
Okay,
bringing
wait.
in US,
Because that's where you live.
We are
That's where
not
you live.
bringing a right comparative at all. You are
So
not
why are you saying?
comparing.
What are you comparing with that? You are not making Nigeria to look like.
You are not comparing a similar situation. When you are
Okay, so what are you comparing with that? Maybe what standard are you comparing it with that makes you now think Nigeria is bad? You must be comparing with something, a standard, to now know this below standard or this above standard. What are you comparing with?
I think
Or you are
what
just
we consider
writing
is
it off on your own.
we should consider it as the country
when
has
you
have the
have
potential.
when you have banking industry, or let me say banks in Nigeria, cutting down their operational hours due to high cost of diesel to fire their generator, and you are saying that we are being productive. I mean,
Now, does that say, wait now, let me
if bank,
you
if
want us to
bank can
respond?
feel it,
You want us to respond to that?
I mean, let us.
We are saying that. Tell me a sector. We are saying there are some sectors that are not as productive as we expect, but there are other sectors that are productive. Even in that US where you live, there are sectors that are not productive.
That are very productive.
There are sectors that I just told you our transportation system is productive. People are moving from one place to the other.
They are struggling. They are not productive.
They are what?
They don't work 24 hours though.
They are what now? They are what?
They are struggling.
They're struggling how? How?
Security.
I want to ask
people don't travel.
Economic
hardship.
Excuse me, please. To be productive, are you talking about profit margin and loss?
Insecurity is affecting our transport sector. Yes. But at the same time, you won't say
we are moving more people now than we are doing in the past.
Transportation are operating under a very unconducive business environment.
You have a very negative dimension to everything. Wait now. Wait, Adaneko, let me address this to you. Are containers not transportation? Are containers not moving on the roads now or on the rail like before?
Wait, can they move anytime?
Wait, containers are moving now by rail.
Anytime.
Wait now, containers used to move on the road. Now they are moving by rail. Is that not a productive way of moving those containers?
You see,
your airports. There are more airports that are running now in the east that were not functional before. Is that not an increase in productivity in the aviation sector? Fine, there might be some other new challenges in those sectors.
The aviation sector is performing is performing poorly now. They are struggling. They are
what's the indicator? What's the indicator?
Because of what's the indicator that we are using?
There's no light.
All right, gentlemen. All right, gentlemen.
Jet fuel are not available for the airline sector to function, adequately well.
When was that?
The optimal level.
Anyway, if I can round up,
you can round up, and then when you round up, we'll start to round off. It's been a session that I've not been able to keep control of.
Sorry, Jerry, woman.
Not you. Right from the start, all the way through. So it's not you or anything. I've not been able to keep control of it, and I've reached the end mentally. So I want to just shut it down, and hopefully tomorrow we ease down and go back to normal. So bring home your point, Ogbeni, and then I'll take a 2-minute submission from everybody, and I'll just go to bed. Back to you, Ogbeni.
I pray for more strength for you. We're making history. we just finished 11 hours with Dr. Damages, and it was very productive with Prince Adewale.
No, that was excellent. I really
Yeah.
enjoyed that. You know, the highlight for me was when he said that Peter Obi was Obasanjo's faction of PDP candidates.
Yeah.
You know, when he said that, I only delighted in it because 2 days ago I was saying Peter Obi was Obasanjo's pet project. So what he said confirmed what I said 2 days ago. So I just
But that's obvious. That's
Yeah.
obvious. It's just another. If Peter Obi becomes the president, for me, it's just another era of godfatherism creeping back to our political system. Because with all this endorsement, there are compromises and all sort of promises they're making and striking deals. That's very obvious. So for me, in rounding off on my this thing, I would like to round off on what Adanle Koko was saying and Patrick were trying to say. So when you say a sector is not productive, you can't just pick Nigeria and say, oh, Nigeria is not productive. That's what I don't agree with. You pick some sectors, and I've given you an instance of the sector where I work in. That is the legal profession and the judiciary. Where Supreme Court of Nigeria is one of the busiest in the world. You can go and fact check me, and I'll return there. I will be here. One of the busiest. The numbers of cases they do in that court per year. UK Supreme Court, they don't do that kind of number of cases we do, particularly election time. You see those judges, and that's why. So you can't pick somebody who is an average judge in Nigeria and is doing his job, is working 247, and say, "Oh, you're not productive." No, that would be unfair. Or you pick me that work in the litigation part of the legal industry, that I work from 7 to 3 at night, 7 in the morning, 3 at night, almost every day, including weekend, and you say, oh, you are not productive. No, that would be an unfair assessment. Entertainment industry is another industry that is working very well in Nigeria. Media, like the one we are doing now, is working very well in Nigeria. Maritime in Nigeria is a very huge thing. So when you pick people around there, they tell you, even banking, banking sector in Nigeria, if you compare to UK banking sector, you enter Nigerian bank, you see the crowd number. Yeah, we could say, okay, we need to inject more IT into our banking system and da. But as it stands now, people are working. So for me, I won't use one broad brush to say, oh, Nigeria is not working. Nigeria is no. It's Nigeria is an ongoing concern. Don't forget, America, US, all these countries we live in and we see today, some people stood their ground and built those countries years back, face upon face. There was a time in US they were planning coup, killing their president, one another. That life was nothing to them. They kill people, insecurity everywhere. But with time, they kept reforming their system. They kept different transition to transition. And now today, we run there and we see a good place to stay. So our own also will come. We keep working on it. Thank you, everybody.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ogbeni. So thank you, Ogbeni. So that's Ogbeni, of course, a voice that's just emerged into the space. So thank you, Ogbeni. So let's hear from you then, Oriola, as we start to wind it down. Oriola, you're up now. Oriola, there. Yeah, you are there. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I was just going to speak to the topic. I think the Tinubu part.
We can barely hear you, man.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just going to speak to the Tinubu part. Actually, I've been saying it. If we just look at like the main three top candidates for, I think with what he has done, I think he's actually like kind of best. That doesn't mean that either any one of the three cannot be the president. I mean, they would do well. I actually don't think there would be any significant like changes. If any of them comes in anyway. So I know like we're talking about like the blueprint and all that, Tinubu. I just think that basically every government, they actually will bring something to the table, like a plan. And that doesn't mean that their plan would they want everything that they want to get accomplished will be accomplished in a years. Sometimes they go way further. So I think the the thing that I think people don't give like credit to Tinubu as much. I think we see it in the other way. Like, I think that even though like when he first came in, he has a plan with his team that, and some of the plans go way to like 20, 30 years probably. And I think he worked very hard to make sure that whoever will replace him or will come next in line, I think he made sure that he fought to have somebody that would not only follow the plan, but has like the good, he has, what's the word I'm looking for? The person that would come in line after him or later on would be able to like do better than what he did and have like can follow the original plan that he has. And I think that's, I know like sometimes Nigeria look at it like godfatherism. I think I won't, in his own, the way, I won't say like that, I think, because it's not like he just push somebody there. He has to like push, work for, put in a lot of effort for that person to be in position. And if you look at it, majority of those people, they're part of his team when he was a governor. So it's not like they're part of his team, all of those governors that come after him. So it's not like he just go ahead and go to his village or somewhere and just pick someone. And he couldn't do that either. I mean, I know like Nigerian process of election is not like 100% very nice, but at least it's not like you just put that person there. You work hard to make sure the person that can. So I think that part kind of like make sure that, and the blueprint, I just think that he has this plan and they lay the plan and they know like you can't get it done in 8 years. And they want to make sure that whenever the plan, even if it's not there, whenever they fought for to be in position and fire with the plan. Yeah, so that's what I think. And with the last part that we just talked about.
Sorry, I want to round it off there, but thank you, Oriola. Join us earlier, as I always say, because you come in later when I'm trying to
it's
push.
full. Yeah, I understand. It was full, but it's okay.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Oriola. So thank you, Oriola. Let's go on to Stephen. Still, Stephen, give us your parting words. Stephen. All right, thank you, Steve. Are you there, Stephen? Stephen? All right, thank you, Stephen. So thank you, Stephen. So from Stephen, let's go on to Midwest. Let's actually try Uptown, who I think may have left us already. Uptown, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. You look at what happened, Uptown. You only came in for a quick minute just to come and shut down some silly bets. And now you are here 5 hours later.
The end of the section.
Look at that. Oh, you are staying a bit longer, but let's hear from Midwest.
And the time is 6. The time is 6 a.m. here.
Yeah, so you surrendered the day to the space again. You say, I'm never going to do it again, no, but every day you do it. But there it is. So Midwest, you're up next. Midwest, parting words.
Thank you very much. Today, I think you were not too fair to me anyway. If I want to say something, you will say, oh, stop.
No, I wasn't asking you to stop. But I just want the conversation to stay up. But apologies if that's what I did. Sorry.
Okay, sir. No problem. It's not really easy to control us as a Nigerian, wherever we find ourselves. Thank you for your job, and I want to thank everybody that participated today and those who listening to us also. One thing is this: we are Nigerian. I believe we hope for a better Nigeria, and that's why we are trying to select a candidate. However, we have right to make choice. But based on the antecedent of Peter Obi, I choose him as a viable leader to change this country based on the past performance. However, that does not mean there will not be challenges, because currently Nigeria is like a country that is not even in existence. There's no production or productive, as people just said, nothing. Because corruption have destroyed the entire foundation of the country. This is a country where leaders don't believe in professionals again. I see no reason why a state governor or president awarding a contract and there are no professionals in the ministry to set up a standard. What exactly should be in place? All they do is to create a vacuum for this foreign company to come in and they will be the one to design it. They will be the one to start it. That's why the German government was so provoked, because every time Nigerians believe that Julius Berger is a German company. Let me tell you, in Europe, have you seen anything like Julius Berger? Nothing like that. Because the amount of money those guys are moving, they have a lot of intelligent gathering because of what is going on globally in terms of security. So when they discover the way these guys move money, sometimes they are not happy. So it poses a threat to them if they cannot control what is coming to their country. So that is why sometimes you see them, they want to come in to probe. But Nigeria government will not allow them. And we have gone further to a point that we are even referring to military. Militaries are bad, we understand. And when you compare this so-called democracy we have practiced for years, my dear brother, today Naira is 700 something and under a peg. We don't know what is the solidness of that pegging. So it means if anything overwhelm that pegging, Naira can be 2,000 to 1. It's okay. Now we are now 70 trillion debt. And all this money went into infrastructure. But there's nothing to show for it, really, that is generating money for the country. It's so sad. But we hope that the new leaders should understand that really, Nigeria is like a camel, and the back of a camel is a back to break, and they have to really buckle up to save that camel. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Midwest. You used to come as James, but now comes as Midwest. Thank you, Midwest. So thank you. So from you, let's go on to Uptown. So Uptown, thank you for staying the duration. Parting words.
Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you, everybody. I'm glad to finally join. This is my first section for the year 2023, and I'm glad I was able to stay from top to bottom. Not Buhari soon. And it's a long section, a little bit wild, but
very
also,
wild, very
yeah.
wild.
But also very educating and informative, because that is the pillar of the whole thing. Anybody that comes to this platform without having an open mind to learn, then that person must be a bigger fool. So I'm glad I've been able to learn a couple of things, even from people opposing. So that's a good one. So just to conclude on the summary, a quick summary on what we talked about. The fact, guys, is, like I say, and I've continued to say on this platform, whether Obi is president today or whether Tinubu is president today, they are my first two choices. The only problem I have is that I don't want to see Atiku as a president of my country. And I there are things I give Tinubu credit for, and there are things I give Obi credit for. The only issue is that there are places Obi have an edge this time around, and that is why Obi is my number one. You know what I'm saying? So for Tinubu has done a lot in Lagos State. Let us not take it away from him. He has the political sagacity to provide a shield, sort of, and a backbone, a political backbone that helped to sustain his successors. Because when you get those kind of political backbone, even if you are a political lightweight, it is going to shield you from political oppositions, and it's going to make you to focus on delivering the dividends of democracy without too much of political diversions or attacks and what have you. I mean, I can imagine what Obi could have achieved in Anambra if he had a Tinubu as a godfather protecting him and fighting his political war, while he only faced developments. He would have probably achieved more, because he won't be going through impeachment and fighting godfathers and what have you. So that's in as much as it might not be so democratic. I mean, it's open for criticism, but it probably has also contributed to how well the successors did and all that. So that's subjective as that could also be an achievement, and other things the foundations he laid, the fighting the Bar Beach issue. I read on that as well. Those are great foundations for I think I value leaders that lay foundation even more than those that just come and enjoy the dividends of the foundation. And that is where earlier in this section where I said both Tinubu and Obi, they both laid a good foundation for their individual states, and everybody should be given credit for what they have done. The people like Obi came into a state, they didn't see a governor's laws, no government house, a lot of buildings, local governments did not have offices, no building, nothing. Godfather, and he laid all those foundation. He killed the Godfather. I'm sure if those Oba brothers were still misbehaving in Anambra, Obiano wouldn't have built Anambra Airport. Obiano wouldn't have been a successful governor. Maybe now Soludo wouldn't be focusing on road infrastructure. He would still be fighting Oba and fighting other godfathers and all that. And the state would have been in the position of Abia State. So Peter took it off 10 years ago and created a path, forged the path for his successors to do a better job than he did. Because if your successor does a better job than you did, that means that you did a bigger job. Because anybody that's an architect building a house will understand that foundation level is always the toughest of all. Casting the stones, casting the rods, those are the toughest. It's more tough than laying bricks, and just immediately the foundation is done, any fool can rise that building. So respect to Tinubu, laid great foundation for Lagos. Respect to Obi, laid great foundation for Anambra. Why Obi has an edge for me is just for the reason that for equity and justice, Southeast has had it. Let Southeast try it, and then maybe 1 or 2 points in corruption and accountability, and then chronism, which is the problem with Tinubu's side, the chronism and lack opaqueness of it. Like, we need APC to leave Lagos for us to know the true financial state of Lagos. So and all that. So there has to be an opposition once. So we need to know what is actually going on, but no opportunity has presented himself for us to actually know what's been going on in Lagos. So those are just the edges Obi has over him. Apart from that, two great guys that's going to deliver reasonable amount of development in Nigeria. And Nigeria is going to get better, guys, for real. This country is going to get better. Foundations has been laid, and the next 10 years of this country is going to definitely be better than the last 10 years. So thank you, guys.
I agree with you. Actually, the next 10 years is probably going to be better than the last 10 decades. I think Nigeria is going to suddenly experience a blossoming over the next 10 years, just as exactly as Uptown just said. So from Uptown, we go downtown to Cyprus, to Fatai. Fatai, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm having a lot of headache.
Do you feel traumatized for what you have been through for the last 4 hours? Do you feel traumatized?
For the last few days, I have been having headache problems.
Look at that. You say I'm not going to bother with those people again, and then you are back there tomorrow.
Ajebota ni Fatai ni.
Ajebota ni now. You cannot hear it.
I'm just naturally a private person. Like, I don't like. You know,
mommy. Mommy, yeah. Carry on. Mommy.
Yeah. Okay, just before I go, the last two speakers they have actually taken a lot of wind out of my sail. They said a lot of things but just one simple thing. We don't need APC to get out of Lagos before we can find out. The opposition party can work hard, even if they can't elect governor, they can elect people into the assembly, state assembly. The assembly, the parliament can request to know what is going on. I don't think it's opaque that nobody can see. We don't need to. Anyway, just that general point. Then the other point I want to make, I couldn't continue to Ogbeni. I think also he made a very nice presentation, except for one part, which I hope one man, anytime, next time you come, I would like you to, because it's like a fact that can be verified and there's no need to be propagating it. The local government, local council, used the word additional. That would suggest that we now have a total of 57. So if you have 20 local government before, and if it says that it created additional, so we now have 57. But we don't have 57, we never had 57. It was local government is third tier. Tinubu created a fourth tier below local government. and those were the local council development, and there were 37. So if they are additional, you need 57, but there's never 57 local government. Nobody he didn't turn it into 57 local government areas. So the 20 local government remained. Below them, he then created 37 local government as a fourth tier of government. So just next time we can make that correction. I think the previous, I think it was Stephen. He really answered. I was going to like go ask about Yannick Okoke. Yannick was giving a headache when it was going on and all and about the military. I was going to be like, Yannick Okoke, what is the implication of what are you saying that we should go back to the military? Because that is, I don't understand what was the point of the law.
Would that be a bad idea if we went back under a military administration? Would that be a bad idea?
I think it's a bad idea, crazy idea. But I don't know if letting people enjoy the military, we can take a referendum.
No, what I was saying was that you see, under the military, we had civil service and the what do you call it? The institutions, governmental institutions function well without being politicized. But now everything is politicized. Hold on. Let me finish this.
Okay, yeah.
It's been politicized now to work for the politician and not for the people of the country. And that's the bad side of it. But under the military, it wasn't as bad as it was. It worked well more for the people than the little military officer. I'm not saying that military officers were not agree with it too, but their own were very small, were very minimal, unlike what we are seeing now. It's outrageous what we are the rate at which the politicians are looting and showing it to us and using government institution, to benefit themselves and not the people. Institutions are supposed to work for the advantage of the people, but no, they didn't make it work for the advantage, but rather for themselves, their wife, their family, their cronies, and stuff like that. And that's it. And that's why we see a lot of poverty around the country. So that was my point.
Yeah, sure. It's a fair point. My point is just that, like, it's very subjective. Even this presentation. I mean, like, if somebody put a gun to my head and I'm behaving like a good boy, I'm not sure if I really want to continue my life like that. I would like to, without the gun in my head, and see if I'm still going to be a good boy. Like, democracy is very deep. It's very hard. Very difficult. We only pray and hope that we keep improving. Democracy is very difficult, but I would rather not have a gun to my head than, it will be my preference. And also with regard to the bus situation, the public bus, maybe, I mean, I'm sure the civil service, they will have a channel to complain to the state government if they no longer like the new arrangement. That's like the point of democracy. If they don't like it, if they want public transport and they want a dedicated transportation for them, I'm sure they can have an internal complaint mechanism where they can make their points known to the government or something. I'm just saying this, like, it's subjective here and there. But the larger point I want to make is, like, many of the criticism is always essentially self-comparison. We are comparing Lagos with Lagos. Well, if you compare Lagos, I don't even know where the comparison will go. We are all going to be dancing in a circle. But if you are comparing Lagos to which one, it will make it productive. But I think ultimately what we pray for a transformative leader, somebody that will provide to us sustainable solution to Nigeria, so that I can go back and be eating my kokore where I come from. I love my kokore. I don't eat it.
You can still get it in Cyprus now. Look at that.
I want my kokore. I want a good leader.
So all of this fighting you've been fighting for this last week is just for a kokore.
My kokore. Regular kokore.
Sorry, what was it? What is made out of beans, isn't it? Where is it native to? níbo ló ti
out of yam.
níbo ló ti ń jẹ àwọn òun náà ń jẹ Ìjẹ̀bú. So all of this wahala is just like okay. Since we are doing that, all of my own fight. The only thing I want is just to have just a nice little 3-bedroom bungalow on just an acre of land, and to have like a garden parchment at the back where I plant yam and tomatoes, have a chicken coop, and then just drink palm wine. So all of this noise that I've been making is just because I want that, and you want it, correct?
Yeah, I want it, correct.
So that's it.
Baba Jale go want military. Everybody without taste.
No, Ajale Koko is more interested in the people. He wants a fair deal for the people. I want a fair deal for the people too.
That's joking.
All right, thank you for that. Join us again. You know the place is now starting to recognize your voice. So if you are not around, they start to send me messages that what have I done to you.
But I think people are targeting me also. I sense like some people are.
No, look at this guy.
They are targeting me. I'm kind of like feeling some. I don't know, but I don't want to do conspiracy.
No, initiation ceremony nìyẹn o.
Àwọn obedient tó wà lórí platform yìí, àwọn náà ń gbà wọ́n ṣàgbọ́n.
Àwọn ẹ̀ ń jẹ̀yàn, àwọn obedient ń jẹ̀yàn. Láti padà nìkan ni ó yàtọ̀ láàrin wọn.
In fact, they'll be very gentle with you. If you know some Ajale Koko, some of the abuse we've taken on this place, if they are targeting in some of the abuse, I roll MJ, but she be my you was alright. We kill off 20.
No, last time we were going online. Last time
sometimes I have fun with it because I have this headphone. I can hear everybody's voice, and I know everybody's voice, and I know the texture of their voice, and I know when somebody is about to be triggered because you hear the build up as they start to build up to. So I'm thinking in my head, should I let it go for the entertainment of it, or should I pull it back to calm the place down? But I hear all these things, that this person is about to be triggered. And sometimes when I want to be really mischievous, I might just drop a little something. I say, what do you think? I don't sort of abstract question, but I know, but it's fun and games. So thank you for that. Join us again, so that until you have to build up. When they start to insult you frontally, then that's when you become a full member. If they are still circling around you, yes, they should be careful.
Be careful. Me too. I don't mind the confrontation.
Look at that.
Go to initiation now.
Initiation. All right, thank you, Fatai. Hopefully, we'll see you again tomorrow. So that's Fatai. From Fatai, of course, the man with the data, world famous now, according to Rudolph.
Which world famous? I'm even shocked. Nowadays, since I came from aviation, I'll just start dozing off. I mean, I'm not used to that. I dozed off at some point in time, and I thought I was dreaming. Like, I'm still on the show. I'm like, what's going on? Because I've been on. If you notice, you'll just see that my avatar will still be showing, but I'm already on cloud 7.
Yeah, that happened yesterday.
It's been happening to me lately, like too much. Like since I mean, I don't know if it's still jet lag worrying me.
Progressive now.
Progressive. Affect me why am I always sleeping? But so what did you guys finally solve? Get his legacy because I think
Mission Impossible.
That was the wild goose chase that we started before we now meandered into all sorts of places.
I regretted it that I opened that space because it consumed a lot of time and it didn't lead anywhere. But
And there was this Niger Watch guy there, Abi.
Yeah, Midwest, yes.
And I thought he would be able to articulate, because that's one thing is when everybody shouts to each other within the same space, then you can't articulate this argument with. I mean, there are expert arguers in this place now. We argue day and night, like Fox News. So you can't even articulate. As an ardent supporter, you should have all those things lined up. Like I could even defend Obi more than him. Like, why don't you say this, like teaching hospital, airport, all these things. It like at least he had a hand in like planning it or something. Could have said something. But anyway, it's not for me to teach them how to defend their candidate. We'll see. I mean, in 6 weeks, Amari Bugbe. At this point, the election you to sue me, man, is
I can't wait for it to be over.
It's just too. I can't wait for it to be over.
What will we talk about though? There will be the composition of I had a cheeky thought earlier on that maybe I should just maybe I would name the session the composition of our TINUBU'S cabinet that we start to project for Tinubu.
It will turn to the intrigues. The intrigues, like would the Tinubu drop or would the? I honestly now I'm starting to really feel like Tinubu is going to. I mean, I've felt it, but it's looking more clear. Like it's going to happen because Buhari is now going to campaign for him. These northern governors have not dropped him. So it's looking more predictable. So it's just who is going to be on the cabinet, what's going to happen, all those kind of things. That's what I think. Barring any last minute thing, it may still fall from the stage. It may still do another bulalababu or whatever it does again. There's still many things that can happen. But it's getting to that point because we're getting closer and closer and closer and closer. And even the obedient gun that used to fight you before, they're kind of like resigning. I can see them conforming, like accepting reality little by little, from one rally to the other. Everybody's almost accepting reality. So it's just the nature of the beast, I guess. It's the nature of the beast. But the work should really start after someone gets elected, because that's when everybody should try and organize and demand for what we want, because we make a mistake of just demanding during election, and after the election everybody just walks away, and that is when we can actually frame things that should happen. But I hope people gather and align in unison on some key things that must be had, and then we push for it, whether it's Tinubu or Atiku or one of those two that get in. So that's my wish. But let's see how that happens. But I'm still gonna try and work on my spreadsheet if I don't fall asleep again another night. I just want to project. I want to see what the actual data may look like. I'll try and work on it.
Yeah,
if anybody, but where can I get I'm looking for registered voters by state. I can get it for overall registered voters. I can't get it by state. Does anybody know?
All right. Well, I certainly don't know, but we're putting it out there. So if you know where Kulata can get that piece of information, send it into my Instagram space and I'll pop it onto Kulata. I'll send my Instagram. I'll put it on the thing now.
I think on INEC website, you'll be able to get it now.
I went there. Well, half-hearted way. I went there on my phone just to look around. There was not much. I just saw 93,000 or something registered voters. I saw another 183,000, but I didn't see the breakdown, the composition of each state. So I can extrapolate based on last election, but it's not going to be accurate.
I think they released it recently. Each state geographical zone. Yeah. So, and Southeast came last.
I have that one. Well, that one is based on the geographical region, the zone. But I want individual states, so I can now say that maybe based on.
Release it. Well, maybe if you check their website, they might have it. I don't know why you couldn't have it, but I will check too. See.
Okay, if anybody finds it before me, please let one man know. I just want to play around with it to just finally just because I just want to wrap my head around what the final numbers. I have ideas on what the final numbers, but I want to just play around and see what it looks like.
Okay.
All right.
All right, brilliant. Let us let you go to bed so we can go to bed too. So that's Kulata, who has changed back to Agbado. So why are you still mocking the Agbado when you have already surrendered that is going to be your president?
That's the Agbado revolution, conflicts, ethanol, corn flour, everything Agbado. That's what we expect from him if he comes in. So let's start getting used to it.
I'm just excited for the policy changes that I'm looking to see, because there was a time they were fighting the battle to liberalize cannabis so that they can grow it for all of the values that it brings. Places
Oh,
like
yeah.
so all of those things.
That's the worst idea now.
It's your worst idea because
That's
they
your
have
worst idea now.
they have good quality cannabis in the southwest, especially in Ondo State.
In Ondo, yes, so all the hair products, all the it's good for arthritis, all the ointments.
There's so many things:
yeah.
autism, arthritis. I mean, different things. There are many cannabis stores all over.
CBD oil.
CBD oil. There's so many things you can use it for. Since TINUBU'S a user, so I should be able to support it.
All right, your words. When the legal suits come, I'll forward it into your inbox. But
all right. Thanks,
right.
everyone.
Thank you, Kolata. We'll catch up with you later. So that's Kolata. So thank you, Kolata. So from Kolata, you've been waiting to hear from Ajanle Koko, but you've not really had the full diet of Ajanle Koko today. That can happen in some instances, but you hear from him now. Ajanle Koko, what sort of session have we just had?
it's a well, I don't know how to describe it, but it was very engaging section. I mean, between the obedient and the TINUBU'S. It's good that we are checking both of them, to see what they have done in different areas, comparing them. This forms a wonderful platform where a lot of people can learn a lot of things, and Uptown did very good in telling us achievement of Obi during his time of office in Anambra State, and Midwest. He wasn't now everybody to just silence him. He's an obedient. He stood firm too. And Fatai, being a TINUBU man, he as well did very good. He was able to, to say it point by point. TINUBU in Lagos State as well. So, and that is, most important thing that both sides did. They were able to inform people and educate people on what these two guys, Obi and TINUBU did when they were governors. But where is Atiku man in this? Don't see any articulated has been called to come and tell us what Atiku has done. Where is Kwankwaso man? We don't see them to come and tell us what they have done. Maybe if Jafar had come in, maybe Jafar would have, told us what do you call Kwankwaso did. But it's an one man, very engaging, very interactive session as well. So I thank everybody that came to have this conversation with one that you all did good. Let us come back tomorrow to join him, and so that we can continue to do what we like to do best, And those are the commentary section. Though you are the strength of the classroom. Come back tomorrow to join one man and for us to continue the struggle. And the listeners around the world, if you haven't clicked on the like button now, I believe. So what you can do to appreciate the good job that one man and friends have been doing for the past 7 hours, you just click on the like button. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank Dr. Damages for coming on board today. I think this is the first time he came on One Man Went to More. We would like to see more of him here. And the platform is wonderful too. I watched a little bit of that interview he had with Prince Adewale. It was wonderful. So, one man, you have done well. Thank you as well. And 7 hours, it's not a joke. It's a big job. Tomorrow gonna be another day. We shall join you. Continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man. The Eagle. See you tomorrow. Good morning to you in Great Britain. American, good night. Canadian, good night. Let's come back tomorrow and do it once again. Thank you, one man. See you tomorrow.
Brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. And thank you, one and all, for turning up today. People who bought the coffee or the person who bought coffee, which is always Ayo. If it's only Ayo that buys the coffee in the next session, then I'll give consideration to just abandoning that. So I don't want to seem as though I'm levying the guy. So if it's only him that is doing it, then it almost sounds, it feels like a levy, and I don't want it to feel like that. So thank you to Ayo for that, and thank you to the super chatters as well. So thank you for the super chats. So to the coffee buyers, the super chatters, the happy clappers, and the in-betweeners, peace.